The morning light, it hits my eyes. Last night we partied like it's 99. You took my hand, we danced all night. That's all I remember, we can blame nobody. Look where we are, so beautiful. This world is ours for the taking now. Not holding back, not giving in. Stay a little longer in the moment now. No regrets, no regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, away, yeah. 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 'Cause if we got one life to live, maybe we should just let go. Don't worry about tomorrow. Start counting your Insta follows. 'Cause the sun comes up again. New days they begin. So hold on to me, 'cause I won't let go of you. No regrets, no regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, away, yeah. 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 Let's show the world what we're made of. The fire in our bones never faded. We cannot hold it any longer. 'Cause every day the feeling's getting stronger. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, away, yeah. Let's get away, away, yeah. Let's get away, away, yeah. Let's get away, away, yeah.
gonna give it up. So why don't we just live it up, live it up? We're never gonna give it up, give it up. No, the clock won't stop for anyone, so let's just live it up. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. We're promise forever, so together we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time.
The morning light, it hits my eyes. Last night we partied like it's 99. You took my hand, we danced all night. That's all I remember, we can blame nobody. Look where we are, so beautiful. This world is ours for the taking now. Not holding back, not not giving in. Stay a little longer in the moment now. No regrets, no regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, away, yeah. 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 'Cause if we got one life to live, maybe we should just let go. Don't worry about tomorrow. Start counting your Insta follows. 'Cause the sun comes up again. New days they begin. So hold on to me, 'cause I won't let go of you. No regrets, no regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, away, yeah. 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 Let's show the world what we're made of. The fire in our bones never faded. We cannot hold it any longer. 'Cause every day the feeling's getting stronger. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see your pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, away, yeah. Let's get away, away, yeah. Let's get away, away, yeah. Let's get away, away, yeah.
And send you down to me. All the angels would agree. Shine your light into the dark, fading in from far away. Trying to find the words to say. You're everything
by my side. I give you all the brightest stars, for all the hope and all the good, 'cause I can see now you're everything I'll ever need, all the things I wanna be. I could never ask for more. You're everything I'll ever need, in my heart you'll always be. Now I know you're all I'll ever need. Let the love that's all around you knock on doors, come inside with arms wide open. Heaven say you tell me all the angels wanna come. You're everything I'll ever need, all the things I wanna be. I could never ask for more. You're everything I'll ever need, in my heart you'll always be. Now I know you're all I'll ever need. 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 You're all I'll ever
When the world seems big and I am feeling low, I think of all the good things in my life and dream of all the places we will go. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time.
DreamLeague Season 22 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Just a couple of days ago, we started with 16 teams here for DreamLeague Season 22, and let's be real, it's way too many. Like, 16 teams, we don't need that many. So, today, and potentially tomorrow, if we're going to tiebreakers, we got a whole day slotted for potential tiebreakers. But we're going to get rid of 8 of those 16 teams. And that is brutal. That is painful. Some teams actually are already eliminated, but who will join them? We're going to find out. Of course, you are watching DreamLeague Season 22, and we are ready for the final day of Phase 1 of the group stages. Good morning. And it is indeed, I don't know, I always feel glad
Good morning.
and sad at the same time. I love eliminations, but I'm also sad for the teams that get eliminated, so it's a little bit of a balance.
They get enough money. Screw them.
Not everybody.
That's true. Some of them barely make a living. The top team, screw them. They're going to win.
They're gonna
They're
win
making lots of
anyway.
money.
It is really strange. It's like, oh, a bunch of millionaires got eliminated. Oh, shuck.
Yeah, like Liquid, I don't care. That's fine. They win enough. Second
No, they don't.
No, they
No, they don't.
they don't win. They don't win. We got Jenkins here, we got Sunspun here, and we got Brian on the couch this morning. Hey, Brian, how you doing?
Yeah, it's weird. I'm not going to be analyzing any technicalities or anything
No,
today.
no, just relaxing. Is this a nice break?
Yeah, it is. It's a nice, fresh perspective getting to sit next to my boy Suns fan, fellow Arizonan.
Oh, that's true.
Yes,
We had board game nights way
we
back
did.
in the day.
We did. A lot of
Did you
Dota
actually?
people are from Arizona, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
who else?
SVG is also from
Yeah,
Arizona.
SVG actually
No,
lives in
he
the same
doesn't.
neighborhood that I grew up in.
He doesn't show up to board game night though. He says he will, and then he
Yeah,
he just
he
doesn't.
ditches me.
He just ditches.
He just doesn't like
He said 3 times, "Yeah, I'll come," and then the closer it gets to board game nights, like becomes a maybe, and then it just becomes a no.
And he
What's he
just
doing
doesn't show up,
instead?
yeah.
I
He
don't
probably
know.
just stays in his room
Plays Dota?
playing Dota.
Like reads
Yeah.
or something. The guy's a nerd.
Hey, he seems like an encyclopedia reader.
He definitely reads encyclopedias.
I didn't even know Encyclopedia still existed.
Yeah, it can be online now, you know.
Wikipedia.
But he's the type of guy that would have the whole collection.
Yeah,
Dude,
the
the A to
12
Z.
or the 24 packs of books.
He probably edits Wikipedia pages. That's what he does.
From the
like,
encyclopedia.
Oh, this is not right. You know?
Maybe
Actually.
he at least he knows a lot about that. But maybe you guys just gotta make game night, board game night, nicer, more fun. Because maybe
It might be on
it's not
us,
his
too.
the problem. Him's the problem.
Did
you
you
guys
have?
are the
Did
problem.
you not have fun?
I had a lot of fun.
There you go. I'm a good host.
We had some good times.
That's right.
Glad to hear it. We're gonna have some good times here today as well.
You're invited next time, Shiver.
It's Arizona.
It's a good time of the year to be there.
12-hour flights, not bad.
Yeah.
It's boiling
Good
hot.
temperature. No, it's not boiling hot right now.
Okay, what is it?
I don't know
It's
the
Celsius.
Celsius.
It's like 12.
Celsius?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
it's
nice.
very pleasant right now. Yes.
How long does it stay pleasant?
Another month.
Yeah, you got about
How
4
long
weeks.
has it been pleasant until now?
Since October.
Oh, actually, not bad.
Arizona. People retire there for a reason, Shiver.
They're there
All right?
half the year.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
a
in
great
the
place to
hot
go
time.
die.
That's right. That's what I'm trying to do.
No.
You're trying to retire.
No, die.
Oh,
Yeah, we can tell.
all right. No, we're gonna have a very pleasant day here today because we are gonna talk about all the possible situations. Okay, not all of them because apparently there's like 88 different simulations or something like that, which we're not gonna go through all of them. That's not. No,
Life is a simulation, Shiva.
no, that's not what we're gonna do. But we're
He's
gonna
right.
talk to some lovely people, and I don't just mean these people. I mean, some potentially lovely guests will join us this morning as well.
Oh.
As
Santa Claus,
is the doorbell. Will you want to open?
come in.
Knock, knock.
Hey,
Big
Rico!
L!
I'm doing great. It's so good to see all of you. You look so warm and snuggly over there. It's like 3 a.m. over here.
We were just talking about board game night. Look
Yeah,
at the
dude.
Oh,
background.
wow, yeah.
I
Quite the
want to
collection.
go. Look.
Oh, he's got Ticket to Ride. That's a good one.
Terraforming Mars is great too.
Would
No,
you,
that's too try-hard.
would you fly to Arizona for board game night?
Yeah.
Bring your whole
go.
suitcase with stuff from the back. That'd be perfect. Stratego. That's a good one.
Yeah. I love that one. No, definitely. I love board game night, but it's hard to get around to it. And I sympathize with SVG. We're all gamers. You like want to get in and get your Dota games in. It's
The difference is he lives
to
30
commit.
minutes away, Gabe. All right, there's
Yeah,
no
it's pretty
excuse. By the way, congrats on the baby.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Tell us how you're doing. Tell us how the family's doing.
It's been great. It's like a lot of big emotions definitely going on, which has been lovely. But I will say that Dota has like prepared me really, really well for dealing with babies.
And how,
What could you
will.
possibly mean by that?
I mean, like, the baby cries, your carry cries. Like, at least with the baby, you can like do things to appease them a little bit. You can like, feed them, talk to them, stuff like that. Your anti-mage that's like blinking in and dying and pinging, we need wards. That's not happening. There's no solving that problem.
You need to constantly feed them tangos.
I was gonna say, who more effectively communicates their needs, your baby or your carries?
Oh, definitely the baby. I mean, at least you know that something's going wrong. Otherwise, there's that like passive aggressive stuff that gets built up. There's no potential for that with babies. But it has
They
been
haven't
also
learned that
They
skill
don't
yet.
hold grudges.
exactly. Yeah, in one ear out the other. It's good to go.
That is good to hear. I also see that I feel like every time I watch the background, something gets added. I would love to make sure that people at home know the story of where you are right now, like the building you're
Oh
at.
God. Yeah. So I built this kind of. It's a studio little spot that's out in the backyard of my house. Like if you go that way past the camera towards you guys, that's like my actual house. But I needed a place to be able to like cast out of where I wasn't just screaming and waking everybody up at like 2 a.m. like it is right now. So it's, more stuff gets added all the time. I did like the flooring and the paint job and stuff and had the building built. It took a while, but I'm really happy with it.
So it's a casting shed, is what you're saying.
It's a casting shed. Some people think there are bodies under it. There aren't, I promise.
I was going to ask, are you worried that your neighbors are going to see you going into a shed at 3 a.m. and they just hear screaming for the next 6 hours?
And they come in. There's a bunch of board games for like kids and stuff.
I feel like that's
It's not a good look.
some Dexter level stuff, Lyrical. I'd be careful with that, bro.
It's a little scary. I mean, I like to think I've built up a good relationship with my neighbors, and
Yeah.
actually, they have no idea what I do for a job. So yeah, they're probably really creeped out.
Yeah.
I should talk to them.
And I think the question on everybody's mind is what is behind the room divider?
Oh, it's just a door.
Because that might
but
be
it's like
that might be the bodies,
Yeah.
it's true. Yeah, it's just a door. Don't ask questions. She's fine.
What's the smell,
You seem
Lyrical?
like you're deflecting.
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
smells like a door.
It's just a door. Love it. Would you ever see yourself? I know, Suns fan, that you have, you got a house and it's big enough for you to also have a studio in there. But would you have space to build something in your backyard from scratch?
myself?
Yes.
I hire people for that.
he couldn't
I'm
do that.
severely incompetent at basically everything, including Dota casting. So I don't know what I'm doing here. In fact,
I'm
I'm very jealous of the handiwork that Lyrical is able to put forth in his house, because I know I could never do that.
I think a lot of
I'm
us
a dad now. Got to do it.
It's honestly impressive, considering like all that's you. So
Yeah.
good on you, man.
Yeah, and I know you're not just here to talk about your life, but we're also here to talk about some Dota 2. And I know you've been keeping track of a couple teams in particular, because maybe there's an biased caster a little bit here. I don't know, Gabe. What's this about? Why only following the Western European teams?
Well, part of the reason I've been following is because that's all you guys have been showing. So I've been watching the mainstream. Take that. I turn it back around on you. A little bit of Gaming Gladiators, a little bit of OG. I'm a big Whisper fan. I think that guy's like crazy good, and like has carried a lot of the teams that he's been on. So I'm loving what I'm seeing from them. They're still like on that edge, I know. And then there's like the whole Liquid thing where they're just gone. So it seems like insanity is just unfolding over there.
What's the biggest surprise for you so far, do you think? Because if you say you watch the mainstream, and your biggest surprise, other than the different color suspenders that Jenkins every time pulls out, what other surprises have you been able to witness here?
I think day one Gaming Gladiators, I was a little surprised at like they're struggling. And then I saw that Quinn interview where he was talking and he like did the most Quinn thing ever, which was like, we're just bad. We're just playing bad. We just need to play better. And it's like, okay, that's great. And then they started to do that. And now they're sort of making a little bit of a comeback after a rough couple of starts of the days. And then the other one is I'm actually a little surprised at how well Bet Boom are doing. I'm like a perennial Bet Boom hater. And I think that team is not going to do as well. And then they just come in and they knock everybody out of the park. Obviously, they had like amazing results at TI top 6 and all that. But it feels like, to me at least, that team is so hit or miss. And when they are hitting, it's like crazy good. But I just wasn't expecting them to do that well after swapping out Pure.
Yeah, Miero is really slotting in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think having one less carry player on that team is probably useful based on the fact that Toronto Tokyo is also a carry player from the 5 position on Undying.
He does. This guy's
He
always
only buys
6'1".
Aghanim Scepter at 30 minutes on Undying, so
True.
no big deal.
After the 4
Yeah,
Wraith
that's
bans.
his like 3rd or 4th item. Yeah.
Yeah, we also have had. So speaking of items, I feel like we're seeing a trend, and I'd love to talk a bit more about the item that is called the Rapier, because if you've been watching the mainstream, Gabe, I know that you've seen lovely Mars with the Rapier right here. JT actually has 2.
This was the best.
This was so crazy. There were 5 rapiers in this game, I think, that got bought throughout the whole course of it or something. I mean, this Mars build just seems insane. I mean, I don't know. The item just keeps getting buffed, so I guess people are going to keep doing it. Who cares if you throw?
Well,
I agree. Shiver, it's all about that dopamine hit. The moment, like, you have these rapiers in your inventory locked, they're just sacred relics for the entire game. You got that Revenant's Brooch. You know that at some point you're going to unlock that shit, and you're going to either one-shot a guy or you're going to feed 2 rapiers. And either way, the hit that you get, there's nothing like it. JT, he's not going to have a team after this, so there's going to be looking for team situation going on for him. But
Hey, he got 1 rebuke off. 1.
yeah, on an
That's
ancient
great.
And
camp.
it almost one-shotted the Tiny. No, he
No, it
did
was
it
on
in the-
Tiny.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
in
he
the-
almost killed him.
Yeah, almost killed him.
And then he died.
God, that's
It
so
was over.
satisfying. That's good.
But he had that. He was building that up for a good 20 minutes, I feel like.
No, dude, bro, it was
That
the
was a
whole
huge
game.
build.
It was like 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, those locked rapiers. You just need to save like 40,000 gold. And then you're good. That's when the build comes online. You need the level 25 talent. You play for 50, 60 minutes. Right? This is a totally
Yeah, when you
reasonable
die and
thing.
buy back, then you have to be able to have more rapiers ready to go.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really important that the person who started this was like smurfing in Turbo.
Yes.
And that's where we got this
Yeah.
idea from. Because in Turbo, you get
Wait,
your
really?
items faster. Yeah, so meaning it was like some guy that posted on Reddit, right? And that's where the Mars one-shotting happened first. So it's just like, that's when the build-up doesn't matter because you get your items so fast. But like people are doing it where you're literally AFKing
for 50 minutes. And then immediately
him eventually.
and then immediately feeding 2 rapiers in a game where it was completely even. Yeah, that's good. That's the dream.
I don't know, Gabe. You're an offlane player. Are you a Rapier buyer? Or will
Yeah,
you be
on
a Rapier
Darkseer.
buyer?
I was going to say on Dark
So
Series.
good.
Normal punch. Yeah, that's good.
I know, it's so good. I actually am kind of, I like it a lot. And I think that seeing it on these heroes that are like the dual threat of, you know, being both a little bit of magic damage and the physical damage is so sick. Ame, I saw did it too on his PA. He bought it at like 60 minutes or something. But he did it with Revenant's Brooch. So I feel like that's just the item that's making it work. And I'm down to try it out. You know, I'll get in some pubs and I'll feed with Suns fan. I'm down.
As long as you stack
The
those
other-
camps, Lyrical, keep it up.
I know. I'll get it on position 4. The other thing, though, is I think I was looking at the stats and it's like 22 rapiers bought so far this tournament.
Whoa.
Which is nuts. I think that's correct. And the earliest one was at like 34 minutes. Jabs built it. So
Yeah, sounds
I
about
feel
right.
like it's not going to stop.
But is that good for Dota? Because I feel like every time the rapier is like kind of popular, they end up nerfing it. Like it feels like it needs to be an item that comes out occasionally and it's like really hype. But if it's like every game, kind of loses its luster. So I don't know what they're gonna do.
Is Rapier the problem or is Revenant's Brooch the problem?
That's exactly what I was going
Because
to say.
every Rapier I've seen has a Revenant's Brooch in their inventory.
Because
So-
I think the problem with Rapier Revenant's Brooch is it means that, like, the reason that they put the 15% spell amp on Rapier is
25.
or whatever it is, when you pick it up on Zeus, it's
Yeah.
not just completely useless, right? So when the juggling of Rapiers happens in the late game, you don't feel shit about getting it on some random hero, right? Which makes sense, I think. Like, it feels bad to just get it on these right clickers. But with Revenant's Brooch, you turn the amp and the damage into right clicking potential.
Or, yeah.
So it's just like, it's a little too much, I would say.
A little too much. We'll see if something gets done. For now, though, we'll enjoy the madness that comes with it, because I think everybody is enjoying a little bit of that. And that madness also resulted in some scores. Let's take a look at those. Let's start by looking at the results so far of Group A, as we have guaranteed. Gabe, I'm gonna say, bet boom, first team slotted in
I
for
know.
for the next group stage.
It's crazy. They're really, really good. I also will say I felt bad because I was talking with Jack while the games are going on.
Uh-oh.
And I was like busting his chops a little bit and I didn't know what the group stage scores were. And I felt so bad because I was like kind of giving him crap about his team losing. And then I suddenly realized, oh, they're actually knocked out right now. So that was a big L
You're just a
moment. My
terrible
bad.
friend. You know, it's no big deal.
Is that the G2XIG legendary general manager, KBBQ?
I think so.
That was the smallest I think so I've ever heard. We can also see that the middle of the pack here, it's a little bit madness coming out of Group A. There's a lot that can still happen. Everybody apart from G2IG and
X.
Group still
Got
can
the
go
X there,
anywhere. Sorry. And we really have to see what today's games bring, because it's just only Falcons is maybe a little bit safe, but even that is not guaranteed. So we'll see where it goes, because that depends again on OG. Group A is just an absolute mess right now, and the games will sort it out. Group B has a little bit less chance of tiebreakers, I believe, overall, as we have a little bit more of a clear divide. Brian, we got Team Liquid in one win, eliminated first round or first group stage round.
It's 3 in a row for Team Liquid in DreamLeague. It's pretty crazy getting knocked out group stage 1. That surprises me a lot.
They just can't
but
do DreamLeague.
Yeah, they're just living in living in their dreams or something.
If there's any way they're burnt
Nightmare,
out.
Nightmare League. for
Nightmare
them.
League.
Yeah,
Yes,
you
thank
know these players better than anybody. Is this second place thing getting to them? Is that possible?
I have to imagine at some point it is. Yes, like
Because Cloud9 went through that, but it was much shorter period.
was gonna say-
this is like a year and a half. right?
This might be this has got to be up there for most second places in esports history.
self-fulfilling prophecies are real. Like
They really are.
You will make it more likely to happen. Like EG getting third, like 8 events in a row. You know,
Yeah.
stuff like this. You're just in that lower bracket final. In the case of Liquid, you're in the final. There's just that mental blocker where you're like, I've been here before.
Yeah.
I know how
But
this
then does
goes.
it tilt you in like the beginning of a brand new
Well, yeah, I
tournament?
said
So,
that
I think
they
so.
sat down at the start of this tournament and said, we're not going to get second.
That's correct. I
Yeah.
guess, yeah.
Definitely didn't. Well, I was just going to mention real quickly. I'm not too worried about Liquid long term, but it definitely hurts seeing this result from coming out from them. But I think it's one of those things where they're still adjusting to 33. I think that's such a huge shift in terms of the way that their team is playing Dota. I think they'll figure it out, but it might take them a little bit longer.
And there was just a patch, so I
Yeah.
feel like they adjusted to 33 at BB Dacha, and then all of a sudden there's a patch. They have to adjust to him again. So hey, I think they'll be fine. But with the superstition stuff, I feel like the sun rises every day. You wake up the next morning, you probably expect the sun to rise at some point. I feel like it's becoming like that for them, and they're just like, fuck this, I'm out, dude.
Well, speaking of going out, Gabe, it was lovely having you on the show for this morning. I hope you're doing fine at 3 a.m. in the morning, and I hope you can get back to bed, or maybe just
I'm
say
up
hi-
with the baby.
up with the baby.
I'm
Yeah,
up with the baby. Yeah,
no
thank
sleep,
you, though.
no sleep for new parents, guys. That's just the way it is. But thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you again some other time. And
See you later. Have
Later,
fun,
Big
y'all.
Al.
bye bye.
He's up at this time. I know because
He's a DJ.
I party queue with him at like 5 a.m. frequently. When his wife was in labor, he was party queuing with me, playing Darkseer position 4.
Shout out to everybody tuning in here for wild hours of the day for you. You're tuning to the right time because let's take a look at what we got coming your way today on this stream. Obviously, there's 4 streams going on at the same time, so make sure to spread your attention a little bit. But here is your main focus for today. The Ember stream will be on the next one is Bedboom Falcons and Spirit Aurora. Again, the first lines of all these schedules that you'll see are all for Group A, and they're all very, very important because Group A is the Wild Wild West right now. Team Liquid Secret, you don't have to really watch that. Liquid's already eliminated. We'll see where Secret ends up. It's not really up to them as much. And, well, make sure you tune into the Earth stream as well. But let's be real. Make sure you tune in here, which is Extreme Gaming versus Shopify. That's where we'll end the day with 2 teams that are both 8 and 4. We'll see who takes the top there. And of course, starting the day off with our upcoming game. It is Heroic versus OG. And this series, both teams still having a shot at making it to the upper side of the groups. Incredibly important. So let's start with our first game of the day. Heroic versus OG. I did not expect to see Heroic in the position that they are right now, and I'm incredibly excited to see the team do well. So I wanna actually just talk a lot about them, but I know, Purge, welcome to the panel.
Thank you.
You know what's gonna happen first, though, right? We're gonna have to wait a little bit and find out what Brian has to say.
Oh, that's my job.
Yeah, what's up?
So both these
What you
teams are about even on their record, 5 and 7, Heroic, OG 6 and 6. So I kind of figured, like, at this point, both teams probably have something that's working for them, something that's maybe not so much. So when I looked at OG's drafts, I saw a trend of Naga, DK, and Arc Warden being successful for them. So I think of like Manta, Illusion, Split Pusher kind of guys. That kind of tells you the type of playstyle that's winning them games. And then on the other side for Heroic, the teams that are, or the heroes that are successful are Pango, Puck, Bat Rider. So much more skirmish heavy, low cooldown. They're going to be looking for pickoffs. So I imagine the dynamic we're going to see going into this series is that OG is going to make sure that they have some wave clearer, some guy that babysits the map, basically, that allows them to prevent the chaotic SA Dota pickoff style that Heroic, or the region as a whole, has always done, but Heroic also fits this bill. And then Heroic's going to be looking to do the opposite of that. So going into the series, that's what I'm paying attention for.
Sounds like an exciting match to come.
Absolutely.
Should be good. Perch, were you expecting these 2 teams to be in a position they are here today with the 5 and 7 and the 6 and 6, so middle of the pack?
I had OG with those hopes. I thought OG disappointed in Bedboom Dacha. I thought like, oh, their lineup keeps getting better and better. They underperformed there. They did another carry swap, and now they're looking pretty solid. So I feel like this is where I expected OG to be when this team formed this season. Personally, Heroic definitely a surprise. They are a mix of known players, basically. Hector, fantastic carry. He really overperformed once he got kicked from his old SA team and played for Nouns. He did great there. They have some really solid players. Devi Lama is probably the most interesting one, though. He has gained about 2,000 MMR in a year and a half. He used to get beaten up by Jenkins and NA. That's not the case anymore.
I believe we even have a spotlight for Devi Lama as well, because that is the player. I mean, personally, he's from Belgium, which is basically the Netherlands. Come on, close enough.
Yeah.
So
it's like an hour train.
Yeah. It's super. It's the same, but he is definitely the standout player, and he has had a fantastic journey indeed, Purge.
Yeah, I mean he's 12k MMR. He hit top 10 in EU leaderboard 5 days ago. The guy has really glowed up. It's impressive how much he's improved here. So happy to see him doing well on this squad and doing decent. They've had some crazy matches. I watched one of their Gladiators matches, and it was like crazy Huskar run at you. Truly an SA Dota game is what it looked like. But other games have looked more standard for them. So yeah, the fact that they're getting about equal wins is definitely really solid for their future.
It is really solid, and I just want to continue talking about Devi Lama. Actually, no, I want Lacoste to be talking about Devi Lama, and I want to learn a little bit more about him.
Davai Lama is a Belgian player who made a name for himself in Division 2 North American team Hustlers, hustling the open qualifiers to enter the NADPC and promptly renaming themselves the D2 Hustlers. They managed to go undefeated in Division 2, getting promoted and picked up by Wildcard Gaming. He then went on to leave the team and reformed D2 Hustlers, but this time in Europe. There too, they managed to get promoted to Division 1, and of course, they became D1 Hustlers. Davai Lama's newest Tier 2 team, however, made it out of... Wait, he's on Heroic? A Tier 1 South American team? What is going on? Is the cycle broken?
Playing in different teams has helped me a lot. I've always been open to playing lots of different teams too, because my openness to join teams and try out new players has helped me grow a lot as a player.
Moving to a different region without speaking the language is a huge barrier for some, but Davai Lama seems able to adapt to any environment.
So after playing in EU, I thought it was time to try out SA, going down the whole globe in this region one by one, and it's great. It has to be my favorite team so far.
In his free time, Davai Lama enjoys the same normal everyday things as the rest of us, such as jumping from balconies and throat singing. Stay tuned to find out if Davai Lama and company Team Heroic will outshine their opponents with the trademark chaotic South American style of Dota.
Gotta love the animated personalities of the squad. I love seeing that, and the success rate is just so unique, moving through every different region. Obviously, who knows which region he'll go to next potentially, but he seems to be very much fitting there, Jenkins.
Yeah, Brian, did you see the clip in there where his team was stomping the shit out of ours? I saw Pale Horse going down there.
Yeah, I had some PTSD flashbacks.
Yeah, that was rough. I remember against Davai Lama, the strat was like, this guy's like really shit at everything, but he's the best Timber in the world. So just ban the Timber, and then you win the game. And then slowly but surely, there was like additional heroes added to that list. And then it's just like, all right, we'll just lose.
I think he had the Amar arc as well, right? He started with like 1 or 2 heroes, and then
he just blackmails you into banning all of them. And then there's an extra one. It's like, shit, we just lose.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a great road. I mean, Per said he's one of the players that rose incredibly fast in MMR in a relatively short time. There's another player just like that on the opposite side. It's a player that we'd like to highlight on the side of OG. And Jenkins, I know you're very impressed with the performance of Ari so far.
Yeah, I'm a huge Ari fan for a number of reasons. I always say this line, but he has the best time invested in Dota to MMR ratio of any player that has ever existed, and maybe ever will, depending on when the game...
Is that including Grubby?
I think so. I mean,
he grew pretty fast as well.
For Ari is like on the same tier as Davai Lama, where he's competing for like top 10 in the world
support role.
As a support role, which is very rare. And he's also a player that he doesn't just do it by learning to play the game from the greats. Like, he does do that. He watches a lot of videos, he watches a lot of replays, but he also invents his own things. Like, I remember back when Ricky 4 position was super popular, that was him that started that, and they were dominating. His team was dominating with that. Like, everybody was first phase banning it. So he has the ingenuity as well as the ability to learn very quickly. And I love how open he is with all the stuff that he's learning as well. Like, his streams with Grubby genuinely were some of the most like eye-opening content that I've ever seen in terms of like Dota educational stuff. The guy is like a complete open book. Whenever he eventually retires after winning like 2 TIs,
12 years from now, yeah.
12 years from now, we are not going to have a job.
I mean, he is British. Generally, British make great talent, but there's not a lot of players coming from the UK that do very well. Ari's like the only one.
That's why he can't retire. It's really important that he
represents
carry the torch.
that country.
Yeah.
I will say one thing that is a big difference for me in terms of OG and Heroic here is that Heroic is qualified, for example, for Birmingham, so we'll see them again then. OG is not. So when we're talking about big picture, ESL Pro Tour, getting points on board to be able to, qualify eventually, OG need to step up big time in order to get those points, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what I love about OG this tournament, from what I've seen, is the identity that they all have. I think players like Ari are responsible for this in the sense that, like, when I think of players like him, we mentioned Timbersaw for Davai Lama.
Yeah.
I think of Marcy. Like he was like when Marcy came out, this guy's like already a Grandmaster tier Marcy.
He said it's his favorite hero in the game.
Yeah, he just plays it whatever patch, whatever role. Like sometimes he's stuck playing mid in a pub and you just see him playing Marcy. And I just love how players like him show that it doesn't matter necessarily your understanding of each of an individual role, but the heroes that you're playing and that you've mastered them, that you can just play them in any situation. And that's what makes these professionals such high MMR, so adaptable and on new teams and all that.
That's actually so valuable if you have a weird game, basically. It's like, imagine you have one of those support games where you just play really good and you get like 4 kills early. You're like, okay, I know exactly what items to build to transition into a core from a support role.
That's true.
Those are the things that sometimes just like blow open a best of 3 and get you a big win.
And I think he's the type of player that can do both. Like you'll see him go for some like Ether Lens, Force Staff, Glimmer Cape support items like BKB, Basher. So what you're saying is already reflected in his play. Like he's not just the I'm a 4 position that's going to scale, you know, like he does do both. He's versatile, which any 12k MMR player, chances are they have the versatility.
Chances are indeed. We'll find out how that versatility will impact the draft as we are moments away from Heroic versus OG. It's a 2-game series. It's in Group A. Now, Group A is very likely to have tiebreakers. Mind you that all tiebreakers, we have a full day slotted out tomorrow for any tiebreaker. So both for Group A and for Group B, anything, it will happen tomorrow. Keep that in mind. But both of these teams could be finding themselves either eliminated or in tiebreakers or maybe just straight up through. We'll find out. A lot depends not just on this game, of course, but also on all the games that are happening at the same time. So it's going to be pretty difficult for us to make any statements about that other than good luck. I hope you do well because they do need to do that. That's where it all starts. But what we can comment about is the draft, as we have opened up with OG on the Radiant side, Heroic on the Dire side. Second pick goes the way of OG, and therefore they get to make 4 bans: Nature's Prophet, Timbersaw, DK, and Mars. Heroic ban out the Chen, who I believe still has a 100% ban rate or something stupid.
It's all but 2 games, yeah.
Yeah, and then a Batrider in there. Thinking about the next one, I think they all run out. Are you surprised to see the Nature's Prophet ban out here, Brian?
Yeah, but at the same time, we just talked about like chaotic split pushing pickoff style is going to be what Heroic's looking for, and Nature's Prophet's like that incarnate. So
it's also KJ's best hero, like, by far. This guy, I mean, literally, his name is King Jungles. Like, he plays junglers, he plays Enchantress, he plays Nature's Prophet. A lot of these players, like we talked about Divine Llama, they were originally hero spammers, and then they transitioned to, now they have 5 heroes. You can't ban all 5 of them.
I want to talk about that, actually, because when you were talking about Ari, I thought of this. I think these like new age of players is showing how you can learn. Like, we used to think of like hero spammers as that's not your real MMR. Like, if you're 12k and you only play one guy. But what I've learned watching these players like Amar, like Devi, like KJ that you're mentioning, like, they've learned how to master a hero. Like, the skill of mastering a hero is what matters, not the fact that they mastered this specific hero. So when they get that hero banned out all the time, they just do the process
they master
again.
Another one.
Yeah, and so they're really refined at that.
It takes them a while to be effective as a player because you need enough that they can't all be banned out. But when it does get to that point, they just blackmail you.
Yeah.
Like, it's so awful to play against these guys. When there's 2 of them on one team, it's like, we can't ban everything, dude. It's so annoying.
And the hero that made it through was the Kunkka for Divine, most likely. They could switch it up, but yeah, definitely solid on that one. And something he's played before. OG goes for a Tango as their response pick.
How do you feel about this first pick Kunkka purge? Like, I haven't loved it too much. Like, people are putting Kunkka really early.
Yeah, some teams are struggling with it. When Team Spirit picks it, they have issues for sure. But one of the games that Devi played it, I think, he just can get a little bit aggressive in lane. It seems fine for them. It works for them. If it fits their playstyle, it fits, I guess. Especially because they're very chaotic. They're not as like formulated. Like, we have to do like stun, clear initiation, stun, burst a guy in 3 seconds. It's more like shit's happening constantly. And I think in a chaotic environment like that, Kunkka can be more useful because it's got a glimpse. You know, glimpse is how you get extra kills that you shouldn't.
Yeah,
I think it can work.
Also one of Analog's best heroes. So the flexibility between Devi and Analog definitely makes it a much better first phase pick.
The Avenge is a great response, though, for that, though. Whichever guy the Kunkka goes on, you have a save potential.
Yeah, that's true. It's effectively single target, even though Kunkka stuff is AoE, you're Xing only one guy.
I wanted to point out something interesting about the Chen bans, because I noticed that on the DreamLeague stats, it says that the team that bans Chen has a 36% win rate. which I thought was really interesting because when I looked through Heroic's history, the one series they 2-0'd was against Azure Ray, and in those games, Azure Ray banned Chen. But every other game Heroic's played, they've banned Chen. So I think what I'm trying to highlight here is that if teams have these pocket picks that are super broken in the meta and they have somebody that mastered that hero and you're afraid of that team playing that hero, it seems to have a pretty drastic impact sometimes on the win rate
Does
of
it
that team.
also correlate to... Because normally Chen is banned by the team that does not have first pick.
Yeah, but there's
right?
games where Heroics banned it were their first pick.
Oh, that, yeah. Okay.
They showed earlier that Heroic chose first pick off the coin toss as well.
Yeah, and then they still banned Chen themselves. So it's just interesting that like that's how important these first round bans are. And if you're a good enough player at a specific hero that you're baiting people to first ban your heroes, in this case Chen, but like you know it's going to be offlaners a lot too. That's just really powerful in these drafts. Now Gyro, I assume that's support. Usually we only see carry Gyro against Enigma. That's pretty much the only time you see it.
Yeah, they played it in one of their earlier games. I don't know if it was King Jungle. But yeah, one of the earlier games. Maybe it was Schofield, I can't remember. But they played in one of the replays I just watched.
Can I just put out there that Schofield is like one of my favorite players in Dota to watch play.
Sure.
I don't think that there's any player that is more chaotic than him. There's like this rule in NASA that if you see Schofield on your side of the map, you don't chase him. Like that's legitimately the rule because he's just gonna waste all of your time.
Does it matter which hero he's on?
It doesn't really matter.
What's the number one hero you think of?
It's either Clockwork or Tiny.
I was gonna say Tiny. Yeah, Clockwork makes sense
But
too.
you know the weird thing is like Tiny's obviously a very strong hero. A lot of other teams are prioritizing it highly. Heroic is not getting it banned against him, and
It's very strange, yeah.
And they're not picking it. It's like what the hell is going on here? It's like Rock Lee with the weights. When they get to a land, they're gonna like start picking the Tiny, and all of a sudden Schofield's gonna go beast mode. And
He's the one that like if you think of like a hero's personality manifested in someone's playstyle, it's Tiny like Schofield. Like he's the guy with Blink 4-staff Yules that like combos you 6 times over the course of a fight.
Everybody was copying Schofield and Matthew and the way that they were playing Tiny. Like just valuing the repositioning and the I don't remember who it was that said it, but somebody came up with this like anecdote about like NA versus SA, and like the way that NA teams will beat you is that they'll like outplay you on the map. The way that SA teams will beat you is that they'll outplay you in team fights. So they'll just take any fight, even if it's like a dog shit one to take, but they'll just be better than you at fighting.
Half the time you lose because you don't think they'll fight you.
You don't think they'll fight you, but they'll also find an angle with like some Tiny or like a Clockwork Cogs knockback where it just disrupts the fight and it makes the fight that should be an even 5v5 into something that's like horrible for you. So it's really interesting to see SA teams stray away from that just because that was so many years that was their identity as a team, which is exactly why they thrive in these chaotic environments.
Yeah, the Grimstroke kind of interesting in this game. Helps lock down Pango. If Avenge and a Techies are linked, can they use their mobility skills, or is that also prevented?
Avenge can swap.
So you can swap, but you can't use Blast Off, right?
Yeah, you can't use Blast Off. But you
kinda
also
cool.
can like swap people out of Grimstroke ulti. It's like one of the few spells that actually breaks the link. Like
Still
if
pretty
your
cool, though.
if your ally is linked, you can swap them.
And it's a good case for gyro support as well. Inkswell on him is pretty much perfect, what you want to run in there. You could also get the double homing missile.
Arc Warden's the hero we were talking about. Like they've only played it once on the side of OG, but it's kind of like their Naga backup. I'm almost surprised. I think the Kunkka, now that I think about it, is probably a preemptive Naga counter. It's
Yeah,
like
good Radiance builder
dissuades
as
it.
well. Lots
Yeah.
of people are enjoying that item. I was going to ask about the Arc Warden because I know people are kind of split on it, pun intended. Are you guys big Arc Warden believers? Like, do you think it's just good, or do you think it's like really overpowered?
I thought before it was overpowered for sure, but
And
then
what
when
about now?
they took the Spark Wraiths and put it from 45 seconds to 16, that was like a pretty huge nerf, I think.
Yeah.
I still think it is overpowered because it still forces you to change the way you play.
it's still really good, but it's just in the sense that like if it was a Roche fight or pushing high ground, it's like Techies basically in the old days. But now he's just got nukes.
Yeah,
It's a big difference there. But in the situation that Shiver mentioned, where it's like the way the map gets played, having to adjust your entire game plan to this one hero, he's still very strong.
What do you think, Purge?
It literally affected me in that game that we played 2 days ago, where I went to go get a bounty rune, and I was on my way back, and he had a Spark Wraith like in the middle of a lane. I would have had to like walk all the way around, and I was like, no, that's just gonna time out soon. I read the patch notes, so I waited like 2 seconds and just disappeared. I was like, thank God.
Yeah.
Would have sucked to have to walk through that like
Yeah.
200 damage, you know. So that aspect being gone, it's definitely gonna make his gameplay worse. But the still core fundamentals of the hero are still pretty
It's
strong.
good. Yeah, it's strong.
So
It reminds me a little bit of Old Brood, where the moment, I mean, it sounds stupid, the moment that there's this Arc Warden in the game, it's an Arc Warden game.
Yeah,
right?
you
It's
have to think about it. You
your
have to
whole
get
plan is like, okay, how are we dealing with potentially that type of Arc Warden?
which is precisely why I think they picked the Primal Beast. You know, you put the Grimstroke bubble on a Primal, you stomp around like
It's a classic.
You can actually get on top of him, you can kill him. And the thing about this new Arc Warden versus the Arc Warden of old is that he's not hiding his main guy anymore. Like you're playing with the main guy in fights. It's kind of like a Zeus where you do keep your distance, but it's not literally in the fountain while you send the illusion out.
True.
So if you have a hero like Primal Beast with the Grimstroke bubble on top of him and maybe an X to pull the Arc Warden main hero back, I do think that Heroic has the answers to get on him in fights.
I like that they put the Grimstroke in a position where it was like it looked fine as a pick, but with every subsequent pick, it just looks better.
It looks
and better.
really good, yeah.
So now you can like double grab people with Primal Beast ulti through BKB. Like that's kind of threatening against OG's heroes.
Yep.
All right, final picks coming out after these final bans, of course. What are we lacking?
They banned the Doom, so I assume they're worried about the Agi carry matchup. Maybe something like a TB would have been what Heroic wants.
I think, like, it matters if they think the Primal addresses the Arc Warden, because usually any ranged right clickers are not
It's bad against the
ideal.
Arc, yeah.
Even with the buff to MKB,
Oh,
rush
true.
it.
What do they buff about MKB?
They
It's
make
like
it cheaper.
200 gold cheaper. Big
Okay,
huge difference.
That is a huge difference. And I think particularly the Javelin being so cheap is... I hear a lot of people complaining about Javelin right now.
I'm just leaning towards like Troll or something, some melee guy that gives them Roche. I think like their issue is Roche. I would like to see that solved. Weaver,
If only K1 played Meepo, that'd be a sick Meepo game.
it's like Weaver's a ranged right clicker, but not really.
Yeah,
like
he
he's
get- he
gonna
gets on
Sakuchi
you.
on top of you and
He
get in the
solves
fray.
Roche, because he gives the minus armor.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
buff.
it gives you a little bit of Roche.
Just the bug and ghost synergy.
Wait. Are they going to pick a... Oh, no, Rubik is banned. Okay, I love that Heroic had to ban the Rubik, anticipating
Smart.
the off-lane Rubik.
We
That
actually
is-
should have known the Weaver was coming.
That is so
when
funny.
they banned Rubik. Yeah.
Yeah, that's so funny. The one team that will pick off-lane Rubik. Because it does look like they're picking an off-laner right now.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
like a point-click stun for OG here, if possible, because now, like, they don't have any instant stuns. Like, Weaver does feel like he can pretty freely navigate the map right now, and that's what I want as Weaver. He's also a very invasive carry. He goes through the portal. Like, Arc Warden doesn't like these type of heroes. Really like the Slardar pick. Reveals the Weaver. Heavy physical damage from Slardar. Weaver has pretty low armor. And then on the top of that, Slardar is actually the highest base armor strength hero in the game. So, out of all the heroes to lane against Weaver, who's a lot of physical damage, I like Slardar a lot, so...
Yeah, combos with Wave of Terror as well. Very good hero for finding and killing Grimstroke, basically. That's just a super easy kill if you get him. And these tanky heroes like Primal Beast and Kunkka, like, you're going to make quick work of them with amp damage, so...
And it will
pretty
be the Kunkka on the offlane, so yeah, Analog won't be playing his signature hero there. But I think we already kind of knew that because we wanted to see Primal against Arc mid.
And Devilama does play that hero a lot, the Kunkka, so...
I really wanted to see what hero Schofield was playing. I know he likes Grim. There's like the occasional spellcaster that he will play, like the Rubik, the Grim in pubs. But I just feel like, and I know KJ really likes Gyro as well, so it's a
Yeah.
player preference thing. But part of me just wants to see Schofield on something he can be really goofy on, which I think Gyro is better at doing that and making space than like a Grim Shark.
Sometimes it comes back on the screen.
Like the Phantom from
No,
the...
I mean the draft on who is playing what, but not always.
We'll see. It's a
We'll
surprise.
have to see.
Yeah.
So without that knowledge, how do you feel about this draft? These drafts?
Usually I say it's a 2-0 in either direction, but I actually feel like these drafts are pretty... this is a 2-0 OG, I think, Shiver. This is
Right.
a 2-0 for OG.
Great suggestion. Oh,
There's
you're
the
trying
draft.
to use your eagle eye there?
Yes. I'm a fan
Schofield
of
is
OG.
playing Grim.
Yeah, I'm a fan of OG's draft here.
I figured they would do
I
that.
think that like the Primal Beast is going to be responsible for snowballing these side lanes. Like if he does the classic like level 4, level 5 Primal Beast mid rotation and kills like the Slardar or the Arc Warden once or twice, then suddenly the map's going to open up and collapse very quickly for OG. But if
Yeah.
that doesn't happen, like where Slardar's allowed to sit in his lane, Arc Warden's allowed to sit in his lane, then I think OG's just going to take it.
OG's lacking frontliners is the only negative that I'm seeing about their draft. So it's other than Slaughter, it's going to be hard for them to find their opponents without getting engaged on, since they have so many backliners.
Guess what that means? It means a little bit extra pressure on Whisper.
Yeah.
True.
He lives on that.
He loves pressure.
That.
Yeah.
So I think OG sorted. We're gonna find out though. Will Whisper be able to initiate successfully for his team, or will Heroic take this first game of the series? We're finding out together with Sunspan and Cinnamon.
Heroic versus OG game number 1 in this 2-game series of the first group stage here at DreamLeague. Suns fan with the Cinder Man. He's back.
I'm back.
Better than ever.
Better than yesterday.
Phlegmy as ever. Lots of things coming out of every orifice in your body. How are you feeling, good sir?
Yep, nice. Very, very graphic. That's wonderful.
It's the only way. I mean, I'm a play-by-play. I'm supposed to be graphic.
That's fair. I'm excited for this one. I think there's quite a lot of, I wouldn't say new things, because it's not exactly... Okay, hang on. Maybe I'll get to talk in a second.
No, not today.
Let's wait and see. Both teams... I think both teams are well aware of what's going on right now. Obviously, the smoke broke for OG, so Heroic will know this with their own ward.
This could be a very big bounty fight.
This could get messy.
Analog on his primal will lead the way, but...
Wow, that was so messy.
Okay.
All right,
very anticlimactic, very nice. Oh, as I say that, sticky bomb onto Devi. Gonna take some damage in his trek to the off lane. Seb, he might actually be able to get some more damage on there as the Schofield splits the uprights just for good luck.
So
we
yeah,
haven't gotten to cast Heroic yet.
Yeah, that's right. This is our first time casting this team ever.
Oh, it's not over yet. The blood grenade, Seb actually does a fake back, and Schofield is going to end up dropping. First blood goes to Ari on the techies. Nicely done from OG. Don't really see the fake back very often at the very beginning of the game. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, and a nice little detail there from Schofield to mitigate a little bit, I suppose. He used the Fairy Fire, and because of that, Tomato didn't get the kill on the Spark Wraith, but, you know, still ends up dying. KJ versus Ari will be an interesting one to see here. So there's a 5 gyro in this game.
Yeah.
And we have a couple of interesting synergies. The panel are kind of touching on it. You know, the minus armor together with the Arc Warden combination. But I also think something to keep in mind for this game on Heroic, whenever I see Slardar, especially as a last pick, I'll always look at how good is Corrosive Haze, right? And you are playing into 2 inherent dispels, so I don't think it's necessarily that clear cut to get that minus armor that you're aiming for going. Analog will take the Dispel Talent on level 15 on the Primal Beast, so then he can remove it. And you've got the Grimstroke, who's absolutely buying the Shard this game. So you will have a couple of tools to deal with this initiation, and as the panel talked about, OG are quite reliant on Whisper. All right, good harassment up here, up top onto KJ, but Gyro has high armor, so we'll be okay. But yeah, OG's lineup is quite reliant, I would say, to an extent at least, on Whisper finding openings. And it's not going to be as easy as you might think against these heroes.
Oh, sticky bomb, blood grenade, Whisper trying... Oh, he's going to get slowed a bit as well, as KJ will be able to get away as a result. But you're talking about the minus armor being able to dispel it. You know who can't dispel it is Roshan.
That is true.
OG, I feel like they can take a really fast Rosh.
Yep.
Like typically we see it around the 22-minute mark, I want to say, on average. Probably 15, 16 if they really want to force it.
That was like the most... You just pulled that number out of your ass.
I mean, am I wrong? It's roughly correct.
I mean, I can't say if you're wrong. You could be off by 2 minutes or by 10. I wouldn't know.
When I bring up stats, just assume that I've looked them up, even though you know I haven't, just because it creates this illusion of
yes,
confidence.
indubitably, the 22-minute average Roche.
Hey, I've been casting a lot of these games. That's what it's about 22 minutes.
I'm gonna say you're probably within 3 minutes. I think it's quite close.
Okay.
I mean that's not bad, especially for you.
All right, we need a stats person to get on this immediately. Yep. Just to see how correct I am.
I know you're watching Knoxville.
Sticky bomb. Blast off is there. Whisper still really slow, can't really catch up. But Schofield's gonna take a tumble to Tomato's right click. Seb is gonna be the trade. This
bottom lane is going to get quite interesting, I think, when Kunkka gets especially level 5. I I think this is not the easiest lane ever for Arc Warden, to be honest. Like, he's off to a pretty good start, largely because they zoned off the Grimstroke for as long as they did with the kill on the 2 supports, and obviously you have an inherent advantage against a melee hero like Kunkka early on. But when this cleave levels start coming in, the lane of Venge plus Grim is quite fragile until level 6, whereas the Kunkka Grimstroke has constant harassment pressure. And Arc Warden does not want to retreat to the jungle before he hits 6, so we'll see how much Heroic can get out of it down there.
Which version of Arc Warden do you like most?
Oh, they're going for it.
Divine Llama inside the snow globe.
Very
taking a lot of
overaggressive,
damage
though.
from the tower, and Seb and Tomato clean him up easily, and Schofield also taken out. Disaster for Heroic in this bot lane.
Yeah, this is not the reason why this lane was favored for Heroic, obviously, as they both die in the tower. Just over-aggression from Devi. He took the tower aggro.
And never relinquished it.
Yeah, he just couldn't drop it again. He got Venge stunned with the tower aggro on him, and the way you win this lane is not by tower diving and killing the Arc Warden on level 3. It's by constantly poking and prodding them so you get them low enough to go for that kill, but it was just naive to try it at 80%. So, yeah, pretty big mistake there for Heroic. The lane is still playable. It's not like you can't come back here, but given the circumstances that you had, giving Arc Warden a kill there, and obviously he's going to coast his way to level 6 at this point probably, that's a very, very big win for the side of OG.
It's been a while since I've seen the Primal as a mid laner. That was kind of the place that used to be picked for, but as of the last couple months, I feel like it's been mostly off lane.
Yeah.
Do you like I don't know what's changed really, is Tomato. And inside his snow globe, Divine Llama has the ink swell applied. It's going to get the stun off onto both targets, and Tomato will have to use that Fairy Fire, will drop. And Ari just a little bit late to the party. Meanwhile, Analog making his way over with that Trample Onslaught combo. Blast off will only connect onto one. Divine Llama and company might just be backing off now. Be happy with the position 1 kill.
Makes quite a big difference to fight out in the trees in the jungle instead of under the enemy tower. Would have thought.
A Whisper, though. Well, the Rocket Barrage will do a considerable amount of damage. Homing Missile coming as well, will live. Meanwhile, Rolling Thunder from BZM. Analog gets stunned right in the middle of his onslaught. Will pop the Fairy Fire. TP coming to try to save him, but it's not going to be nearly in time.
You see what you are up against.
Ends up being canceled, and Seb even makes his way over here. So BZM with the CS advantage and now the kill advantage as well. As nice blocks from Seb, but it's not going to help out in the illusion battle.
And we're really seeing the impact of rotations here, right? So because Ari helps bottom, they zone out the Slardar top, but in return, because the Primal Beast made the rotation bottom, he's out-leveled by BZM, who gets 6 first and finds that kill. So really, really important moves from both teams, and the punishments are matching that as they should be here. Analog still gonna go for Seb here bottom with level 5 only. This has to work or his game is just screwed.
He needs it, but he gets stunned by Ari. Seb survives. Devi now on the run. Spark Wraith will connect. He's gonna TP out, should be fine. But that is not a good exchange for Heroic whatsoever.
I'm actually very surprised Analog went for this. I'm even surprised he went for the first rotation, to be honest. I know Primal Beast is one of these heroes that can gank side lanes really well early on, but he showed up late to a kill that he wasn't needed for. And, oh, KJ won't even get Seb here. I think he might just end up dying.
Rocket Barrage onto Ari instead. Do they have the right click to actually finish the job? KJ could end up with a double kill if they're not careful. Another Rocket Barrage. Sticky Bomb will slow. Magic Missile. That's enough. With the Sticky Bomb from Ari, both supports for OG laugh their way to the fountain. And yeah, you can see BZM now with that 1 kill.
I mean, he's almost 2 levels ahead of Analog. This is very rare that this happens at a pro level in mid. Usually, if a hero's level 7 and the other's level 5, it's because it's like some sort of Huskar versus unplayable matchup or whatever, you know? But Analog's rotations have really failed this game, whereas BZM's have been successful, and he was also winning the lane to begin with, so yeah, just a really, really big advantage for him. We'll be getting a very quick defusal.
They absolutely need something to happen here. Devi, he's going to spot Ari, but BZM gets off that Rolling Thunder. Not able to find the connection on the Schofield here. Analog, though, obviously would be the better kill. There are 4 members of Heroic here, by the way, as BZM looking for the regen room.
Nicely timed.
Onslaught will hit. Swash is coming. You can see the homing missile will end up proccing onto BZM. Gets off the shield crash just in time, but Ari and Seb not able to really help out because Seb does not have.
Oh my god, what a blast off, though.
Blast off does so much damage to Analog. BZM does end up falling. Analog with that sticky bomb should end up dropping as well. So it's a 1-for-1 there as Schofield takes the tumble. Somehow this is a full team fight at the freaking 8.5-minute mark. Divai Llama, Spark Wraith coming for you. Sticky bomb will not hit this time.
He still has rum buff.
That is 2 Spark Wraiths chasing
He needs
Divai.
to tank them soon or he's going to die because the rum buff runs out.
Yep, here it comes. Whisper.
Yeah, now he's dead, right?
Well, he's pretty fast. Maybe he can
he
get pound on time.
Can he outrun these?
I mean, they're pretty slow, actually.
phase?
This is like a death pulse. Yeah, this is actually fast enough.
I actually didn't think you could just outrun these
Did
with
they
phase
nerf
boots
these?
only.
I feel like they did not used to be this slow. Is that the Radiant Arc Warden? Don't even know what he does.
Gonna be fine. Pop,
Very
pop.
nice.
Pop, pop.
All right, nicely done from Divai Llama, but, I mean, still, Analog did die again, but he did get some nice XP because BZM went down first, I believe.
Yeah, that was the obvious. Honestly, the biggest part of this fight was that Analog got something out of it because Heroic really need this Primal Beast to start reaching a point of contention where they're gonna need his Pulverize against the Pango. They're gonna need him to be able to at least stand his ground for a little bit and soak damage because so far he's just been dying way too quickly in these exchanges. Ari is gonna get eyes on the bottom.
Yep, Tomato has his little buddy with him now. KJ has the Ink Swell on him. Schofield will take the brunt of the damage here. BZM. Looks like they'll end up finding KG. Does get a courier on his way out, but OG get 2.
BZM is
Heroic gets nothing.
so farm this game. The silver lining is that K1 is having a totally free game on the Weaver. We haven't really talked about this hero yet. It has some okay matchups. It's a little bit... The Slardar one can be tricky, but Weaver, honestly, it's not as one-sided as you would think that matchup. Sure, the Corrosive Haze can be a problem, but you're also one of the heroes that can outrun Slardar's sprint. You are ranged, so... Especially if you buy Dragon Lance, you still have some reach on the Slardar.
Yep, K1 diving Seb. Tomato is here, though. Gets the bubble off. And Seb's going to survive, partially as a result. And gets the urn applied to him now as well.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So early lead
Smoke
here for OG.
rotation here. This move would be big, but Whisper, it's reading them like a book.
Yeah.
He'll get out, so will Ari. So failed smoke. A lot of wasted time. They're going to swap K1 into the Sentry. He's actually in huge trouble here if he time-lapses now. He doesn't even have time.
Have it. K1 with another Shikuchi actually will survive. That was close.
If that sticky bomb connects, he's maybe he would have lived with a raindrop, but
Oh, look at this backstab, though. Heroic.
Radiant's top
More
tower
aggression
is under
coming.
attack.
this is the same smoke.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They've run quite far with this one.
They have to get something out of this. Tomato would be the prize. He's going to get slowed to start things out. Here comes the boat. The torrent connects as well. Tomato gets absolutely destroyed. Great kill for Heroic. Schofield starting to run away now. Looks like he's going to be fine. But BZM coming in with that Rolling Thunder. Whisper as well. Crush onto Analog. But BZM, does he actually want to dive? Doesn't look like it. OG going to have to try and reset. But the X bringing BZM back. And he gets pulverized into death. Ari going in with the blast off. They're only finding the support for now. So it looks like Schofield will take a tumble. Analog finishes off Ari in the meantime. So a really good fight for Heroic. Crush again from Whisper. Trying to save Seb's life as he's going to get a swap up at the last moment. The magic missile on the K1 under the tower. Double kill for Whisper. Okay, so OG turning it around now. This game is all over the place.
And the thing you got to keep in mind is if Heroic are going to make these 40-second rotations with smoke, they better win the fight because you're losing out on farm the entire time. Like you see these CS numbers start to dwindle. K1 was #1 by 12 CS just 2 minutes ago, and now he's overtaken by BZM, who did die again in that fight, but still manages to complete the defusal. And I don't know, it doesn't feel like this is good enough for Heroic, because when we reach the mid-game portion here, Schofield's just dead again.
So the stat that just came up, I don't know if you saw it, is this is the most deaths of the tournament at this stage of the game. He has 8. He's 0-8. That is... And he's not level 6 yet. And keep in mind, Soulbind against the likes of Pango, very important. That's one of the reasons you pick this. I mean, obviously the Phantom's a great as well, but
yeah,
the ult is very crucial for trying to control a Pango.
And what you're looking for with the Soulbind as well is not just can you hit the Pango, it's is it likely somebody is going to be next to Pango in the fight. And Slardar kind of has to go in, so absolutely right. The Soulbind will be important. I hope he skills it level 6. I mean, sometimes Grimstrokes bypass it to get 3 points in Phantom's Embrace quickly. I think you just have to get the Soulbind here despite... I mean, what combos do you have? You get a Homing Missile. I think the interaction with X-Mark is... Is that one funky? I don't remember. I think they both just get X'd independently.
You would think, but who knows?
And Pulverize does not work. Pulverize...
It used to.
Pulverize hits the guy you don't target, or did they change that? I actually don't remember this.
Who knows? Onslaught from Analog, pushes Ari to the low ground, gets off his blast off just in time for BZM to try to clean this up. He puts KJ on the low ground meanwhile.
A little awkward here.
Yeah, BZM thinking twice about this. Wants to try to finish off the gyro, which he will, but now he gets silenced up. Analog, there's the Soulbind onto 2. Let the swap out as well. The boat is coming. Will end up proccing. Good amount of damage onto BZM, but the Pulverize instantly canceled. And now Analog completely out of mana. K1 has come to try to clean up as well as he's focusing on BZM. They do get the Primal Beast. The Pango will fall in return. K1 already using the time-lapse now.
Very good time-lapse.
Will Shikuchi out in time.
Disjointed the Magic Missile. He's dead there if he doesn't do that. So... Still not really feeling like a loss for OG there. I guess it's a bit of a tie this time around.
Again,
but
Analog, I think, died first there, right? So
yeah.
XP very important.
And what's happening here is we're now approaching a mid-game where...
Is this death number 9?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, just keep putting that stat up every time he dies. Just keep updating it. There we go.
The good news is Grimstroke just needs level 7 and a shard, and he can do his job this game. He actually doesn't have to have a great game, so if there's any hero on the Dire that should suffer, it's him. That was the one they can, how to say, sacrifice the most.
I mean, he is suffering already, let's be real.
Did KJ get his shard here? Wait, does he only have Arcane? Does he have no net worth at all? Oh boy, yeah, this Gyro 5 is not having a game either.
The fact that he has 600 less net worth
than
Schofield, who's died 9 freaking times.
Yep.
That's really bad.
Yeah, don't buy wards, kids. It's not good.
Oh, BZM.
Oh, good timing there.
Schofield's getting really low. We'll just assume he'll die here. Gets off his Soulbind. They're not even going to bother going for him. Not worth it at this stage. Basically a creep as KJ dies. Instead, we don't have to update that graphic quite yet. Production gets a little time off now. K1 gonna have to use his time lapse, trying to get this.
Nice little snack there.
Yeah.
Some good gold. So I think this part of the game should, in theory, be really difficult for Heroic. You have Avenge that has Vlad and good levels. The enemy team has, I would say, really strong skirmishing power, and for the most part, relatively tanky heroes. Oh, nice snag there from Schofield. That's a very rare thing to happen at this level of play.
Yeah,
16.5-minute Wisdom. And he's even going to leech some experience there. K1, no time lapse.
Bash is there. Whisper takes out K1.
Oh dear, that's a big
kill.
one. Yep. Whisper will be approaching the BKB with this one.
Oh, he doesn't even get the leached XP of the big. He TP'd out a quarter of a second later.
Seb stacking the enemy Ancients so they can farm them.
Very cool.
Yep. They feel like they have a very strong control of this area, clearly. When you do something like this, you're not going to give up that triangle, you would imagine. Or maybe he just wants to give them a little bit of a comeback. Seems to be... Nah, they're sticking around. Gonna have BZM farm this one up. Gonna use the damage rune.
Yep, they find Ari, though, does Heroic. And Analog wants this for himself, and he will get it. Much needed kill for him, but still top 3 net worths in the game, all on OG's side. 7K lead at 17 minutes. Pretty big.
Yeah, the problem for Heroic is that seemingly almost all the kills they get are kind of inconsequential. They're not getting favorable trades. They're not killing the big heroes where it can bring their supports into the game in particular. So sure, getting this Techies kill is nice, but the trade-off isn't actually even a win. You're getting a double stack of Ancients farmed in the meantime, and OG maintain position. This could be big, though.
Yeah, BZM, he's going to get initiated on, silenced up as well. The trample ripping through him. Swap not in time. So they're going to lose his life as well, does Seb. So 2 quick kills
Whisper
for Heroic. They lose the the Grimstroke, though, as Whisper, he's all alone. Pops the BKB. Is he going to get out? Oh, he gets X'd. Is it going to last long enough?
Yeah, it will.
Yeah.
It will.
Back he comes. Gets off one crush, but
That is
taken
huge.
out swiftly. Big team fight for Heroic. 1 for 3.
This is the first move in the game where I feel like they won something, and they won big. That was basically half of OG's lead cut from that one move, so big stuff from Heroic. Keep in mind, Tomato is not involved here, but that's pretty standard for Arc Warden at the stage of the game. You can have these 15 to 20 minute timings where Arc Warden isn't necessarily in the right spot, despite, you know, being 2 of him.
I think Seb, I don't know if that was a misclick. He swapped out Analog at the beginning. I mean, I don't think it would have mattered. BZM would have probably died anyway, but I mean, that's a big fat body. Hard not to click on it.
Yeah. It's true. I genuinely think Seb should flat out be almost reserving his swap to save Pango. If Pango gets his spells off, I think it's a 1 fight. If he gets killed first, you don't have that much staying power on the side of OG. The previous fights that we saw where BZM did get killed and OG got a good trade, they were in a much better position and the items hadn't really started coming out so much for Heroic, but now you're looking at the Grim Shard, you've got the Kaya Sanj on the Primal, so he's actually quite strong, dealing a lot of damage. You've got the Torrent Storm on the Kunkka. So the dynamic of this game, I'd say right now, Heroic might be stronger in fights, actually, for a little bit. The X factor will be the Slardar BKB. If Whisper isolates the right target, that can still lead to victories.
Remember, we're about 2 minutes away from the average time that Roche dies in a game.
What was that again?
22.
Oh, you said 21 earlier, didn't you?
No, I said 22.
Damn it, almost got you.
Good try. I do my research, Cinderin.
Shield Rune for Analog. That's a very good hero to have it on. Primal is stupidly high health. Has the, I believe, highest strength gain of any hero in the game. You would know this from Ability Arena.
That's right. Very S-tier body. Not as S-tier as Nature's Prophet, though. Tomato.
Tomato.
Double
this
spotted,
is big.
and the real one as well. Trample upon him. He's going to use his Glyphnir and try to get the 11th kill on the Schofield. I'm sure we're going to get that graphic updated pretty quickly. But Tomato is the one that dies. That's the big prize for Heroic as they're starting to eat into this lead. There's that stat, 11 deaths at 20 minutes. I wonder what the most deaths in a game this tournament is in general. I'm sure we'll be approaching that relatively soon.
3 things in life are a given. Taxes, death, and more death for Schofield.
I'm having a rough one. That's for sure. But
good trade, though. I think he could have survived there, to be honest, but
he doesn't want to anymore.
No,
Pulverize, he's used to the death.
At this point, it's a statement death.
Seb steals the Wisdom Rune, but
he's going to live, too.
He will.
Oh.
Schofield.
Oh.
Not in time with the Inks 12. Very close.
Bit of miscommunication there. I think Analog can step to the left way earlier and get that ink, and they can get the kill, but bit slow on that, so very nice steal from Seb. The top Wisdom looks like it will be theirs as well, so big XP swing. Nobody in the neighborhood for Heroic to take this, but who knows? Maybe OG will forget about it for 2.5 minutes again.
Yep, you can see they're circling the bottom of the map. That means 22-minute Roshan.
Yep, fair.
When they start thinking about it.
Oh, I would love it if they killed it at like 22 sharp, but they're going to be a bit too late for that.
No.
Unless if they did it right now. Come on.
Get over there. Got lots of minus armor on your team.
You are late!
Yeah, I think the average is probably 24 minutes, if I had to guess.
They don't have to hit the average. It's okay.
Gotta do the average.
Oh, damage rune here for Analog. This is a nasty one on Primal Beast. Trample, obviously using your attack damage, but also the spell amp. So very nice here. And OG don't have a single Dispel, right? So they can't get rid of it in this. Oh, they have a Yule on the techies.
Hey, they're in the pit at 22 minutes, 20
Okay.
seconds, but the smoke is coming for Heroic. So this will disrupt things for sure. The Tier 1 tower is still up, by the way, and they'll even fortify it for the time being. BZM pops the smoke.
Yeah.
Now they're out of the pit, so the average of Roshan being taken will be extended now because of this play here from Heroic.
BZM immediately gating top to farm here. Just feels confident that Heroic can't really go for it themselves. They definitely can kill it, but it's quite a big commitment that takes time with the swarm building up. And the risk reward for Heroic probably just not favorable enough. Unless, well,
they get scanned out.
They're starting
All right.
it.
I mean, I do like the, even though it does take a long time, like you talked about, it does feel like stealing this is a big deal because OG can just take it so quickly.
I feel like Analog should be using the damage rune for this. Like, maybe they're gonna make it, but that was a risk that wasn't really necessary to take. If the fight breaks out, he would still have the end of the rune anyway.
Yep, Heroic.
But yeah, OG are too late.
Get Roche, Aegis to K1. The question is, does OG still want to fight?
The answer is yes.
Yes, BZM with the Rolling Thunder, focusing on the gyro for now. The crush, K1's dead. That's the Aegis already consumed. Boat's gonna completely whiff as well, but BZM is stuck way behind the Roche pit. He's getting pulverized all alone. He will die, but K1 dies a second time somehow. And now in the pit, Divide Llama will be spotted as Analog tries to onslaught away. And Whisper and company, all he needs is a bash here. Crush will do as well. And they're going to be able to clean up a lot of these heroic heroes now. Divide Llama will be the final one to fall, so 2 survivors for heroic. So they get the Roche, but basically the only kill they find is BZM. We're not including Ari here.
What an awkward engagement, right? Like,
yeah.
K1 frontlining effectively here on the Weaver, getting killed the first time and just isolated, no safety nearby. He can't get any ink swell from Schofield to reset this and get out. This could have been so much better for Heroic if the heroes were placed differently, but getting that Weaver killed off immediately definitely made for a rough experience for them, and OG clean up. Still, after all said and done, the goal didn't really change. Back to the 4 to 5k lead that OG were rocking before the Roche attempt. Well, that could have been a full-on comeback for Heroic, I think. All right, Tomato's clone will be eating dirt in mid.
Yep, double is dead. K1, another swash connects. We'll be able to Shikuchi. I'm not sure if we got the updated graphic for Schofield there. I do believe he died in that fight, just reminding production here. Yeah, that is 12 deaths now. Thank you, production. 25 minutes.
They need to make sure to update the minutes every time as well. They're going to slip up at one point.
Make sure you guys do that during the team fight as well. I think the viewers are very interested. The moment he dies, which will be first, by the way, we need that graphic updated immediately.
Tower is under attack.
Okay.
That's BZM. It's going to be spotted
Both teams
here.
with a ward
Inkswell
here.
onto Analog. They're going to start out with the silence. The onslaught in.
He's gone.
Pulverized with Divide Llama nearby. Death of BZM. Nice coordination from Heroic as... I mean, they are finding picks. And they've shown the propensity to be able to get back in these games. And it's only a 2k lead now for OG.
Yeah, nice vision. Having the observer there set that all of that up. And OG felt a false feeling of safety because they had their own observer, which now got dewarded. So BZM thought that he had good coverage up here, which made the ward that much better. And as you said, just a 2k lead. We haven't seen as much of Arc Warden as I thought we were going to. The question is, when does he reach critical mass, right? You've got the Gleipnir as well as the Travels. He was fortunate enough to find Grove Bow, which is an S-tier item for this hero. BKB close to completion. Maybe that's when Tomato really starts shining here. He has top net worth, but I feel like OG haven't got that much bang for their buck for this hero so far.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, the game very even now. Whisper, Blink, Crush onto Divide. He has his shard now. Tidal Wave will be avoided.
Whoa.
That was it? I heard an X. I didn't see an X.
Yeah, it was very short.
Okay. Instant Hex, or Instant X, I should say. A little less reliable than the Instant Hex. Analog does have that 15 talent. You probably mentioned that already. Be able to dispel that Gleipnir now.
Did not, but I mentioned it at the beginning of the game that it was going to be important.
Very important. Yeah.
Now he has 3 dispels. He has his...
Does anybody ever take the other talent? I feel like, unless there's like nothing that you're dispelling.
Basically nothing. He has 3 dispels. He has the Uproar, he has Illusion Rune, and he has BKB. So he's a very difficult hero to engage on. Can immediately get rid of it there. And it is a very low cooldown too, the Uproar.
I didn't realize he had his shard. Did they kill Tormy? Is that how he got it? The rock throw? It was buffed not too long ago, so...
Yeah, I think he got it from the Tormentor, right? Because they already have it on... Both supports bought their own. And Kunkka bought his as well, so yeah, that must be it. I would probably rather had K1s if they could have chosen. The Weaver shard is amazing.
Yeah. He'll buy it eventually.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
It's Heroic. They were smoked up. Most of them still are. Analog leading the way. Gonna go for some D-ward action.
That's important.
Oh,
you are to
Soulbind onto 2. It's going to force the BKB from Tomato. Analog's just going to come in with the Pulverize. Instantly cancel, though. The boat is coming in. And Seb and Schofield already take a tumble. So 1 for 1. They're going to buy back on the support from Heroic side as Whisper will have to BKB TP. Divide another X combo, this time reserved for BZM. Not able to swash out. A nice fight from Heroic. Taking 2 lives from OG. Does cost them the buyback on Schofield, which... The graphic, please.
Radiant's top
There we go.
tower.
13 deaths now at 28 minutes.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
He bought back just so he could die again.
You know what?
Very shortly from
If
that.
Heroic win this game, those games feel so good.
Yeah, the Melk award was what, 0-20, right?
Yeah. Now he can't get that one because he has 2 kills.
I remember you were 1-19 with Pudge, and then you lost, so it didn't really count.
That didn't feel that good. If it would have won, it would have felt great.
You were close to winning, if memory.
We were. It was a pretty tough Pudge game. I'm sure I played great.
How do I even remember that? It's actually hilarious. What was that for? Do you?
That's all right. It's iconic. That's what my games are. They're iconic. They're just memorable, you know.
Yeah,
Radiant's
that's one
top
way to put
tower
it.
is under attack.
Do you remember at TI when I won a game with 0 deaths in my entire team? It's the only time it's ever happened, Shannon. Iconic game.
No, I don't remember that.
Oh, okay. Well, that one's actually positively iconic,
Yeah,
so you wouldn't forget that one.
That's true. I can't make a joke out of it, so not worth remembering, I guess. Good friend I am.
Yep.
Tomato, he spotted. Rock throw, hits. Very exciting. He's going to use the Gleipnir. I don't know if that's the hero you want to initiate on, but he is taking a decent amount of damage. Analog will pop the Uproar again as the rest of OG not too far away. Gets the Onslaught just in time, dodging the Crush. And the Soulbind is used.
This is
Divine Llama's going to
quite
get
awkward
initiated
for
on.
Whisper.
Ari and company, they're all surrounding him. Devi's just dead, so a freebie for OG. And Whisper using the BKB in a defensive measures. K1 will be able to Shikuchi out. Kind of a scattered fight overall, but Divine Llama is the one kind of caught out in the end.
Yeah, if OG don't find that kill on Kunkka, this fight starts looking really rough. Because Whisper dove so deep to try to find the Gyro, who first Force-staffed and then Ogre Seal Totem, so just created tons of distance during the Slardar BKB. But OG, as you said, find the Kunkka, which is enough to break up that fight.
I also think
Seb is in trouble, though.
Yeah,
Not
he
gonna come for
is.
free.
He gets silenced. Gleipnir, K1. Will Shikuchi away.
Oh,
Tomato.
look who it is.
I was just going to say, Schofield actually didn't die in that fight, but that's because he is now. And he's dead for 70 seconds. Let's get that graphic up as we watch this team fight. KJ, maybe we'll get off the Ogre Steel Totem. Analog, actually, the BKB already activated. We'll be trying to go on top of BZM, but not going to find the connection here as KJ actually will somehow get out. K1 keeping everybody busy on the back line. He's completely out of mana at this point. Torrent Storm hitting absolutely nothing.
Divine Llama with a miss there, mistiming the
There it
X
is.
mark back into ship.
A little late production. Could have done that during the team fight.
Yeah, we
Let's try
positive
next
that was
time.
at 31 minutes. It might have been at 30:57 actually.
Yeah, that was a while ago. Let's be real.
So it makes the record more impressive if it happened the previous minute. That could have been really good for Heroic if they landed that combo on BZM, but very quick on the blink out of X mark. Just barely able to get out. Devi without the perfect timing. I believe it should be impossible to blink dodge an X into boat combo if you basically frame perfect it, but it's
You have to be AI.
at this level that's a very difficult combo to do it completely perfectly, and people are super quick to blink when they get pulled back. So you can't expect that one to land every time.
Net worth-wise, though, very even now. Heroic have done a really good job of getting back in this game. It was looking like it was going to be out of reach at a certain point.
Yeah, for sure. And they've reached a very key timing here, I would say. K1 finally gets his BKB now after 32 minutes, and this is a huge item this game. It gives him so much safety. Damage is not really that big of a concern for Heroic. It's just about being able to stay in the fights and attack people constantly. You have so much control among your other 4 heroes that as long as you get to stay alive and deliver, it will cut it.
Yep,
And this could be a key moment in this game. BZM with the axe picked up as well. Analog
with the heart. He's just taking out the mines. He's going to take BZM with the ult, but there's the soul bind onto 2. Boat is coming with the pulverize as well. Down goes Whisper and BZM. Heroic were ready for this. They're going to get a 4th member. The only one to survive is Tomato. And now Heroic will be rewarded with the 2nd Roche of the game.
Analog is not a target, I have to say. I really question OG's choice to even open on this guy, because when you consider Heroic's playstyle as a team, right? Surely Grim is there. You opened on a Primal Beast with Blade Mail, Heart, Kaya-san, so he has 4.4k health, status resistance, a built-in Dispel himself, a Dispel in his team. All they need to do there is get Inkswell off and press BKB, and the fight is just free, right? Like, you're essentially just... You're placing yourself perfectly for the Kunkka, the Soulbind, and the Primal to all connect. So this is effectively, that was a better initiation than Heroic could have ever found themselves.
Yeah, very true.
Win probability 100%. It's overs this game. It was over since the start. This game is rigged.
Oh, okay.
I don't know,
Okay,
man. He saw the draft. He was like, there is no way OG win this.
It doesn't matter how many deaths come to Schofield's name. They will win. He didn't die that fight, by the way. Might be the first one of the entire game. Maybe that's the trick. OG just has to continue to kill him. They're probably just getting sick of doing it over and over. It's KJ. He gets initiated on and destroyed. Meanwhile, Swap, okay. He is alone this time, is Analog. We'll pop the BKB on slot. Schofield is in the vicinity as well with the Inkswell, so Analog will get away. Schofield, they had the cancel, of course. Let's get that graphic up right before. There we go. He's dead again. There it is, 15 deaths. Beautiful job, production. During a team fight, very unprofessional of you and me to talk about that. As a crush onto 3 heroes for Whisper.
Oh, that's a good rock throw, double hit.
Back and destroyed. Ari and Seb now on the run, but KJ's there to greet him. And the homing missile will find Ari eventually, and K1 should be able to finish the job extremely easily. Analog will back him up as well with the onslaught. And Analog, I have to say, after such a horrific start, yeah, he has recovered better than I've seen any Primal Beast in recent memory.
Yeah, for sure.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Just also goes to show the strength of Heroic's lineup, right? Isn't it amazing that you can have a support that's dying like every second minute and you still feel like the impact is enormous, you know? Like, I think this Grimstroke has done so much in this game, and a big part of it is because of the cores they picked it with, right? You're picking it with Primal Beast, who really benefits from the Inkswell both offensively and defensively, and it's the exact same story for the Weaver.
Yeah, you just get your spells off once and you can die. You can die a happy man. Let's get that graphic back up on the screen just to make sure we are aware of how many deaths Schofield has, if you don't mind, production.
And speaking of Analog's recovery, talk about a fall from grace for BZM, right? He was 4-0. He's now 6-8. So this Pango has been extremely punished, in particular by the Grimstroke and the Primal.
Yeah.
And a couple of clutch X marks. Obviously, that change that came in 7 point a couple months, years ago.
Sure, 7.x.
Yeah, where spells can be cast on BKB and then outlast it. Made X marks so much better.
That's true.
And especially against Pango, right, who's so reliant on his ult for safety. But when your ult is halfway, you're not safe anymore. You just get X marked. And that has killed him 2 or 3 times this game already. And I wonder if that's part of the logic for Heroic, actually. If you think back on the draft, they overall first picked Kunkka and gave away Pango, which has been a very contested pick this tournament, right? Maybe they think that's not a bad matchup at all. So if you want to open the draft with that, we'll gladly take the 1-for-1 trade.
You know, if they win this game, Heroic, Schofield specifically, these deaths will be a badge of honor for him. It's like, I died this many times and we won.
I was going to say he might try to beat it game 2. He'll probably fail. It's a tough one to beat. But it's getting less and less ridiculous by the minute now.
It is.
Because he's actually... The 8 deaths at 12 minutes is way higher than the 15 at 37, obviously. So, at this point, it's not as impressive anymore. I gotta say, I'm honestly a little bit disappointed.
Whisper picks up his Ag, so he's going to be a lot tankier now.
Yeah, Tomato got the Bloodthorn as well as the Crystallis, so a ton of damage is now available. It's a matter of whether you can deliver, right? I don't think OG are missing tools in their kit to be able to take fights. It's a matter of, I think you can't go on the Primal.
Oh, BGM, he's already
not
used his
again.
swash.
He's
He gets
for the-
silenced by Schofield. Pulverize. He canceled that himself as the swap
It's
comes
the
out.
X mark actually canceled it with a
Oh, I see.
miscommunication that if he
BGM's
lives
gonna
here,
have to use his shard to get away.
Oh my God,
Seb
he's
actually
gonna
just
live.
TP's out in front. The rock throw. Oh, the X.
it's too early. That's honestly just a flat out really big blunder there. from Heroic.
Blunder.
Complete blunder. If you just save Pulverize there for X mark to pull him back, he's dead. But yeah, these two spells don't interact very well. You have to wait for each other with casting the other spell. And Heroic in that moment got a little bit too excited. That would have been a big one too. Getting the Pango another time would have opened up the map quite significantly for them to push through the waves. But now OG might get a chance to stick around.
Oh,
He will
interesting.
smoke.
Huh. Havoc Hammer for K1. Very interesting.
Yep.
Talk about that in just a bit. Is Whisper. He's going to find the initiation onto K1. Pops the Lotus. Won't help him survive.
Nice
as the
duel
Eul's
from
going to
Ari.
cancel the onslaught. And now Analog rethinking his choices. K1 focusing on Whisper, but that is a really tanky target to go on now that he has the Ags. All those puddles of water everywhere.
Wonder if Analog should have popped the BKB there on the charge in, if that was going to be a good fight for them or not. But they'll cut their gyro loss and get the hell out of there.
All right, talk to me about the Havoc Hammer for
Yeah,
Weaver.
it's kind of interesting. We didn't get to see what his item pool was, right? I think he would have taken, what's it called? The Silence Sword. Why can't I remember this right now?
Mindbreaker.
There you go. Mindbreaker. Yeah, I'm a support player. I don't take that item ever.
I love that item.
I think you take that on Weaver, so I guess that wasn't in his pool. And then when that isn't there, this is like a good hybrid for him. He needs the health, it gives some damage, and obviously... I mean, the vacuum effect of this is kind of interesting. I don't know if there's a specific mechanic here it's useful against. Like, can you pull techies out of Blast Off? That's probably not what he's going for, you know? But
No, I don't.
that'll be funny if that happens in this game. Yeah, I think it's just an all-round decent stats item for him in this game. That's got to be the reason, right? He finds his 25. Speaking of the Weaver, it's one of the, in my opinion, best 25 carry talents in the whole game. One extra hit on Geminate attack is enormous for your DPS. You have a 2.5 second cooldown on that nowadays. And just look at him melting this tower without even having any minus armor. That's how fast it goes.
By the way, Ari, he's been building it for quite a while. The Aghanim Scepter for techies, not something we see all too often either. So you get the minefield sign, and it's just a lot of bombs, basically.
Yep.
But it's a stationary area, so you have to be fighting.
I mean, should in theory be decent against Primal, right? With how he plays fights.
Yep, and with the Torrent Storm
nice
as
swap.
well. With Kunkka is, yeah, swap from Seb.
Oh my
It's going to
God,
cost him his
Weaver
life
damage.
because K1 does a shit ton of damage. BZM with a really nice roll, but he's going to get pulverized in mid-animation. Tomato pops his BKB with his double as the Torrent Storm comes out. Looks like that's the Aghanim Scepter on the Primal as well as Whisper. Goes to the high ground. 3 dead already for OG. And now they have to try to defend this with just 2 cores alive.
They can't output enough. That really is the bottleneck here for the side of OG. It's damage. It's kind of ironic, isn't it? You've got a 6-slotted, basically, or at least 5-slotted Arc Warden, and damage is your problem. But these heroes are just so stupidly tanky that it doesn't matter that he hits that hard. Kunkka's going to throw the Rum buff on a 5,000 health Primal Beast. He's not going to die. Weaver has 3.5k HP. You've got all of these dispels and defensive measures from both supports. It's a case of who the hell do you go on, right? I don't actually think there's a single good target for OG to start on. So
Supports.
yeah, but
Yes.
even they are difficult to kill, right? You just get an Inkswell, Grimstroke has a Ghost Scepter and Glimmer, and the Gyro has a Ghost Scepter Force Staff. So they all have like defensive measures to get away from them. Maybe you needed a Nullifier on the Slardar instead of this Ags. I feel like perhaps that's the mistake. He's actually changing to a Nullifier as I say that. He was eyeing up AC, but realizing, okay, we need to be able to deal with these pesky supports, and that will be the way to do it. Spoke of Tomato, he got 25 as well a bit earlier. Took the Tempest double. Duration talent. I don't know how good the other one is.
What is the other one?
No damage penalty distance for the double. I guess if it's like a split push game, perhaps.
Radiant are scanning.
Because after 2,000 range, the Arc Warden clone deals half damage when it's over 2k range away.
You know, the 25 talent could just be fusion. You get both the double and you get the radiant and dire effects.
Oh, I thought it was like Mega Meepo where you just merge with your clone in your 2 arcs.
Oh, you could do that too. That's kind of cool. Why not? Just food for for thought for Valve, of course. Free content.
It's called Archon Warden at that point.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, here we go again. Smoke from OG and smoke from Heroic, preparing for the inevitable Roshan. He can spawn in 40 seconds as the early timing.
No,
but
he will
Heroic
spawn in 40
Oh,
seconds.
sorry. Pardon me. He can spawn already. That's why they're controlling the area.
Yeah, ward battles. Whisper.
Satanic on K1.
Does get popped. Leibniz actually pretty nicely placed from Tomato. He pops the BKB on his clone.
It's dead instant.
That will easily get cleaned up, though, as these illusions are a real problem right now.
Yeah, I like this back call from OG. I think you have to get the hell out of here at this point, but let's see if they can even manage to. Looks like
K1
it is a yes.
Kind of faking it out.
But now Roche will spawn. Oh, K1 just... KJ, rather, just went out of the pit, but now he's going to see it. And this belongs to Heroic. I don't think OG can access this right now.
Yep.
It's too
So
difficult.
this will be Refresher Shard. Forgot to mention the banner dropped on the second Roche. As usual, nobody knows if it was used or if it had any impact on the game, as is the item in a nutshell.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And what kind of Refresher shenanigans do we have? Double Torrent Storm would be pretty disgusting. Yeah, double Primal Ult as well. Double Rock Throw, really, is what we're hoping for.
Imagine if you could trample on top of your trample, and it was like a double.
Double trample, yeah.
That would be crazy damage.
That would be sick.
Crazy damage. So 25 on the Primal Beast.
Whisper is found out by Schofield.
I think he's going to be okay
Some backup. Will he?
He can just he can blink TP out.
That means
but
he's dead. You just said that he's dead. Oh, he blinks right into them. Just needs to get the X distance, but BKB is forced. Rock throw, just for effect. X. Do they have the vision? They do.
You are right.
And as Cinderin professes, this hero shall not die until he does. 85 seconds of no Slardar.
What a funny situation to watch from spectator point of view, right? He could have just killed the Ogre Camp, blink TP'd out, but he killed 2/3 of it, started dancing around, went back to do the last hit, then got caught.
Yeah.
So he was like, in the back of his mind, he was like, I'm not safe. Okay, but I'm going to poke this creep one more time. And then he wasn't in time to blink away. Or actually he was, but he blinked into everyone else.
So Roshan's banner was placed in the mid lane. I feel like this is too early. And have you ever... I don't know why I'm even asking this question. I know you haven't.
I think this is a good time to place it, actually.
You think so?
Yeah, you get the siege creeps. They are super tanky with the banner. You want to place it so that you get a good siege wave when you're trying to push, I think.
It's funny. I didn't even realize that it upgraded them because getting barracks doesn't upgrade them.
Yep.
That is interesting. That's cool.
Okay,
K1.
whoa, okay.
Have a free Aegis. Consumed for free. K1 will pop the BKB now, and that is...
That's probably the end of this push, actually.
Yeah. That is very strange behavior.
I think if you're going to go and push this tower, you need to precast Inkswell. When you're going to run into these heroes, you just need to precast Ink, let him hit a couple seconds, then back off and repeat.
I mean, this is where Arc Warden shines, though, is the high ground defense, the bubble on the back of the tower.
Yeah, it's
like you have to put yourself really up close and personal to be able to kill these towers, or just dive.
I mean, theoretically, Heroic have an amazing lineup for dealing with that, right? They have X Mark, so they can X Mark Siege and always get out of trouble. They have the Grim Dispel. You only need to really worry about the Techies Yules, I guess, as a potential X Mark counter. But even then, if that goes off, then when you land from Yule, worst case scenario, you BKB on the Weaver and you live. So, I think... Oh. That's a dead Seb.
Seb is found, and he is destroyed.
He dropped the gem. He's paying it to his teammates.
Yeah, we're going to have it to fight, looks like.
Oh, that's a good
Schofield able to get the
Soulbind.
Soulbind onto two. One of them is the double,
no.
it looks like.
Wait, how did it break?
That's Whisper, probably because it's applied to a double. I don't know, some bug. BZM, game's in beta. Rolling Thunder coming out from BZM, trying to finish off Schofield, but he's too tanky now. But the Slardar not tanky at all, it feels like. He gets taken out swiftly. And there you'll be able to get out the double as well. Ari TP's out. I don't think he even used Minefield Sign. So we haven't. I don't know if we've seen him use the Ags once this game.
I mean, this might honestly be game. I think they can get at least... They've taken all the tier 2s. So, nice attempt there from Divide to get the pullback with Tidal Wave. Not quite going to make it. But yeah, you've got Tempest double again now, so you can stall a little bit, but Slardar, a full minute is forever.
Yeah. Well, mid lane is
that's a good
eventually
torrent.
taken out.
Could have thought about it,
And
actually.
now K1 and company transition to the bot lane. The tower's already at half HP. Killing the creeps first and actually maybe just backing despite Slardar still being in for 40 seconds.
This is I think they are anticipating a buyback here. They could have absolutely got a second lane, I would say, but playing it safe, they don't know for a fact that there's no buyback on the Slardar. You can get caught in some awkward limbo with a swap, and at the end of the day, I don't really mind this because you're in a dominant position. You've shown in the last 4 team fights that you're stronger, so as long as you don't get an unfavorable one, you're expecting the same outcome again and again. So they can just wait it out. The Vailama with the Bloodstone and approaching level 25 is going to have insane staying power as well. Really is the name of the game for this Dire lineup when you think about it. The entire lineup is built around being unkillable. It's what everybody in their lineup is trying to achieve. Every item the supports have bought, every item the cores have bought are extremely strong for just standing your ground. And curious to see if that's just a one-off here for Heroic or if that's like a playstyle they're going to aim for the rest of the tournament. Depending on... I think this game is obviously massively important to them. If they win this and one more, I think a guaranteed tie, maybe?
Well, let me look at the stats.
Because this group it's very close, right? Around the middle.
It is close. So right now, Heroic is second to last, but it's 5-7. Azure Ray also tied with them at 5-7. Then you have VP, OG, and Game, and all 6-6. So things can change a lot. Like after this game, if Heroic goes on to win, they'll be 6-7, and so will OG. So even more tiebreaker potential.
And that would mean that if whoever loses that is out, right? I don't think there can be a tie with less than 7 wins.
I'm not going to do the math here. So I'm from North America. We don't do math there.
Okay.
We let the calculator do it. ChatGPT, do my math. That's how our classrooms are.
Isn't that the one thing ChatGPT really can't do?
No, it can't do fingers. That's for sure.
Oh. What about finger math then? How many fingers am I holding up? Try to ask it that.
That actually works. You upload the picture, it tells you pretty detailed information. It's pretty impressive. Shout out to ChatGPT.
And Pyrian Flax.
Yeah, of course. He's a product of ChatGPT, I'm sure, in some dimension. 21K lead here. 21K lead here for Heroic.
Yep.
And the question is, will they wait for the next Roche? Because they can. Feels like they really wasted the Aegis and kind of the banner.
Yeah, they can absolutely wait.
Do you think the banner's stacked, by the way? If you put 2? That'd be pretty sick.
That's a good question. Just probably not.
What if can you combine it with a cheese, like a block of cheese and a banner combined into a block of banner?
I'm just imagining like
or a banner of cheese.
120-minute game where you've just stockpiled banners.
Yeah.
You just place like 10 of them mid.
Yeah, you remember the strats where you would block the creep wave for like 10 minutes and then just release them?
Yeah.
Those were sick strats.
Oh my goodness.
Can't do that anymore, unfortunately. As Heroic and company want to try to connect here onto the high ground. Whisper's there to defend, though, in his puddle of vomit.
Isn't it really telling about Grovebow that Tomato's still using it?
Yeah. Who was it? Was it Lacoste, maybe? Talking about how he's shocked that that's never been nerfed. If anything, it was buffed not that long ago. Yeah, it's a crazy item.
I think this is the type of item that it's more likely they remove than nerf. It's a matter of whether you think the concept of getting free attack range is fair or not on a neutral item, right? It's considering other items they removed it.
Whisper.
Thinking about it, it's actually kind of surprising. It's still there.
Schofield, Nullifier applied,
Nullifier.
he's dead. And BZM coming in with the Rolling Thunder. Analog already popping the BKB. Not able to find anyone to pulverize those. K1 in very deep, focusing right now onto Ari, but he gets the Yules off, and now onto Tomato, who pops the BKB, gets pulverized, destroyed. And now the double is left for them to clean up. And the rest of OG now on the run. Ari with the blast off. He didn't make it to the low ground. And they're able to cancel the TP. There are 2 buybacks for OG on these members that are dead.
They're going to have to spend them too.
Yeah,
K1 is so strong. Like, this Weaver is absolutely trashing them.
Yeah, but likely the last fortification of the game is double buyback comes out from OG. Does Heroic want to continue on, or will they play disciplined? So far, biding their time. Roche will be up in less than a minute, so they might just wait for that.
I mean, it's absolutely the best play to wait for Roche. There's no doubt about it. Just, you want to think about this from a win rate perspective. It's almost the only way that the Dire lose this game is by going high ground without Aegis and messing up. If they just play control here for the Roche, if they find any of the heroes that use buyback, especially Tomato, if they go and contest this Roche attempt and Tomato dies, the game's over. So you gotta be feeling really good as Heroic now. Just control the map.
K1 consumes an Ags.
Yep.
Instead of waiting for Roche. So now
and he has
time-lapse
infinite
can be
gold,
used on teammates. Yeah, it's a lower cooldown, of course.
Honestly,
the only negative with this Ags is you have to double-click your ult now.
Does it
for
lower
yourself.
the cooldown?
Does it not do that anymore?
I think it used to do that.
Oh yeah, you're right. So,
but I was like, if it still did that, that was the reason he got it. I don't think he's getting it for his teammates, but I mean, at this point, if you have nothing else to gain, he could have bought a Moon Shard, so I guess he thinks it's more valuable to potentially protect a support, I'm guessing. Because the cores aren't really dying before him.
Roshan belches with glee as another banner will be uselessly placed on the map.
Okay.
Another refresher shard.
What do you think? If the banner did nothing on creeps but did something on heroes, what would be fair?
What do you mean something on heroes? Like a global debuff?
It wouldn't have to be global. Let's say it was like local. Let's say you could place it like a Wraith Pact, right?
Wow, yeah, that's a great idea. Let's bring Wraith Pact back.
That is not at all what I said. You truly are American. Listen, so if you... What do you think would be a fair banner effect if you, let's say it had 1200 radius, like any aura in Dota.
Okay.
And you could place this banner and it couldn't move.
Yeah.
What do you think would be fair that it did for your heroes?
Increased gold, so you just stand there gaining gold.
All right, I don't know why I was expecting a serious answer, actually. That's on me. Sorry, guys.
Watch them do that, and you're like, oh, that's a great idea.
Wouldn't that be something?
How many times has that happened in Dota's history? My stupid ideas are genius. I think anything's better than the current iteration, though. Although a banner mid now actually does do
These creeps
a
are quite
decent
strong,
amount,
yeah.
if they were to place it, which we don't know if they have, of course.
K1 gonna take range Rex for free. OG are late to the party. You blink and you miss it. Weaver is a base sieging monster at this point with the triple attacks. 400 damage per hit.
Yeah, let's see how long I mean, he's already held on to the Aegis longer than last time. At least that's how it feels.
Holy shit, I just realized 50k net worth.
Yeah.
What in the world?
To a certain point, you can't even use the net worth anymore.
Okay.
As he's going to
Gets
be
the mantle.
spotted. He's actually getting really low. Pops the BKB, and then that's
Really
the
nice
Aegis
execution
again.
from OG there.
So OG, they seem to be Aegis masters, denying that. BZM, Rolling Thunder, not going to make it up the cliff. A little too girthy these days.
They played around the dispels very well there to find that kill on the Weaver. That was not an easy execution to do, but immediately layered their spells well. Tomato will lose his clone, but I mean, if you wanted to, you could brute force it here with this siege wave, since there's 15 seconds cooldown on the arc clone, but maybe opting to play it safe here again.
Yeah,
2 refresher shards on Heroic, but no Aegis.
Yeah.
They have one ready and available in the Devi Llama inventory, and Analog has one in the backpack, which I kind of feel like he should be swapping in for his Blade Mail, probably. I think there's just way more value in that at this point, but perhaps...
Oh, the bash K1. He's dead! Swap now onto Schofield. He is also dead.
This is getting a bit sloppy now, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, you're 30k up, you own the entire map, and then you split?
Analog?
Okay.
Does he actually want to fight? He was X'd initially to try to be aggressive. Now Devi Llama and company are going to back away. Yeah, very sloppy indeed. And this is opening the door a bit for OG. I mean, giving up the Roche is obviously not great, but if they're just not going to use the Aegis in any real capacity each time, Definitely opens the window a bit.
Can I just say I'm really proud of you, Shannon?
What's that?
We're 2 minutes away from tier 5 neutrals and you haven't mentioned them.
Literally didn't even notice.
That is actually amazing.
Tier 5 items in 2.5 minutes. Whisper. They want to force out a buyback. Schofield doesn't have his, so if they do force a fight, it's going to be 4v5. But they won't, because they're waiting for a tier 5 item.
No,
the banner is top. Why?
That was the lane they were pushing, so I think they were trying to make the creep
come
stronger.
on, man. There's no way that's correct. I'm going to call BS on this. They need a banner coach for these teams. Nobody knows how to use this freaking thing.
Could you imagine if OG come back to win this game after Valve gave them 0% chance to win minute 0? That would be incredible. Like, the win expectancy graph for this game would be wild.
All right, so OG didn't want to push the envelope. Obviously, they don't know if how the buyback situation goes here, but
they can't high ground. It's completely fine to not try to do anything here. Just push out the waves and get some farm and keep exploiting mistakes.
And the later the game goes, the less this 20k lead means. And it's only one full lane of racks. It's just the range racks in the top lane, which is whatever.
K1 is going to make a massive breaking point here. He's going to make level 30, so he'll get minus 2.5 second cooldown on Shikuchi, which is a huge talent.
Yeah, how close is he?
He's like
really close.
Very close, but he's sharing experience with 4 heroes in the smoke, so he actually doesn't get it from these neutrals, and the fight will break out. So he's going to have to skill at mid-fight if he gets a kill.
Whisper
Going to run into some
pop
mines.
The smoke. Yeah. Mines galore from Ari. They don't want to focus on the Primal Beast as BZM coming with the ult, but he's stuck in the wall. Continues to try to use the shield crash to get out. They're able to take out Schofield. Seb will be the trade. A nice pulverize on the BZM with the soulbind there as well. Huge boat coming in as well as BZM does die without a buyback now. The right clicks. K1 evaporates to the right click of Tomato's double. Meanwhile, finally Refresher Shard comes out from Analog. Blast off from Ari to keep things at bay. And the Wind Waker will keep Whisper alive for now. Ari's not going to be so lucky though, as the Uproar Ags will finish him off. So 3 dead for OG without buyback. Heroic don't know this. And if they did, they would buy back and just push Throne now.
Yeah, you would think so.
But it is 60 minutes. It's time to get the tier 5 items. Which ones are good this game? I want to see. I had this discussion yesterday with someone. It was Kezu or Lacoste. I get them mixed up all the time.
They're basically the same person. It's two clowns, right?
The Magic Resist one that no one has ever purchased in the history of Dota, or not purchased, but picked up.
That is so bad, this game.
I want
oh my god, it's terrible in this game.
We need to see it on Primal Beast. Just lose 4k health for Magic Resist.
What is this called? Is it Unwavering Condition? I haven't seen it yet in a game.
Ooh, Force Boost.
I conceptually very much dislike it, but that's not surprising to anyone.
Yeah, you conceptually hate everything.
Yeah, it's part of getting older.
That's true. Get off my lawn type energy. Seer Stone for...
It's a good one.
For Ari. Nice cast range.
And especially, I feel like it's still an underrated aspect of this, just the reveal, right? That's...
What kind of reveal is it again? Is it just like a gem?
It just gives 800 flying vision, right?
Oh, it's flying vision.
So...
But it says
crazy.
reveal, so does that include invis units?
I don't think it gives true sight. I think it just gives vision, right?
I don't know.
That's a good question. I think it just gives vision.
Oh, I was going to say Force Boots would be the perfect item for Analog, and he will snag that one.
Yep, feels good. 115 move speed item.
And you can get rid of your boots now.
Yep. What do you get in that slot? Probably just Refresher Orb, right?
Yeah.
That's gotta be. He used the shard in the previous fight, but I think he messed up his button presses a little bit, or they would have also killed the Slardar.
Speaking of Slardar, Giant Ring for Whisper. He's a big juicy boy now.
Big fish in a small pond.
BZM does not have a tier 5. He's the last remaining member. Seb hasn't chosen his yet. Maybe he's holding on for BZM. I'm trying to think of what's even good for Pango. I mean, honestly, the Force Boost would be pretty good for him as well. As Pirate Hat comes out for Seb for the Bounty Rune situation.
Oh yeah, wait, with the Force Boots, Analog has another Dispel.
Mirror Shield for K1.
Let's count Dispels, are you ready? Or let's count outs, if you will.
Okay.
He's got Uproar, Wind Waker, Force Boots, Grim Shard, and BKB.
Not bad.
That's quite good. That's 5 options to get out of trouble. Obviously, you can't use a couple of those if you're stunned, but realistically, are you ever going to die through 5.1k health with this team behind you? Unlikely.
I don't know. Maybe. OG can pack a punch.
Maybe some sort of swap play. I don't know.
Will Roche ever spawn on the Dire side?
If Ark gets a Rapier, maybe, but I don't think he will. He's eyeing up a Hex. I don't know if the Hex is actually going to be a game decider. I think you should go Rapier here. Just, again, considering the raw amount of Dispels in the enemy team, I don't know if these Hexes are really going to cut it, but we'll see.
Roche about
Whisper.
to spawn. K1 is spotted, or is it Whisper? He's going to get Gleipnir. There's the Wind Waker. But the X is applied to him. He's going to pop the BKB after being brought back as BZM in his Rolling Thunder, all alone right now, focusing on the supports. Will roll up for the time being, continue with the shield crash. His team still hasn't connected. Finally, Whisper gets a nice crush onto 2. Nullifier onto Schofield. He is dead first. Good pulverize, but another Wind Waker to keep the damage at bay as Ari's taken out. The double kill for K1, just ripping through everyone. So 2 supports dead for OG, and only 1 for Heroic. And finally, Whisper, he's actually so hard to kill,
He still
but
has Wind Waker.
he does.
Can he blink here?
They have tons of stuns. He's just being rolled all over the place, basically doing his Pango impression. And finally, he is dead, but still, the buybacks remain for 2 of the 3 members of OG.
Analog, after this fight, will now pick up level 30. So he now has the cannot be slowed or rooted during trample, which is very good against Arc Warden. And the buybacks will come out. And I think this is a back call for Heroic again. Wait for Roche, and then go die in a side lane with it, and then wait again.
Yeah, can we get an 8th Roche? I think that's the goal here.
My God.
Maybe they wait for, yeah, another banner, of course.
I feel like the type of fights that OG need to take is like some serious mental gymnastics, how you even wrap your head around getting a favorable exchange. Like, it's so difficult for them at this point. We went for the Arcanist armor on Gyro. You've got the Mirror Shield on Weaver, so that's another defensive layer. We've talked about it a lot on these cores, how hard they are to deal with.
Dig.
All of them got another one.
Dig.
Dig.
Dig. Those bounty runes are huge at this stage of the game.
Dig it, Seb.
Dig it, Seb.
Sebastian's just really not a pirate's name, is it?
No,
What's
not at all.
What's a pirate's name?
Frank.
Andrew.
Sure. He's digging. All right, you got it.
Nice.
Not the
here
greatest
goes Roche.
efficiency. Okay, they wait for Roche to be the other side.
Who needs Ag still? Put it on Gyro, which is garbage.
Schofield or Gyro. I mean, Schofield, I guess the illusion of Arc Warden, it's not that...
It's better than the Gyro, sure.
It is.
Side Gunner is absolute nonsense in this game. Yeah, they'll TP him up here and give it to him, I think. Yeah. Okay. So, Dark Portrait. Dark Portraiting Arc Warden is quite strong, gotta say. It's got decent stats.
Yep, not bad. Can you use it on the double? Do you know?
Oh, that's a good question. Let's hope for OG that it crashes the game. That's
Whisper is defending, creating his puddles perpetually. BZM in
45
rolling thunder
armor,
mode.
4,250 health while standing in the water.
Yes, and he still dies somehow.
Yeah, he does eventually, but it takes a while to get there. Have we seen the minefield sign yet?
I may have seen it in the bot lane one time.
It doesn't feel like that purchase has been remotely impactful compared to the alternatives for Ari.
Pretty bad, yeah.
Because you would think that...
But you would think it is good for high ground defense, for sure.
Yeah, I understand why they bought it, but they just haven't really found the windows to use it, which makes it easy to regret it, right? He could have had a Hex, he could have had a full Wind Waker. But...
Oh, maybe. If they win one fight because of that, then it's worth it.
Yep, for sure. It's a big if, though. They haven't won a fight in 40 minutes.
Dire's bottom tower.
Hasn't been that long, surely.
Actually, untrue. They did kill K1. They won a 5v2 bottom. They killed K1 and Schofield.
Well, they killed the they killed the K1 with Aegis twice.
Does it count as a fight if it's one hero getting jumped?
Yes.
You count that as a fight. Okay, I usually count that as a gank.
But it's
And
not a
those two
gank
are
because he's in their base. You don't gank somebody in your own base.
Well, if they're alone.
He's getting a blink dagger now. Okay, what? How can
go
he
Swift
even improve
blink.
this line or this itemization?
Yeah, I'm not sure. So he has the moon shard. I mean, what does he replace for Swift?
I don't know. He did get. Oh,
they're split again.
Yeah. Focus right now on Divide. Nullifier was applied right there. Double doing a lot of damage as Whisper pops the BKB. Divide Lamba. Is he going to get out? The right clicks are coming. Tomato uses the force step to try to finish him off, but the Kunkka finally does fall as Analog trying to do as much as he can to BZM, but doesn't have his Pulverize to work with now as K1. A lot of right click damage. There's the Techie's Minefield sign, by the way. Doing a little bit of damage, I guess. Wind Waker on Analog, keeping himself safe. K1's on the high ground, and Analog now joining the party. Only one hero has died here somehow, and it is the Techies, because he had the audacity to use his Minefield sign.
This was another case of OG take advantage of a
Kunkka died
split,
as well.
right?
True.
So K1 was bought, right, on the Weaver, and that's when OG went for the aggressive maneuver. So Weaver had some time to connect up there while they killed off the Kunkka. And well, I mean, they keep holding on by finding these good moments of opportunity where Heroic aren't tight.
Well, K1 did hold on to his Aegis this time.
Yep, true.
1 out of 3.
It's gonna put the Swift Blink in the BKB slot, and then when he dies, gonna swap out maybe both the Linkets and the BKB, I guess?
Yeah, they're gonna have to go for some X marks shenanigans. Just this is such a ridiculous high ground defense for OG. You have to walk through sludge, you have to walk through minefields.
There's something about Slardar with terrain walking that's just weird.
He's swimming.
Swimming through walls.
That's right. Oh, the Hex.
No
But
way.
Inkswell is there. K1 gets off the Swarm. Looks like he wants to fight a bit. So there's a minute left on the Aegis. And Whisper has so much HP, same with Analog, that you can barely even see the ticks in the HP bar.
I feel like they could keep going for these X-Mark Blinken pushes. They only did it that one time, but just keep doing it as long as the backdoor is
down. Did they
down.
use Banner? I feel like the Banner mid would help this push out quite a bit.
This Roche didn't drop one, right?
Oh yeah, they killed it in the top. Yeah, they got the cheese this time. That's true.
Right.
Boy, I could really use that Banner right now, tell you what.
But like, what's the problem with just X-marking Weaver, blinking in and hitting for 2 seconds and then pulling him out? If you're worried about the Yules, you know the timing on your X-mark. So you have plenty of time. It's 8 seconds. So
Yeah, but how many Yules do they have? They got 2.
It doesn't matter. They can't use them back to back, right? You can always get something off in between.
Okay, is this actually a fight breaking out? Seb's in a lot of trouble. Lots of Yules being applied. Seb is still alive. BZM coming with the Rolling Thunder, not really connecting anybody because of the BKBs. Seb is dead for 2 full minutes. The Torrent Storm coming out. A lot of heroes in the air. And now the base opening up just a bit as OG has to retreat temporarily. This is now a 4 versus 5. Fortification will slow it down. Whisper jumping in, does not want to focus on the Primal Beast, that's for sure. K1 popping his BKB, no longer with the Aegis, and hey, they did about 100 damage to the melee racks. That's something. But
I feel
still,
like
Seb dead for a minute and a
this
half.
push is not over. He has X-mark refill. They're going to go this way.
Whisper, pulverized, nullifier applied. Does he have any teammates to help out? No, the Slardar is dead. Despite having 1 million HP, effectively, they do 1 million damage. And now, surely this game is going to end in a 5 versus 3 unless Heroic makes a giant mistake. Finally, they get this second lane of racks, which seemingly has taken 30 minutes.
Primal Beast and hashtag NPC Dota good guys Tower 4 bot. Just high five.
Very exciting.
Thanks, Valve.
And the Mega Creeps will come, and OG just trying to throw everything they have from afar. Decent amount of damage on the Analog, but now with the Mega Creeps, Rolling Thunder from BZM again, but they just lack the damage.
Oh, that's a good Soulbind.
Yeah,
that's
Soulbind with the
really good
Pulverize. The double is dead, and it looks like BZM is next. Only 2 members of OG remaining. The Minefield sign used for the 2nd time this game, and Heroic literally couldn't give a shit. They're standing in there. 20 deaths for Schofield, and he wins. Game number 1 for Heroic.
Wait. It can still be 21.
That's true. There we Still 20. Schofield, will you die one more time for content? Wait. Oh, he pops the Ghost Scepter just in time. doesn't want the 21st. And the blast-off will end the game as GG's finally come out. Heroic take game number 1 and kind of a slugfest of a game.
Yeah, this kind of felt inevitable for the last half hour, but OG really made them work for it with some good fight selection. They did a good job identifying what were the conditions that were even possible, but I just think at the end of the day, when you look at these last 30 to 40 minutes, strategically, their lineup just has some issues against this strategy, right? I can't say hand on heart that Heroic played better in the last half hour. I don't really necessarily think they played better. Their game was just easier at that point.
They made a lot of mistakes.
I think they played better than OG in probably the 15 to 25 minute mark, which is where they really recovered from a rough start, and they pulled it back, and after that they kind of coasted to a victory, but it was still a 70-minute game before they finally got there, but crazy.
Yeah, Analog, I think, for me, is the MVP of this game. Started off 18-4, despite the fact that his start was horrific.
He started 0-3.
Yeah, that is quite the comeback for sure. So, 70-minute game goes the way of Heroic, but it's just game 1 of 2 games here. Let's go to the studio.
There is so much Dota to talk about and so little time to do it in. We're gonna dive into it though. We're gonna do our best. I'm here with Jenkins and Purge, and this was a over 70-minute game with an Arc Warden, I guess. Purge, what else would you expect?
Yeah, it's more likely to be a long one because not only is the hero farm very well, which means you're less likely to like end the game early. It's also difficult to high ground against them because you have to worry about hitting buildings. It was really well played by Heroic. I mean, both teams played solid, but the fact that they slowly built up a lead was impressive. K1 Hector was definitely putting out the damage output, and Analog looked like the Primal Beast of last patch in this game.
Yeah, he did. At this point, I don't even give a shit who wins. I'm just glad we got to see a 71-minute game. We saw the Pirates hat. We saw some Force Boots coming out. There's always goofy stuff. Searstone, Schofield. I'm glad that we got one of the classic Schofield, 20 death games, and then he wins. This is, what you were going to say?
The Techie's Minefield sign?
Yes, the Techie's Minefield sign. My God.
A rare thing, but it was actually good that game.
Yes, very good. I've seen a lot of people go BKB with the Techie's Minefield sign because it's so hard to get it off in fights. I feel like Ari got that, and it was 50 minutes before we saw him use it because they just kept stunning him when he was trying to do it. Sometimes it feels useless. Sometimes it feels like the best Aghanim Scepter in the game. But MVP Schofield, I think Suns fans wrong. I don't think it was Analog. I think it doesn't matter how many times you die as a support, as long as you're getting value for those deaths. I think that's fine.
His ulti was really impactful, especially against the Pango.
He was getting all of his stuff off in every fight.
There was a couple fights where I'm watching the Pangolier and I'm like, he did nothing that entire fight because he was just, he got linked and then he got stuck on the map somewhere, so he has to pop his shard to get out of that, and then all of a sudden it's like he just gets chain stunned 3 times.
Yeah, they were using the Grim ult to also stop the Pango roll because they would Grim ult somebody else and hit the Pango, which obviously stops his roll, but he's still stunning you. And then Analog on Primal would grab the other guy that was Grim ulted, which would grab the Pango, which interrupts his ult. And it's hard to do that without committing your BKB. Actually, you can't do it without committing your BKB normally on Primal because the stun, it'll stun you before you can grab him. So it meant that Analog could save his BKBs, which he was doing. I believe we saw one fight where even after he refreshed, he's 10%, 15% HP. He still saved the BKB until much later in the fight where he could use it a little bit more effectively. He was playing the fights on a razor's edge, which I think is why he ended up beyond godlike, because you have to do that if you want to have a comeback scenario.
I feel like one downside to Arc Warden carry is it feels like there aren't a lot of windows where you just kill somebody in 2 seconds. And for a lot of other carries, they have that option. I would say Weaver does kind of a little bit too. Bugs on a guy, run in, attack them 4 times. A support's going to explode. I feel like Arc Warden is more of if they don't have Dispel, that can happen. But if they have Dispel, Force Staff, Glimmer Cape, that you don't quite have that same jump and a move. Or an AM with a Manta and an Abyssal Blade. He just explodes people in the right circumstances. So it felt like there was more times for Heroic where they got to do that to their opponents, and it didn't happen in the opposite way.
I will say, this game, I mean, there's no way that this was the plan for either team. So I just want to know how we got to this point, because the first 20 minutes, by the way, the first 20 minutes had almost half the kills of the entire 17-minute game. So it was incredibly back and forth. Well, actually more forth than back in OG's case. Like how can they just stop advancing? Because OG was running over them for a while. Not in terms of net worth, but in terms of kills for sure. I mean, we saw Schofield being 0-10, minute 16, I believe, something like that.
I don't have a great answer for this, but I just have a stupid anecdote, which is that I love that Dota is like this.
Okay.
That once the game hits like 40 plus minutes, you know that the pro players that are going to be analyzing the replay are like, they're legitimately not looking at anything past like the 40-minute mark.
Yeah.
It just becomes a game that's not Dota. It's just kind of like instinct. Whoever like makes the most like clutch call in a fight, or
team fight execution too.
Yeah, team fight execution, or a guy running in that has buyback versus somebody on the enemy team dying who doesn't have buyback, which is exactly how we saw that game end. Was like a couple of heroes not having buyback and then going in and then the throning happened. Like if one hero who has buyback goes in and then they die and then they buy back and then they kill somebody who doesn't have buyback, they go down mid. Like that game looks completely different. It all comes down to one moment, and that's not how Dota in the early game works. Like there's ways of coming back. There's like a methodology behind it. There is no methodology in the late game. It's just pure chaos.
It was a lot of chaos. So time for some structure with our technical analyst.
Thank you, Shiver. As for this game's Acer Predator head-to-head, I went with the two supports, Schofield and Ari, as the panel is already highlighting a bit. The kills from Schofield, 6, Ari, 7. But the stat that isn't on there is the death. At the end of the game, Schofield ended with 20 deaths, opposed to Ari, but who won, Shiver?
Oh, I know who won. Schofield won. I mean, and you heard Jenkins say it. Tactical deaths.
Yes, the guy with 20 deaths wins this game. As we decided to show you a bunch of clips, that's the first blood going down. This is his second death. A lot of Schofield deaths in the early game. This man was 0-11 at 20 minutes. But not all sob stories have a sad ending, Shiver, as it's the struggle bus. This is just the life you live as a support. I'm sure this is all too familiar for you in some tough games. A lot of people can resonate with this, but don't worry, guys. These deaths are going to amount to something beautiful, as here we are. No matter how many deaths you have in the mid-game, or in the early game, mid-game, Grimstroke will eventually have the impact. Here it is, the ultimate initiation from my man Schofield, setting up the double pulverize. This is one of the few fights where you can see OG was still winning at this stage of the game, and they managed to turn it around on the back of the Blink Dagger Mana Boots 0-10 Grimstroke.
That was 40 minutes before the game ended, by the way.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Because that was the beginning of the end for OG, as we did feel like the game was heavily in their hands for the first 20 minutes on the side of OG, and then those two fights, the one in the mid-river, and then the one we just saw there, where Schofield gets the clutch initiation. It's just a reminder that no matter how grim the game's really feeling for you, you can always have high impact in Dota, and like Jenkins said, sometimes it doesn't feel like Dota as the game goes later.
That's true. I feel very vindicated, I think. And you know, every time I die loads, I'm like, it wasn't necessarily me that was the problem, you know?
You can still be a pro player.
Yeah.
Dying 10 times at 20 minutes, guys. 11 times.
Definitely. Going with that, for sure. This game was obviously madness, and I know Schofield's gonna be happy with the win, but surely is it going 0-10 in 20 minutes?
This man learned his lesson, though. If you look at his final inventory, he had Blink, Glimmer, Ghost Scepter, so these are all items to keep him alive, right?
Yeah.
And on top of the Ghost Scepter, a Shadow Blade. So this man was all about positioning, on top of the Glimmer Cape, he had two forms of invis. He literally went Glimmer Cape, and then the last item was Shadow Blade.
Like, literally, he had 4 out of his 6 items were survivability items.
Position-based, cheap support items that were saying, I've died enough for one game.
I was going to say, he didn't get them on time.
Yeah. Maybe a little late, but better late than never.
Oh, he learned his lesson. We'll see, of course, if he'll learn his lesson as well in the next game. By the way, while this game was going on, because it was so long, we already have some extra results in. For example, Falcons guaranteed moving to Phase 2 here at DreamLeague Season 22. To talk to you more about the next game and, of course, what has been happening all the other streams and any potential tiebreaker scenarios, you got to stay tuned right here for more DreamLeague Season 22 after the break.
unsure what's ahead of us. We can't find the gold that makes us a whole of it. Can't go find the elements. We can't find the road, but we got a hold of it. Unsure what's ahead of us. We can't find the gold that makes us a
These intros are my favorite because I feel like they're the most like freeform and upbeat, and we are maybe in a little bit of a hurry because we're behind schedule after an almost 80-minute game. And while all of that was going on, we're going to quickly take a quick look at the score so far in Group A because we now know guaranteed that tiebreakers are upon us. Because guaranteed 2 teams will end up 7-7 and maybe 3 teams will end up 7-7. So as VP is facing Azure and OG is facing Heroic, 2 of those teams will be 7-7, and then maybe either Gaming joins them in a 3-way tie, or maybe Gaming will be guaranteed through regardless, and it will be a 2-way tie only. We don't know yet what's going to happen, but make sure you block some time off in your calendars tomorrow because that's when the games will be happening. And maybe we'll have some more 80-minute games because we just had one, and it's always very interesting to have games like that because we're literally seeing things that we normally wouldn't, Brian.
Yeah, I wanted to show a few of the interactions from last game and also some things we are theory crafting in the green room about how to maybe make a game not last so long. So first and foremost, we checked that you can save multiple Roshan banners in your inventory and they take up 2 slots. So against a hero like Arc Warden, it might be worth considering having 2 Roshan banners, one for mid lane, one for top lane, etc. So you can see that you can place 2 Roshan banners separately on the map.
Can I
both
make it
buffing
harder?
lanes.
Can I interject and make the request harder? Because what if you... Because you're an Arc Warden.
Yeah.
What if you double? Can you place 4?
No, I did check that. I could have shown that, but when you use the clone, he doesn't have the Roshan banners in his inventory. There's a lot of other interactions that happen during that game. First and foremost, if you have Refresher on Arc Warden and you spawn his clone, it does not get the Refresher. It starts on 180-second cooldown regardless of whether or not you've used it. So Tomato had bought a Refresher in that game. He prioritized it over Ags, and we thought that was an interesting decision, and it doesn't work on the clone at all. Yeah. And then when regards to why the Grimstroke was so powerful against Venge is that you can swap people out of the Grimstroke leash, but then Venge becomes the new leashed target with the person that... So you're technically like saving, but then you're throwing yourself in there with the other guy. So it's like a single target save that doesn't work on the 2 people that are leashed together.
Cool. Too bad you can't have potentially 6 banners on the field.
Yeah. Arc Warden with Refresher and Clone. 6 banners.
Yeah.
Still might be
Way too
useless
broken.
having 6 of them.
Yes, you need 3 only because 3 lanes.
You need 12.
You just need, it's like a Hot Wheels track. You got to boost them at multiple stages along the lane.
Yeah,
you need
that
one in
makes
the
sense.
base. You need one
For the
right
loop.
outside their base so that they can hit the ramp and launch right into the throne.
That was a really good metaphor. Yeah.
Oh, that would be good. I'm curious if we would ever see that. I have my doubts, but we'll see. We are, of course, in game number 2. The draft has begun. We got Heroic on Radiant side, OG on Dire. First pick goes to OG. They went for the Mars. They banned out almost similar. Actually, not that similar at all. Last game, they banned out the Timber and the DK. They don't need to do that because that was what Heroic did. But it does mean that Undying makes it through, and that is what Heroic went for. Viper banned, which is unusual, I think. Viper ban in the first phase? Anyone?
Viper ban, why? That's just the question is, what is the hero that they plan to pick later? I don't think Mars is a reason you would ban Viper, right?
No, I mean, it's not... I mean, it's good. Like, you break the Mars, but...
Yeah, but it's not like
you really care to break the Mars in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, the break is, like, nice against heroes like Mars, but I think break is crippling against carries
Other
who,
heroes,
like, stand to their
PA,
ground.
yeah.
PA, Luna, stuff like this.
I don't even think Heroic's played Viper this tournament.
A very strange ban.
Maybe we'll be a little bit wiser about it later on when their draft unfolds a little bit more.
Yeah, maybe.
OG banning Naga. That's not something I thought I would see this series.
Well, they respect it. Being able to play it themselves, I suppose.
Naga has way more bans than picks this tournament, so a lot of teams are respecting the hero.
It's one of K1 Hector's most famous heroes as well, so...
It does hit a lot of creeps.
Pretty good against Mars as well. It's really hard to spear the real Naga. She gets a Mantha, you can Mantha dodge the spear. It's gonna hit one of the illusions.
10 seconds remaining.
Troll band out there as well. And I think with the opening of an Undying, it's pretty stable, right? It's not really too exciting so far. I think this is other than the Viper, which is maybe still a little bit of a question mark. It's pretty cookie cutter.
Yeah, I think the Undying probably just a response to the Mars, right? Lowers damage, therefore his God's Rebuke does less damage than the laning stage, so small advantage there. It's a nice team fight to help counteract what Mars provides. So
Mars also likes to, drop his ult and control an area. And if you want to stand somewhere for a long period against an Undying Tombstone that's summoning zombies, you're more than happy. You also have the grab ally for the Mars Spear, which is single target. Like you isolate one guy. In fact, you even isolate from the projectiles coming into the arena. So you split the fight like that. And I think Undying is good at playing it.
I got a grab ally question. So it used to be kind of broken, right? You just hop in and out, pretty much invulnerable. Now if you get knocked out too early, or if it gets destroyed, you get stunned, correct? Is there like a minimum amount of time that you jump into the tombstone before you can get out?
Yeah. It's like
1 or 2 seconds. Yeah.
I think it's 2 seconds. You could check with your...
I wanted to show... We're talking about a lot of interactions. I had your first one I wanted to show, which is the Mars Spear. You were talking about the impact of Manta Buyers against Mars. So the way it works is that you don't necessarily dodge the spear, but you can Manta where 1/3 of the time it's going to hit your actual hero.
That was unlucky.
So that was unlucky, but it is still a risk.
Yeah.
Show it to me again.
Oh, you
Let me see it.
okay? That was unluck.
Unluck.
Okay, so we'll have him spear over here.
You level max.
Sorry,
Did you
guys, it's not my
refresh?
computer here. Okay.
Did you refresh?
Oh, I did not.
You
Oh my
thought,
god, I'm a noob.
You got this, Ryan. You got this.
Don't
I
worry.
believe.
Oh my god, I'm so unlucky.
So unlucky, dude.
Okay,
That
it's
is
gonna work one time, guys.
Yeah, it's good, guys. Trust me.
Trust me, it's really good.
Okay.
All right, you gotta show me it's possible, 'cause I don't
Okay,
believe you.
dude.
I don't
This
even
is
believe you.
statistically impossible.
No, I feel like
One more time. One more
It's not
time.
true.
That's what it's supposed to work 2/3
That
of
is
the
so
time.
unlucky.
As a carry player, that is something we do intentionally do when you see the Mars go on you. You don't even have to time it. You just use your Manta.
That's pretty
So it's
funny,
often
though.
considered like the strong counters to Mars are illusion heroes
Dude,
for
I
that
would
reason.
full on Gork destroy my keyboard if I was in a game and I got Mars.
I mean, I
three times.
got Manta hit 3 times in a row, man.
Anyway, the draft has proceeded.
I'll
Since,
check out the grab ally thing too.
Yeah,
Shadow
we'll
Shaman
check that in a
response here.
second. Yeah, Shaman seems to be the replacement for Lion now that he's fallen off a little bit. He was already being picked up a decent amount. People are going 0-4-4. I mean, ever since they changed it so that Hex gives damage amplification and Hex is not dog shit at level 1, the duration on it is good. They nerfed the cooldown a little bit. That's an interesting way to sit. I think he's going to have some... That's a herniated disc waiting to happen, just
I
saying.
also
I
think
think there's someone else's leg. Someone's under the table, like ranking us right now.
There's a select audience, a group that is very happy right now.
Yes.
Calf muscles, love them.
Those are good calves. I will be honest here. I'm not from that select group, just to be clear.
Okay, so I've actually it is a 3 seconds. The time that you can enter the tombstone is 3 seconds, or like leave the tombstone after you've entered it, and then you also have to wait another 3 seconds to go back in.
Damn. So if you get inside of it and they kill the tomb within 3 seconds, and you get stunned afterwards, so it's like you're out of combat for 5 seconds or something.
Yes.
I think the
That's
cooldown.
pretty dangerous.
I think that cooldown, by the way, starts when you enter the tombstone.
Yeah, it's when you enter.
So that when somebody gets out, somebody else can get back in again. They don't have to like wait 3 seconds afterwards. I mean, by that time the tombstone's gonna be dead anyway.
So there's the illusion hero, buying the Manta, Terrorblade.
Yeah.
The Conjure Image, I could do it too.
Conjure Image does it too.
Where does the Conjure Image spawn, Brian?
I
Could
think
it go
it's
in front of you?
Oh gosh,
Oh, that is an interesting.
I'm pretty
question.
sure Terrorblade's Conjure Image always spawns to the right, but no.
I thought it was always to the left.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe it's to the right of him, like depending on how you're facing.
Maybe it's based on the player that's playing, if they're left-handed or right-handed.
So Nisha is the only guy where it spawns on the left.
Wait,
Makes sense.
okay.
It's
He plays a lot of Terrorblade.
It's like baseball. You're just like happen to be like buffed against every other player in the game.
Yeah.
Just because he's a lefty.
I definitely get that reference. Heroic, they pick the Ember Spirit. So this
The Ember
is
Spirit offlane, right, Jenkins?
it could be. This is one of Analog's best heroes, if not. I mean, I would personally say it's his best hero. Having played against him a lot, I really hate when he's on this guy. But also Divine Llama. They won a couple of qualifiers playing the Ember offlane. I don't think it's as good with the Mage Slayer nerfs. I think he really benefited from the fact that it was a 6-second duration, because you would slight supports, you would slight the wave, and it would slowly kill the entire wave with the chains. Now that's not the case. You have to like continue chasing and hitting them. But it's still good. Like
I kind of like it. I like it against this like Hoodwink Mirana personally because you can find them more easily in trees wherever they are. You can dodge Hoodwink's abilities. Like if you see the stun coming in, sleight of fist people, pop ulti, dodge it in that way. Also can set up your team and create a bit of a barrier to help protect the Terrorblade because now they've got 2 versions of shackles basically. Keep them in the tombstone, keep them away from Terrorblade if needed. Set up disables, so I like it.
Yeah, it's a 2-0 heroic for sure. It's a really good draft for them.
Yeah, that's how it works. It's definitely
I don't think they can. I don't think OG can pick anything to rectify this.
Okay.
Yeah, they lost. That's
okay,
it.
Jenkins, we've solved the where the Terrorblade conjure image spawns. So
Okay.
what you'll see is it's either in front of him, to the left, behind, or to the right, but it's in order, clockwise. And so,
Really?
like, if I move over here, the last one was on my left, it'll be behind me. So if I save up the one in front of me,
Wait. Sorry.
This
Was that behind you or was it?
No,
okay, so the next one's going to be in
in
front of me.
Was it to the
Holy
west?
shit,
like,
dude.
Look at that.
That's
Nice.
So, smart.
So he
Nice.
needs to save up the 4th conjure image
he just
my
needs
God.
to
to
pay.
dodge that.
No, he just needs to pay attention and then turn his hero, and then
Oh,
no way.
Yes. True.
I did like the idea of just
Think
stopping
about
to
it.
use Conjure Image ever until the
Until
Mars
the
it's
front
comes.
one.
It's like, okay, we're on number 4. I'm gonna turn towards him and then use it.
That's fucking
Yeah, that's
cool.
lit.
I actually just learned this for myself now, and I've played like 300 games of Terrorblade.
Yeah.
if that actually happens, if we see
I'm looking
K1
for it.
do that, that'll be so hype.
That's
Actually.
some new tech possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty hyped myself. I'm gonna be paying attention when I play Terrorblade. Is this
Yeah,
the front
that's
one,
a-
the left one, the back one?
Are
That's
you
a
gonna
really-
make a guide on this one?
Yes.
Hey, easy
Oh,
content.
and you should use it when you're like running through trees because you might like spawn it in front of yourself and block yourself
Oh, that's
too. Or
true.
you could put it behind yourself probably
Oh,
sometimes.
to block them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what this seems to me like? It's like you have like a broken arm and you're bleeding out, and then you have a canker sore and you're like going to the dentist instead of the doctor. You know?
I have no clue what the
Like,
hell
Like I'm
you
saying,
just
you're
meant by
like
that.
focusing on the entirely wrong thing that's going on in your life. Like you're not paying attention.
no,
to the
map
rest of the game.
awareness.
No,
Yeah.
but
Farming.
ideally, it's like, you know that there's a lot of mechanics that are just in people's brains. Everybody knows certain things.
There's
and
no
timing.
fucking
And
way he knows
ultimately-
that.
No.
No way.
Well, he should. He's a
But by now, I'll
professional
start paying
player.
attention. Like, and if he sees this clip, you know,
Not
like
a
he'll start
chance.
thinking like, oh, I gotta save the one in
Oh,
front.
you
I don't
wanna-
think K1's like, oh, I wonder what BSJ was saying on panel. Holy, he's gonna spawn to the west.
You want
Yeah.
to know my favorite quote? Surely, if we know what happens, the professional players should know this
Yeah,
too.
tell that to
I
Anna.
actually
Tell that to
don't
Anna.
think they know this. I actually don't.
You know, Ari might be the one guy that would know something like this. Genuinely. There's some freaks out there that know all these mechanics, like Gunnar, Ari. It's just like a type of player.
I could see that, yeah.
Hector's not one of those guys. That thing about the farming spreadsheet bullshit that they spread about him was a lie. That never happened. The guy is an instinct player. He's just a carry through and through. Most carries are instinct players.
Yeah, but instincts can also mean that you kind of instinctively know where your illusion's gonna spawn.
No, that's too freakish for a Hector.
Because it's usually happen when you're like last sitting or running around or something. Just like throw it on and add it to the pile of illusions.
Dude, my boy
Oh
got
man, the PL pick. This is about as good of a PL game as it gets on paper. I've always loved PL against the Shaman Undying duo because your illusions kill the Tombstone, they kill the Shadow Shaman wards. You have all you're a really good matchup against Terrorblade because PL is actually like an AoE illusion carry because of the Ags, while Terrorblade is a single target illusion carry. So one of them's good against illusions, the other one's bad. And they're both illusion heroes. And then, but the thing is, PL pretty much guarantees free farm for the offlaner.
Bro,
Jenkins doesn't know what this means, but he will give the offlaner
this is an
absolute free
Ember offlane, and they're going to pick Tiny Mid and destroy the puck. That's exactly what's going to happen here. You just gave Divine Llama a free Ember offlane game. Dude, if somebody picks PL against me and I'm Ember, I'm like literally salivating at a Beastmaster pick that's going to come out for me because I really know that is going to be the pick.
Really good call there.
Yeah.
I actually think that you got a reasonable theory there because you said Divine Llama. He has played this offlane Ember before.
I don't think it's good anymore. That's the problem.
After the Mage Slayer nerf?
After the
or-
Mage Slayer nerf, I think it's and Shiva's also. I really enjoyed that on the offlane. I've not seen Divine Llama play it once. And if he's not playing it, it's not good.
So I don't have time to check it out. What did they nerf about Beastmaster's drums against illusions? Was it just that it doesn't get extra heal?
It doesn't work.
It still works,
It
right?
still works, but
It's
it
just like
doesn't-
100% heal instead
Yeah.
of 600%
Yeah, it doesn't
or whatever.
heal you to full.
So you're not going to be unkillable, but you're still going to be like a Ag Shiva's guy that runs in, right? Most likely for
Yeah.
Divine Llama against
Yeah.
the PL.
I assume he's going to go Helm of the Overlord. I mean, it got changed to all stat items, so it should be good on Universal Heroes. Beastmaster is one of them. And they just lowered the price by 400 gold. So his right click is actually going to be decent. I assume he's going to go that build into Auras, is
Into
my
Battle
assumption.
Fury.
That's what I was thinking with the Ember Spray. I was like,
I
maybe
do
it's a good
wonder-
Battlefield game.
I do wonder with the it's like you're against PL, so you kind of want to go for the drums build, which would usually involve like Crimson Guard, which also is good against PL. Like you'd go for this
Yeah,
like tanky
not
build. But then also, like you said, the Dom 2 did just get buffed, and that's why people would imagine that you're picking Beastmaster. I'm gonna guess he's not gonna go Dom 2. I think it's going to be the standard like Crimson Ags, just because they
Just to
last
run
picked
in.
it against the PL. Yeah, I think it works in this game, even though Dom 2 just got buffed. I imagine he's gotta go for this build. If he does go
Interesting
Dom
build
2,
route, yeah.
he's gonna pivot. I think he's gonna pivot on the.
There is a lot of magic damage on the enemy squad, though. So, like, by all means, great against the PL, but he might be a little squishy
I
in
think
the
you
mid
can-
game until he gets a cloak.
I think you can go pipe Crimson Ags. Like that's
Okay.
usually the build on the Aghanim Scepter Beastmaster on the offlane. At least it was when people were playing it.
Winner of this will be guaranteed a tiebreaker to allow for continuation here at DreamLeague. Who's going to be it? Who's the
2-0 heroic.
I'm a PL non-believer.
Peel non-believer? That's 2-0
So
heroic
heroic.
here too. What do you think? You're a
I mean, they
potential
have
tiebreaker?
good team fight control
Yeah.
on the OG side, or was it the heroic side, left side? They've got the Naga, they've got Tombstone, they've got Shadow Shaman. It just feels a little bit easier for them to force fights the way they want to. Are they going to do it chaotically, though? Maybe it won't be exactly how they want and it's not going to work out. I don't know.
Might be a little bit too, like,
Wait, there's no Naga in this game. Am I a dummy?
Terrorblade.
Okay.
Origin Heroes.
Same
Whatever.
shit. Same shit.
Same idea.
I'm like, did I write this wrong?
It's honestly
Beastmaster
the-
TV's a classic.
It's a better Naga.
Alright.
I actually feel like TB's a better Naga. I think Naga's good, but TB's insane.
Well, that means that you guys all collectively cursed Heroic. It's how it normally
how it
goes.
goes.
But
Yeah.
potentially Heroic will just run over OG here in game number 2. Let's find out what's going to happen together with Sunspan and Cinderin.
We are underway here for game number 2 between Heroic and OG. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. As Shiver was talking about, the winner of this is guaranteed a tiebreaker. Does that mean the loser is guaranteed anything, Cinderin?
The loser is guaranteed 9th, 10th, I would think.
Okay.
There you go.
Great
That's how
work.
it works. They will not be in the tiebreaker because both teams have the same score.
Yes.
They're both 6 and 7. And that means there's everything to play for here. Another interesting game coming our way. Last pick PL into 19th PL into... Let's try that again. 9th pick PL into 10th pick Beastmaster. Thought it was interesting to hear the panel theorizing what the Beastmaster was going to buy and for what reason. Seb, actually...
Okay,
is this
one.
enough?
Pretty damn low.
He's gonna leap. He's
That's
dead.
a lot of armor. Is it enough to survive? No. Whisper will take first blood for OG. Not too shabby of a hero to get that on if you're from OG's perspective as well.
Seb did
Okay.
skill leap, so he doesn't have the arrow in the top lane, but I guess he doesn't want it anyway, so it's kind of fine. He's just going to be trading to start.
So you were talking, of course. PL,
Yeah.
9th pick. Beastmaster, 10th.
I feel like when you counterpick PL specifically with Beastmaster, you want to go for the Axe, right? Like, otherwise, I think there was just better options available if that's not the build you want to go. So I'm going to say that's kind of a given. The question is what order? Like, do you buy the drums very early? Do you get the pipe
I mean,
first?
I thought that Ags got horribly nerfed when that was actually prevalent. Like, have we seen the Ags on Beast recently at all?
I mean, to be fair, we barely even see this hero, right? So
True.
It's not going to be a popular build regardless in the game. I think it's still good in the right game. I think PL is one of those heroes that enables it. I would like to see him not go Pipe and Crimson before. The panel were talking about that being a standard build. I think it's too slow. I think it's better if you get one of the two and then Ags, and then you choose which one's more important. I would say the Pipe. I think you should go Pipe, Ags, and then the Crimson is not that important. It's countering one hero, right? You don't need to double counter that PL, I think. The Pipe should be enough in that.
Okay, and then is there any other itemization on the Heroic side that they need to change up from the normal build to be able to counter the PL? Because typically, you know, you talked about the drums, or by the drums, I mean the Ags on Beastmaster, which is drums of Slom, of course. But, I mean, there's no real... I mean, you force a Mjolnir on a hero? Do you force a Radiance? Anything like that?
Beastmaster could buy Radiance. That would be interesting. I don't think he will.
Radiance, Ags, Bloodstone? Easy.
No, I think for the most part you still go the standard items, right? Ember's probably still going to... I don't know now after the nerf if it's absolutely required to go Mage Slayer, but I think he still will, especially given the matchup being Puck in the mid lane. So I think he goes Mage Slayer Maelstrom, and then you have that Maelstrom, and you have the Beast Ags, and you probably go Shivas at somewhere down the line, perhaps. Should be enough tools for that. Which again makes it curious. Like, this PL pick is clearly a direct response to the Terrorblade, but I don't know if there's much more depth to it than that from the side of OG. Like, did they see another weakness? It's good against Tombstone, so it's actually twofold.
Okay.
I guess that's good enough reason to run it, because this hero isn't
Shackle
popular
was
either.
on a creep there for Schofield. Little miscalculation.
He's trying to bait them in so they can kill him. That's how he wins games.
Axes, though, from Devi. He's taking a lot of damage, though. Does have to be very careful. Ether shot coming out from Schofield, and the Lotus goes to Tomato, and you can see how badly Heroic needed that one. We're left with a single tango for Devi. Got his trusty boar, though. Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen the PL, but see how it works out. I feel like the rest of the picks are fairly standard, though. Especially the puck mid. We've been seeing a ton of puck being thrown out in the last couple tournaments. Usually going for like the right-click Maelstrom build with Ags.
Yeah, I think you still do that against TB, right? Oh, there we go. This is a good luck charm for Heroic.
Yep, Schofield, death number 1. Let's get that graphic on the screen. Devi Llama. Oh, the leap coming out from Seb. Can he finish the job? Another right click. Yes!
Wow.
Just barely. So 2 kills in the safe lane for OG. Good calculation from Seb. Brought out his calculator for that. Lag now.
Oh my god. I don't know if I believe it, I'll be honest. This is what people do in pubs all the time when they pull something off.
What, you think they're trying to tilt him?
I don't know. It's just funny. He gets a kill on the offlaner, instantly pauses and says lag after playing the chase perfectly like he had 0 ping.
That's right. He's that good, just working through all the call.
Oh man.
They're laughing too.
Yeah, they're probably saying the same thing, really. I think his teammates don't believe him either. I don't know. Oh, that's funny. All right.
Might be brain lag. Seb is getting up there in age. I can attest to
that's fair.
What that feels like.
Well, that's a hot start in that safe lane, though. He's almost level 4 on Mirana minute 4.
Is that a Dota Plus logo on his head right now? What is that?
It's when you get tipped.
Oh, it's from a tip. I see.
No,
Perfect.
actually,
pause.
we're playing Worms, and he's getting a med kit.
Oh, okay.
It's dropping right now.
Yeah, med kit. Very nice.
Yep. Gonna heal to full here. 3, 2, there it is. Plus 50 health.
Beautiful.
I'm not opposed to taking an occasional bounty.
He's gonna opt to buy the boots. There were a couple of options here. Could have also bought some sort of little value item like a Bassi for the lane, but he will take the more aggressive approach, I would say. To an extent.
BZM, he gets pressured out of lane. He might just have to walk back to base. Both Water Rune's going to go the way of Heroic, so that is a pretty big deal.
Yep. This is a good
See how
lane
many
matchup
creeps
for
he
Ember,
misses.
and
and even the bounty taken by Schofield.
really tripling down and shutting out BZM here. As Jenkins pointed out, Analog is a master on this hero, and he's showing why right now. 22-9 against the 17-4 puck, and forcing him back to base. It's not like Schofield did a lot of work to make that happen. He kind of just showed up, so Analog basically did it on his own. The constant poke of Sleight of Fist is an issue for Puck. This is a matchup that's been played for a long time. Puck has 2 armor, and it's very hard to phase shift dodge Sleight. It's just so fast. Oh, Seb.
Shackle, this time on the correct unit, and that'll lead to the kill onto Seb.
That's quite important recovery for them up in this lane for
Yeah,
Heroic.
sure.
And they're also... This is an unfortunate time for Seb to die, because basically they have a full wave in the tower, and they're just going to use this to absolutely bully Tomato as much as possible, shutting him out from all these CS. They're attacking the wrong target here, unfortunately.
If they had it right the first time, Blood Grenade onto the wrong one again, and a Shackle onto the wrong one again. Seb with the Star Storm, and Schofield will pay the ultimate price, and now Devi Llama is the one that is completely surrounded by OG members. Seb with a double kill. So starting out this game 3-1 and 2.
I feel like I'm watching a replay of the last game. It's like Schofield's dying. They do a dive under the tower minute 4 with their off lane. It fails. They both die. Ari rotates to that lane, shows up, and get killed. Now, if this was exactly like last game, Whisper would be bullied out of lane now by a 2v1, but that is not happening. In fact, they're going mid instead.
Yep, Searing Chains, very nicely done. There's the Shackle from Schofield. Ari will get off the bushwhack, but
he's very dead.
Will fall eventually to KJ's right click.
And good luck there on
and a shield
Analog
for
winning the
Analog.
50-50.
Yeah.
The prize is mine.
Yeah, Yeah, BZM, bit of a struggle bus right now as Divine Llama kills Tomato solo?
He has 2 waves in his own tower, and he goes for the kill. I think Tomato is in disbelief that the Beastmaster is even going for this right there.
This is the chaotic nature of Divine Llama and Heroic. As BZM taking extra pressure. Searing Chains is there from Analog. Phase shift BZM will die again. So, okay, it's not so much like last game now.
No, now it's now you can sell me on this being a different game all of a sudden. Are they losing mid tower minute 7? There's another wave coming in. The Siege Creep is not dying. He's cutting this one. If OG don't rotate over, okay, Ari will try. I don't think he could do this on his own.
Yeah, BZM he will TP in now.
So they will
still
hold
get
it.
a couple more pop shots.
So he gets 3/4 of the mid tower and the kill on the puck. Wisdom's 1-for-1 split. Whisper actually took the Dire one, so 1 support on the side of OG is going to be starved. That is going to be...
Well, you were talking about Divine Llama's
game was good enough, so...
We were talking about Divine Llama's build. He's going straight Ags, unless he changes his mind. It's Bushwhack, Schofield, as is tradition for Heroic. He needs to die a bunch of times, but the Shackle onto Tomato. Finally, Schofield will tumble. KJ comes in with a big decay. Has the Tombstone available, but will not use it yet. As Divine Llama now gets his Primal Roar. And if he finds an angle on Tomato...
he's dead if he gets roared. He dies to Roar and Axis here.
He's looking for it. Axis into the Roar.
He actually
and down
got it.
goes Tomato again. Oh my goodness. Bushwhack onto KJ. Seb's going to take some Axis to the back of the head. Meanwhile, mid lane, we're seeing Whisper make his first rotation. There's the Mars Arena into the coil as well. Illusory Orb should be enough to be able to take out Schofield again. And the Rebuke is enough as well as Analog will drop. So double kill for BZM, a much needed boon for him.
Yeah.
And Ari has a damage rune right now. KJ has decay in 3 seconds. We'll place the Tombstone on the cliff. We'll die to the Starstorm though. And Seb will just casually TP out. Man, both games action-packed, I have to say.
It's all over the place. I really love this mid-rotation from Whisper. Not only is it successful, but just like conceptually, I think it's a really good move to make when you're about to lose this mid-tower. Trying to help out your puck. They played it perfectly, too. BZM with a coil, and the moment it was ending, gets the max duration silence out on the Ember, and together they can just barely take him down through Flame Guard. So that was great stuff from OG. They were starting to lag behind a little bit, but recovered quite well with that. Worth keeping in mind, as you said, Divine Llama, this top lane is going, I would say, very well for him. With those 3 kills, 2 of them on the PL. He's getting the tower now, and he's rushing Axe, as you mentioned. I think Axe Pipe is just going to be the order then. It was one after the other, I would say. I don't know if there's... What's another...
Early Sunder.
Is there another alternative path here? Like, what else could he buy after Axe that's as good here?
Well, they mentioned Crimson. You didn't like it as much as Pipe, though.
I don't think it's as good as the Pipe. It's really valuable for the Terrorblade as well to have the Pipe in his team.
I mean, could he go Blink, potentially?
You can, but it kind of... It slightly defeats the purpose, right? The idea of Ags is that you're a tanky frontliner.
True.
And if you get the Blink and you blink into them with your drums active, you can still just die. But if you have the Pipe, you're very...
Are they looking at the Ember to be the initiator for the first portion of the game, then?
Yeah, I think Slight Chains is very reliable here. The enemy team is playing without Dispels, so it's effectively... It's not a stun, but it's a catch.
Yep, BZM, I believe, gets his first rune of the game.
It's a good one to
Arcane,
get.
yeah. Probably the best one you could possibly get for the puck. Going for the Witchblade, so no crazy shenanigans from him.
They're setting up for K1 here. No Sunder. He will read it and back off for the time being.
The fact that he even skilled that is a shocker. Don't they wait till like level 10 or something?
It varies. I think it's...
I mean, he might have just been holding that point for when he actually used it.
Yeah. It's quite reasonable a lot of the time skills under level 6.
Whisper will be pressuring the tier 1. BZM and Seb on the outskirts, just waiting for somebody to show up. Analog, meanwhile, forcing out a fortification in the mid lane, looking to take this tier 1, but Seb will make his rotation now.
It's a bit late for Seb
Arrow
here.
to take out the siege, but yeah, can they get the deny is really the only question here. Another TP coming in.
Oh,
They might want to fight still. Seb gets a beautiful deny. Coil onto 2, but the instant hex into the shackle. Schofield Mars Arena now separating them from their Ember Spirit. This might be the death of both supports of Heroic. And indeed that is the case, but even Divine Llama come into play, but he'll just have to walk back to where he came from. Already halfway through his Ags.
Yeah, that really did look
More
like
than
Seb was just too late, but managing to get the deny and the follow-up teamfight makes that well worth it. OG set it up nicely. Can't really put a finger on Whisper's play so far in this game. His spellcasting, his movements are really, really good. See if he finds something more here. I don't think this play is possible. Oh, there's the Conjure image, Brian.
It actually came to fruition.
He didn't cast it, though. He had it out already, so it doesn't really count.
Okay.
Oh, that one spawned behind him. Start counting to 3, K1. You can do it.
Another rune for BZM, question mark? No, it'll be Haste top. BZM looking to bottle the boundary rune at the very least. K1, they know that the meta is going to be ending relatively shortly.
They're really hounding him here.
Yeah.
But Tomato on the direct opposite side is doing the same thing as K1, so both farming their respective safer jungles, but as the offlane towers have fallen, it is a bit less safe. Let's see if either of them gets found. Looks like Tomato might be first.
Yep, they will spot him,
Able to just
but
find his way out of this one.
yeah, he finds his way outside the AoE of the Tombstone. The Searing Chains hits all 3 creeps and not Tomato.
Well, if he was actually in Vision, that is so unlucky. I feel like Brian has just invoked bad RNG day. He did the triple Manta to fail, and now this chains after the change to that.
Could have theoretically been in Fog, though, briefly.
It could have been Fog. Let's say it was that. No one's that unlucky, surely.
No one ever in the history of Dota. Divide.
Oh, he's going
70.
He's queuing up BKB. That's the other way. Okay, that's the alternative route.
Okay.
I don't mind that. I still think Pipe is probably better. I understand why he wants the BKB so he can walk through the arena and obviously negate a ton of the damage from the puck. But I think itemizing to really protect your team here, I just instinctively feel like it's more valuable. But maybe the BKB has more carry potential. I don't know if they really need that, though.
Dire are scanning.
See how it pans out. He's also queuing up the dagger, so maybe you're going to end up being right, and he just goes blink straight after.
All right, Drums of Slum officially online. Of course, the PL is not really a problem yet, so might just be using this to farm. Yeah, that's also what it's really good for.
Yep. Not going to say it's an overlooked aspect of it. It's obviously a really big part is that you keep ramping up, but
all right, he's going to tank a gank here. Sharpshooter. Well hit.
Did you shoot that out of his ass? I mean, I guess it was because he was X, you couldn't see his orientation. It looked funny, though. Anyway. There's different ways to be a sharpshooter nowadays.
I had too many jokes that I'm just not going to say.
Ember going to pick up the Mage Slayer here. And PL with the Ags. So very ramp-heavy builds, right? One side Ags Beast, the other one Ags PL. And Terrorblade will be buying farming items as usual. Looks like K1 is opting for Sanjin Yasha. I feel like he is probably the biggest fan of this item out of any carry in the world. I don't know if I don't have any like statistics for this, but I just feel like anecdotally he buys it more than any other player. Just
that was your opportunity to throw out a stat.
Yeah, he buys them in about 22% of games, Shannon.
Total, or on TB.
Even if it's total, it's a lot, I would say, in this patch. But. No, I was just going for the 22, because that's the number you pull out when you don't know what it actually is.
That's true. Good memory. It did just get buffed, though, I believe, right, in this last patch?
Sanj did. I guess Sanjin Yasha does as well by extension, right?
Status resist. Oh, no, I'm thinking of Halberd. Got the biggest buff, actually, of those. In terms of the status resist.
Sanjin Yasha is 100 cheaper, 5% more status resist, and 3% more health regen and lifesteal.
Okay.
It adds up.
All right, Divide Llama and Schofield are going to team up to take out Roche.
Yep, this is another great aspect of the drums.
A Flesh Golem action to make this go a little bit faster. Divide Llama, I'm guessing, is the one that's going to take the Aegis then. That's a little awkward.
It's quite good on Beast.
It's awkward.
When you have this build.
That's true. You want to stay alive as long as possible.
And then you want to stay alive again.
But the drums, they reset, I believe, on death, I would think.
Yeah, I think so too. It's one of those things where you turn this into a damn it if you do, damn it if you don't situation for the enemy team. Where we've talked about there's a clear path to a team fight where if Beastmaster goes in front, you can maybe just burst him when he has no magic resist. Now you can't do that.
Right.
So
Yeah,
it,
that's
it
true.
does open the door for a very aggressive potential play for Heroic. And the other good news for Heroic is that it's not on K1, so it might be used
Radiant's bottom tower is
with the
under
team.
attack.
That was a callback to the last game where he wasted every Aegis and still won. So.
Yes, that is true. He was very good at that. Schofield looking for a Hex, not in range though. I mean, once he gets, I assume, a Blink at some point, then he becomes a much scarier hero.
This map
Watch out
feels
for.
quite small for OG right now.
He is going Blink now on the Beast.
Yep. I like it a lot more when he has Aegis.
Radiant's
Because
bottom
even if it's just one good moment he finds with it, that will do a lot for them. And at this point, if you go Blink BKB, you're not getting Pipe after. So it's either or at this point, and I do feel like he's committed. He hasn't even looked at the Pipe.
tower
All right, he changed to Dagon. I don't know anything. I'm just along
Well,
for the ride here.
I think Whisper is heading towards the Divine Rapier. I mean, that's not the Divine Rapier there, but he's going for that build eventually. With the Brooch,
Oh my
aka
God.
Harken's Blade. Seems to be the thing as Analog. Will be spotted, will be coiled, and will be dead.
Yeah, you're not surviving that
Dire's
one.
middle
Good
tower
pick off for
is under
OG. Feels like there haven't been that many kills in the last few minutes. Ari, he's going to be the trade, but OG will be fine with that. And that's Divine Llama showing off the Blink now for the first time.
Yep, and he is committing for the Dagon.
Yeah, that is, that's cool. I like it. More spell lifesteal. Whisper.
Oh, nice, Cat.
Arena onto 2, but the instant Hex comes out as Divine Llama trying to fight through this with his Drums of Slom. Whisper gets off a Rebuke, getting
shit,
slowed
he's
perpetually
strong.
by these boars, and Divine Llama will get the better of him. He gets off a Blink as well as Tomato now, getting super low. We'll get off the Spirit Lance one more time.
These axes could kill him. He has...
If
oh,
he
never
gets
mind.
them off in time.
I don't think it's...
No.
He had decay stacks on him, not wild axes stacks. I misread it for a moment. If that's 4 stacks of axes, that's really close. But...
Dire's structures
Okay, I thought that was a really good catch from Whisper. It's excellent spell placement, but the Beastmaster is just way too strong. So they get the trade and they get the tier 2. I think Heroic very, very happy with this exchange. Obviously a bonus for them that Schofield dies. That just makes it even better.
I mean, he did get off a really fast Hex as well.
Yeah, he
Made
did
that
everything he
very
could
awkward.
there. It could not have played it any better.
Yeah, he's not breaking any records this game with his deaths, but they've all been meaningful at least.
The thing that's funny about it is, as much as we're memeing on it, I think he played a pretty damn good game last game. It was just really hard in the first 15 minutes. And a lot of his deaths, if nothing else, they're on him instead of a teammate. Sometimes when games are tough, somebody has to die. And if you can absorb a lot of them on a support and still find impact later in the game, that's a job well done. So
Dire's
Schofield,
bottom tower is under
other side of the
attack.
tree line. Will be silenced now as Analog coming through, looking for some sort of Searing Chains action on BZM, but it's not going to happen. So a little poke and run.
And the scary part for OG is the map is just going to start breaking apart. This Beastmaster is absolutely obliterating them, just playing super aggro. In the meantime, Terrorblade is free farming. He's taking the mid-tier 2 tower. He's stealing the enemy Ancients. And now with this bottom wave pushing in, Schofield can commit the snakes if he wants. I don't think it's necessary for this tower, so he might even save them for the tier 2
Dire's bottom tower
if they
is
want to
under
go that
attack.
far. As OG are pinging out K1, but can't really find an opening here with their puck.
Dire's bottom
This is
tower has
kind of
been
snowbally.
Radiant's top
It's
tower
not like an
is under
insurmountable lead or anything. It just feels like OG are step by step running out of space. And now PZM. Good escape there from that Shaman TP.
Yep, he's been on top of things this game.
Won't get the rune again though. Bad luck.
Radiant's top
Need
tower is
to
under
channel your
attack.
inner Quinn to be able to get those runes next time.
Oh, now I might be in trouble. He used the orb.
Oh,
Okay.
Blink's a little baby distance away. Connect with Ari now as the Dagon is officially there. The age is about to be expired as well. So Heroic
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
continuing the pressure. You think they got enough out of this
Radiant's
Aegis?
courier has been killed. Dire's
We'll
middle
see.
tower
Depends how good the Dagon is. It's hard to answer that question when I don't really know how impactful this is going to be. It might be really good. I mean, it's got 15% spell lifesteal on it, right? So that's quite good with the drums.
Yep.
I suppose.
It does synergize.
It's just it's a build I personally haven't seen yet. It might not even be that unusual.
They
Maybe
wanna
this
go
is
for
just
this
how people
Tormy.
play Beastmaster now.
Get those Axis Staxes
Dire's bottom tower
on
has
the
been-
Tormy.
Radiant's top tower
Who shall get the shard? It will go the way. Oh, it's the grab ally, everyone's favorite Tombstone.
That is very good against Mars.
If you're not the one that's getting initiated on.
Yeah,
Yes.
because you can even place the Tombstone. I think you can place it far enough that it's outside the wall, right? So
You come out.
You can pull
afterwards.
people out of the arena, I think, with it if you want to. And even if they stay inside, I guess the peel is a bit of an X factor in this regard, right? Because this Tombstone can just die that fast. But even just buying your teammates 2 seconds is a huge deal against heroes like Mars and Puck. So we'll see what use he finds for it. And of course, bigger than anything is the fact that they take it away from OG. So they're going to get both. The classic Radiant play that you've talked about quite a bit. Getting that bot tier 2 into Tormy, and then they're going to swap over to their own. Could opt for a smoke across the map here if they want to try to get back. But it looks like they might just stick around and push out top first. Schofield will take this shard. Yep. And get the Shackles one.
Yep. Great for split pushing, great for farming, great for not dying because you're next to creeps and not heroes, for Schofield specifically.
Yep.
How good is the Beastmaster shard? It sounds crazy. I mean, I've seen it a couple times. It seems good.
It's really good sometimes. I don't know if it's this kind of game, though, against these heroes. It should. Maybe it's even good against PL to an extent when you have the drum. I don't think you buy it, though.
You don't buy it, huh? Okay.
Dire's middle tower
Just going to go BKB next.
Well, Heroic continuing to 5-man.
is under
And you
attack.
can see OG looking to split the waves a bit. But the tier 2 tower will go the way of Heroic again as their lead is now 5k. And Roche, we won't know about for 35 seconds, but
Dire's top tower is under attack.
considering how many Aegises
Oh, they're going to
Heroic
knock
got
on the
last
door here. K1 has Butterfly. They have Snakes.
Yep, snakes are down. Whisper gets the initiation off on K1 into the arrow. Do they have the damage? He's already at half HP. He is dead. No Sunder to come. The BKB came through for Whisper as Schofield looks next on the list. So a good defense mounted from OG as KJ will just barely get out with the TP.
Tower is under attack.
So I'm guessing he couldn't get in range to get the grab ally.
Probably, and that right there is a great example of why many players buy Manta instead of SNY. I think in this game, it's debatable because, you know, this was kind of the perfect storm from OG where they get the right shutout with the... I will die.
These are big kills.
Yep, absolutely. They get the right shutout with the arena, and then despite having the status resist of the Sanjin Yasha, he's just locked down the whole fight. So you're going to see the replay here. So they can pull him in here, and then the arrow crucial for this to work, and that arena will shut out the rest of the team from connecting. So
The Undying is not even remotely close, by the way, during this.
this didn't seem... Yeah, they never used Tombstone. It seemed like they weren't fully ready for this. I think K1 is just... Did he just say, what the fuck?
Probably.
I think he's like...
Was not expecting that sort
He's
of
like,
damage.
guys, I pressed Manta.
Analog gets off the slide of his. He's completely out of mana, though. Whisper with the spear onto a tree. That's the death of Analog. Now, this is falling apart so fast for Heroic.
Yeah, this is not good.
As OG taking full advantage of this blunder. Schofield.
Might even get more. Yep, they will.
He's going to be spotted. There's a TP coming. Bushwhack connects. Divide comes in with, okay, the Dagon surprise. But Whisper finishes off Schofield. That's a double kill for him. And all Heroic get is a lowly support. Yeah, this lead just completely evaporated. That's one of those, I mean, I know that wasn't a fast Roche spawn or anything, but they went high ground with like 20 seconds left to the point where Roche could spawn. That's why we see teams just chill so often.
It was
during that time.
absolutely completely fine to wait. I genuinely don't really mind the high ground push either, but it felt like they weren't truly committed to it, right? Like we talked about, Undying wasn't in position for it. Like, imagine this play happens again where they commit for that high ground, they put the snakes. What if they just put a Tombstone next to Terrorblade, right?
Yeah.
So they could just pull him in.
That's
then I
true.
think this push is actually quite good. But it was like it was a half commit. It looked like they weren't truly going for it, and then OG were very quick to identify the punish there. And yeah, that will bring OG back to even.
K1 has a BKB now. That will certainly help.
Yeah, this Roche is going to be massive, though. it's going to mean a lot for the game. If Heroic get that and they go for high ground push again, I think it's going to OG are going to be hard pressed to do what they just did one more time.
Teams that get second Roche win about 88% of the time, Cinderin.
All right. What about the last 22?
Last 22 times?
Yes.
88 because that's the average.
Okay. Makes a lot of sense to me.
Yep, that's right.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Right, let's see. So Roche is spawning. Top left. They have a minute. Or they have 3 minutes and a half to get up there. So plenty of time for both teams to set up the perimeter. OG have to be well aware that this is a potentially game-deciding moment. So I really expect them to stay strong up here with vision and keep control. It's a matter of who can handle the side push pressure here. So they're going to TP puck bottom, which does leave a little bit of a moment of opportunity here, and Heroic are going to immediately pounce on this with a smoke. If they can get up, even if they don't find any heroes, but they just get the D-ward and they start taking control of the area, I think it's very hard for OG's lineup to initiate into Roche. I'm saying that as a team that has Mars and Puck, but the problem is, I don't think you have enough single target burst to kill K1 this time around. When he's in position, has BKB, has a team around him.
Yeah, you have one save, if used successfully.
Yeah.
And smoke from OG, looking to get to that top side of the map where Roche currently resides, knowing that this is going to be a very impactful one.
This is the biggest moment of the game.
Absolutely.
So let's see if OG can find this opportunity.
Oh, Whisper might run into Analog. I don't know if
he just got his BKB. This is like a perfect timing for
There's the
Divide.
silence coming out to Analog, and he's dead. Quick pick off for OG, and just like that, it's a 4 versus 5. Can Heroic delay this?
It's not like OG kill Roche fast. I think you can probably just kite it out. And the question is if Schofield can get out. And quite the predicament up here.
Yes.
30 seconds for OG with no info. Are they actually even going to try? I don't think they will. I think they're just going to play the area.
Okay.
20 seconds. They're going to Moonlight. Okay.
Moonlight.
Look for an opportunity here.
There's the arena from Whisper. Already pops the BKB, gets the spear onto KJ, who buys back instantly. Divide was forced out in using his BKB. Will teleport away, and that might be enough for OG to feel safe. Now Ember's going to be up, but you don't have a BKB on Divide.
That's the bigger part of that. Undying used buyback and didn't use any spells, so he has his entire kit. I think they're definitely going to make this in time to contest, aren't they?
Definitely, you say?
Maybe not. This is going faster than I thought it would. This is really, really good news for OG if they get this in time. And yeah, they're going to place Seb here as a smoke breaker. With the wards? Nope, they're not making it.
Okay, they're exiting the pit. K1 pops the meta. He's going to get spear, but no connection onto the tree this time. Bushwhack is there. Arrow will be taken as well by K1. He's just taking every spell to the back of the head. Now into the pit they go. Roche not happy about it.
Oh yeah, they're
already very low on HP. OG, you're going to have to try to contest this. The Serpent Wards are placed outside the pit just to give a little bit of vision here. K1 continuing to pound upon this Roche. They get the Aegis.
Divide took
and the cheese as well. And Whisper and company, they want to continue to fight. Schofield's already taken out by Tomato. As K1, Divide already uses the Aegis. And K1's BKB is kind of being wasted here. He's going to get soul ripped, gets the Thunder off on an illusion. Spear again does not latch to a tree, but now they have the focus. They have the Bushwhack on the K1. He's already at half HP. Gets silenced as well. Illusory Orb is clipping him as well. They have enough to finish him off in all likelihood as Whisper gets off the arena. Divide Llama gets off his BKB, able to try to get away here, but he only has one teammate with him right now. And he's just getting kited to a high degree. Tomato's illusions are just ripping right through him, despite him having the drums of Slom. Oh, he pops the cheese just in time.
Oh, no.
But back to the same exact HP a second later, and Divine Llama will die. Meanwhile, Analog, basically the sole member to get out of this engagement, and that was a disaster for Heroic, despite getting the Aegis and cheese.
I wonder what this tip from Seb, how you want to interpret that. Because I was thinking about it for a little bit. He got roared by the Beastmaster at the end of the fight and then gets killed off instantly by him. But I think in Seb's mind, Beastmaster is misplaying this fight by not going in front of Terribly, right? His Aegis pops and then he backed off despite having cheese. So he kind of left K1 on an island for the following 20 seconds where he was just getting kited and prodded. And then eventually he roars them around and kills her. But at that point, her TB is already out of the fight. So I think Seb considers this a very, very great outcome for him, essentially, just bullying him or boxing him away for that long. And that is so huge for OG. I was not expecting him to get this go to a fight out of this, I'll be honest. That That went way better than they could have expected.
Yeah, you basically got Roche to 1/4 HP effectively, and then give it up, and then win the fight somehow.
And it didn't even feel like the roar from the Roshan mattered, right? Because obviously Heroic got the last Roche, so the moment they went into the pit, they got roared. But that wasn't when the fight happened. It happened afterwards, when the debuff was already gone. So
how long does that debuff last? Like 8 seconds?
I don't remember. It's something like that, yeah. It was definitely way beyond that.
Are fortified.
Yep. Tier
OG
2
in a
tower.
great position now. This is what PL wants. It's this kind of game where it drags out. You get to get 5 or 6 slotted. You have a good carry-to-carry matchup. Arrow won't connect. But the spear will.
Yep, K1. Again, getting kited.
Oh, he popped
He'll be
his
Soul
meta
Rift
again.
back. Yes, already has meta up and running as the Bushwhack will hit onto the Rasta. Divine Llama coming in with the roar onto the Pug. BZM in a lot of trouble. He will get bursted. Whisper in the meantime with a huge rebuke, able to delete one support to start this fight. The Bushwhack from afar from Ahri. Such a segregated fight overall as Divine Llama. They just don't have the stun lock without that roar, without that Rasta. And looks like that fight will end there, but BZM being taken out is a good kill from Heroic. By the way, Radiance on Whisper. Is this... You can take apart Radiance, right?
Yeah.
For an eventual Rapier, but he's not really going for that build. He's going for Shiva's next. Very interesting.
I guess one downside to this is if Terrorblade reflects you, he makes a Radiance against PL, right?
Yeah, that's true.
It's a bit of a...
That's one way to get Radiance on Heroic.
Yeah.
All right, do you think it's getting to the point where they need to start forcing items against this PL? Because right now it's just, as far as I can see, Drums of Slum and...
Drums fall off.
I wouldn't say Dagon is really a counter to PL at all. It's just one illusion out of a million. Maybe if you get 5 Dagons.
That's a stretch. I mean, that also begs the question, was it the right choice? Like, did he get enough value out of this when he bought it?
Yeah.
A lot of the time you can critique items and be like, yeah, this wasn't the right choice because clearly look how it went. But maybe they just didn't meet the conditions that he was looking for with that high ground push. Like, maybe that timing was going to be outstanding. He gets 1 key pick, they just get a Rax, but... Now that that didn't happen, makes you wonder, do you wish you had bought something else at this point?
Do you think it's too late for something like a Crimson?
Yeah, I don't think Crimson is the way to go. I think you don't itemize now to withstand the damage from the illusion. I think you itemize to try to kill them constantly.
So 5 Dagons.
Radiant Shiva? He's buying Shiva for now, it looks like, which is fine. Oh, Schofield.
Yep. Down
they were too late on the tomb.
Oh, Divine Llama gets instantly stunned upon blinking up to the high ground. Now he's going to get silenced. And OG's just wondering, where's the rest of your team? Divine Llama already at half HP. They can just do all this damage from afar. Coil onto 2. Divine Llama forced to BKB again. Will snap the coil and try to run away. Okay. Looks like he'll be successful in doing so, but a lot has been wasted as K1 taking an arena and a spear. There's the silence, trying to prevent any sort of Sunder action. Knowing that he's... they have so much to try to burst him as K1 gets off his BKB, looking for someone to Sunder. Please! Finally, Analog will come through. Divine Llama, a little miscommunication from Heroic, because it looks like they wanted to back off initially. Now the roar is essentially wasted, but
that's
you take out Ahri in the end.
He's still relatively fast. All right, that helps. Disperser.
Yeah, Disperser, very nice for Whisper.
Man, these fights.
So all of that for a couple of supports now.
Yeah. I think Heroic pretty happy with that. You consider how that looked. That looked very grim. Shadow Shaman gets jumped, dies instantly, doesn't stay alive long enough for the tombstone save. So you see here, you can see he's made animation on K1 and just cancels it out. Devi's in a very awkward position. Has to BKB. I thought he actually was going to get tombstone saved here rather than use the BKB.
I don't think we've seen a single grab ally.
No, they haven't used it that way yet. He's just gonna throw out the axes and run. And Seb got isolated with too few leaps in the arena too late. So I feel like both teams could have probably played the situation quite a bit better. By the end of the day, slight win for Heroic.
Yeah, OG playing that so well to force K1 to finally use that BKB charge. Preventing the Sunder from coming through.
Engaging into enemy high ground for OG is extremely dangerous. Any well-placed tombstone gives so much vision and control.
Oh, Tormy action.
If they get into them when they're doing this, they would be quite low, but already happened. And there's the Mjolnir, so that's another item against PL.
Yep.
Completed now for K1.
This might turn into a big old-fashioned team fight again as the arrow hits onto Divine Llama already. And Whisper has to use his BKB inside of his own arena. He was Serpent Ward trapped. As there's a grab ally, he's not going to be able to cut through that tombstone very fast. BZM getting relatively low. Gets the coil off onto 2. Do they have the damage to take out the Ember? Yes. Finally, Analog will fall. He does have his buyback, though, and a TP to be able to get here pretty quickly. As K1's going to pop his BKB along with the meta. And Tomato. Looks like OG want to try to reset this. Again, just kiting K1 so hard in these fights.
Yeah, this is probably the end of this. I don't think OG wants to push into the high ground and into the Serpent Wards. But yeah, good result for them finding the Ember. And Davai Lama got a very good roar out on the puck, but the problem is they don't have enough single target damage without the Terrorblade. I think it's very important that Beastmaster and TB play together in the fight, because the Ember doesn't have enough burst. He doesn't have like an Ags buildup that's just gonna obliterate that puck during roar. So effectively what happened there was they wasted the roar, and they lost their Ember, and then just had to back out. So OG get 1 core kill, and the tower.
Yeah, Davai wants more Dagon.
Very close game. I honestly feel like nobody has been ahead for a while. Like, the goal doesn't really matter much right now. It's about information. It's about who gets the jump and finds the first target, because both teams have the potential to just obliterate 1 or 2 heroes out of the fight very quickly if they're poorly positioned. The Terrorblade has massive damage and staying power too. You see OG, despite having many items on this PL and puck, they're still not trying to fight the Terrorblade head on. Like, they're constantly kiting him, so if he's ever in a favorable position with some stuns locking down the right heroes, he's gonna eat right through them. Again, Moonlight. This one's spotted by K1.
Now Ari in the trees. Oh, they got some big items coming in, though. Bloodthorn and Lincoln's on the side of OG. Bushwhack is there.
Oh!
Arena onto 4 heroes. The grab ally comes in. Davai Lama gets off his roar, and that leads to Seb's death. Schofield's dead as well. Rebuke onto the Ember. Not enough for the kill quite yet. As Whisper getting horribly surrounded by K1 and Analog, and that is enough damage for Heroic to take out a big kill out of OG's lineup. Seb buys back as BZM will find a double kill on the outskirts of the fight. Analog has to be a bit careful. Waning Rift is there. Illusory Orb as well, and BZM triple kill now. He is dancing with death here as the Lincolns finally pops, with the Bushwhack coming in from Ari. Ultra kill for BZM. They are just playing with their food. BZM really wants the rampage, but K1 should be able to get out of this. So these fights are so back and forth.
Yeah, they get a 4-man arena first, pop 2 BKBs, and lose their Mirana immediately there, OG. That looked like, when they get that arena down, okay, this is trouble. But I think OG weren't fully connected on it, so the end of that fight was kind of even until the BKBs expire and the fight keeps going on, and Puck just pokes and prods for, I want to say, half a minute. BZM was just doing work off on the left side. He's off camera right now. This is why we didn't even get to see it in the fight, but off to the left here, he's killing Undying. And then he's going to do a really nice dodge here of the Slight. So he gets to do his Blink Silence onto Analog. So very well done there by BZM as well. And Davai thought they could go for a counterplay here, but completely alone. Like this one was just flat out full miscommunication, right? That's just a complete blunder. He doesn't have Roar. Terrorblade wasn't ready to fight. The nerves might be getting to them. Obviously, both teams well aware that this is an elimination game.
Yeah.
So
BZM is spotted out. Lincoln's is popped. Serpent Wards surround with the Shackle K1 arrow up. All right, BZM gets off the phase shift just in time. Eats the cheese as well. And now the kiting of the Terrorblade continues. K1 trying to TP out, but the damage is just too much. Very ambitious play from K1, and it is punished by OG. This is starting to slip out of Heroic's hands as OG mount a 15K lead currently. You can see the frustration here. Gotta crack those knuckles and the wrist, very important.
Top net worth in the game is now Puck.
Yeah.
That's
I feel like it's been bouncing all over the place this game.
BZM's having a monster performance in this one. I kind of feel like we haven't truly got to see very much of the reason they picked the PL yet.
All right, Davai Lama, he wants to fight.
Oh,
that's a stun lock. That is the death of Whisper. 90 seconds of no Mars. But Davai Lama will likely trade his life. Schofield and company can't do too much to help him out. They're getting some heals from the Soul Rip. Okay. He's actually tanky enough to live.
Yeah, that's that Ags in action. I thought we were late enough into the game that he would die from that, but nope, apparently not. Pulsing those 250 heals or whatever plus Soul Rip kept him up.
He has his Aegis, so they still want to be able to poke here, knowing that the TB is not up for another 20. Does have his buyback technically if he wants to use it, but likely will not. Divine Llama throwing out these axes, making things a little bit more difficult for OG, and now it looks like a full disengage for them.
Damn, they didn't even lose a tower on that. That's a really strong hold. But yeah, Whisper was not ready for what was coming for him there. Probably thought he could survive that instance. Not even close to getting out of there. K1 is eyeing up a Swift Blink as his next purchase.
Yep.
Or a...
He took apart his Dragon Lance. Yeah, I was going to say, he wants to go Blink into Terror Wave.
He's going to do it opposite order.
Yeah, we'll go for the Ags first.
No directly obvious synergies with Fearing here, I guess. But just another type of control in the fight. It would be really good if he was with the puck, so you could break the coil with that Fear, for example.
Or Mars, yeah.
Or with a Mars, but both those heroes are unfortunately for him in the opposite team. But still, you know, the secondary benefits for the Ags are still very good.
Is it 2 seconds, Fear? He has it now.
Yes. And the radius is enormous.
Yeah.
1600.
And they changed it so you can use it and then blink and it follows you. Because before it would be in place.
Yep.
And you would blink and you'd just be holding your junk with nothing else to do.
Yep.
Wisdom Rune here. Divine Llama will take it. Looking for that 25. So continuing to upgrade these Daggons.
I thought KJ specifically left it so the Terrorblade could take it. Then Divine Llama was just like, yoink.
Screw him.
I guess so. He's upgrading his Dagon now. Level 2, working on level 5, and then Overwhelming Blink.
Regeneration.
Is upgrading this really worth it? Like, I don't know, man.
What do you gain? It's the lower, obviously damage, lower cooldown.
No, not lower cooldown.
No?
Is it?
For Dagon? Yeah?
It used to be, but it's not showing on it.
Oh.
But I don't know if you should trust the tooltips in this video game. So
I don't remember if they've ever changed
them. I genuinely had to read everything this item does because I've barely seen it.
All right, it's a 24-second cooldown right now, so let's see when he upgrades it again. I feel like it gets lower than that for sure, but like 2 seconds each time at least. We'll find out shortly.
Yeah, it's 3 seconds shorter per level.
Okay.
So 27, 24. It maxes out at 15.
Does the spell lifesteal get any better? I think that one's just marginally better.
It's really weird that it doesn't show it on the item, actually, that the cooldown gets shorter.
So the spell lifesteal actually does not scale at all with that. No. Or does not increase at least. All right, K1 and company in the enemy triangle. Still a 15k lead for OG and the Aegis.
There's the Hex.
Yep, the Hex and the Serpent Ward surround. BZM coming in, doing a lot of damage with that club, but the grab ally actually saves the Rasta for now. We'll try to get to the sideline. Schofield for once does not die. Whisper taking a lot of damage. You can see the first wave comes out from K1, showing off that newly picked up Aghanim Scepter, and again, Whisper's the first to drop.
Let's see how crazy Schofield is feeling here. He has Blink Hex ready. He's very low, though, so it would likely be a suicide mission, which is his favorite kind of mission. Looks like he's even surfing around here. Maybe that's just on my screen, but looking really nice here.
Yeah, he has 0 animations right now.
It's,
That's what happens when you get grab allied. It's just so abrupt.
That's a shaman that's reached Nirvana right there. It's full on in the zone.
Either that or he's comatose.
Yep.
K1's going to TP to the top lane, so I think that's a full disengage now for Heroic.
He actually looks like a statue, so it's kind of fitting, isn't it?
No? I think it does.
It's like a little.
When you cast something,
it kind of looks like a totem.
Do you think this messes with the player at all when they're?
Yeah, they lose focus because they're laughing uncontrollably.
Yeah.
Look at him; he's laughing so much.
Yeah, he's really, really laughing. A huge smile on his face. Yep, very focused now.
He's casting a spell. Oh, I didn't fix it. Damn it.
So okay, so. He was stunned and then grab allied, and then now he's just stuck with that face, apparently.
That's probably, it might even be consistent now that you say that. Because when you, if you pick someone up in the tombstone while they're in their flailing animation, as it's called, then maybe that's, oh, nice escape.
Yeah. Dodging death.
He just gated up here.
I think he's actually imitating, okay, actually the animations are working now for Schofield. can waddle away safely.
I think he got it reset when he went through the gate.
Okay.
Very
He hasn't
important.
reset his facial animations yet, though. Still the same face.
Yep, that's a constant. Nope, that's different.
Okay, yeah.
He's a changed man.
A little bit different now.
Gate. The gate comes for us all.
Roche, we'll know in 50 seconds, and we keep saying, I mean, each Roche it feels like is more pivotal than the last. As a Radiance will be there for Analog soon. So another way to deal with the PL illusions, but it does feel like for OG, Whisper has been dying first.
Is under attack.
How do you prevent that? You don't exactly have a save.
Yeah.
How do you itemize? So I guess the refresher, so the double BKB.
I mean, if he genuinely thinks his only task is to initiate and reset, he could buy a Force Staff, which would be quite unusual for Mars, but it is a valid choice on certain offlaners when that's the job they have. You've seen Centaurs do it in the past. You just blink, hoof stomp, double edge, and Force Staff out. Get the vision, get the initiation. The thing is, Mars doesn't have a ton of utility to do it multiple times over, right? It's not like, oh, I'm resetting out and then I'm doing another arena.
Yeah.
So, yeah, probably just refresh and get off all your stuff before you inevitably will probably die. And at the end of the day, it's also like, how valuable is that kill if he's got off 2 arenas? Like, is even worth spending the amount of time it takes on? Because Terrorblade still doesn't have a break. Like, the kills on Whisper have been pretty long. As long as he turns around with the Bulwark active.
You say he's still, you assuming he's gonna get a break at some point?
No, probably not.
Silver Edge is just not an item.
Yeah, you're right. He's not going to get a break.
All right, K1's knocking on the door.
Yep.
Fort is popped. And you can see K1 in terms of itemization. I don't even know what you improve now. I guess you have an item to backpack that BKB replaces, like a refresher.
How is it works with Mjolnir? If you place it on yourself and then put it in the backpack, it still works, right?
Whisper.
Oh no, he got caught by the hex.
Sheeped. There's the terror wave again, and again the same result. Whisper dies but buys back.
Yeah, that one
Ari
was a
also
fast kill.
fell. So Ari is dead for 80 seconds and without buyback. Just like Heroic are just slowly getting back in this game with these weird engagements from OG.
It's difficult being OG here because you don't have any map control, so you're walking in blind and you just get caught off guard and immediately taken out. But yeah, Whisper dying there without getting anything off and having to buy back is actually huge. This gives a clear path to victory for Heroic in the upcoming fight. If they ever catch this Mars again and blow him up, even if they use their Shaman buyback for it or something, it's well worth it to find this Mars kill. Just blows the fight wide open if they do it. So, oh my god, maybe just think about knocking on high ground. I think to answer your Terrorblade question, I think you can Mjolnir yourself and then backpack it and the Mjolnir is still running, I believe.
Yeah.
Maybe you could do that with a Swift Blink. Perhaps that's better than having the procs against PL. Not sure. It depends what your goal is in the fight, right? But yeah, he's pretty much maxed out. He's going to go Refresher. That's the other option, of course.
Well, we have a coil snap into an arrow. Goodbye, Analog. All right, so OG, they finally get... It feels like they have not gotten a kill in quite a while. At least not a meaningful one.
Analog will ping out a ward. It's not where he thinks it is, but there is one.
And K1 and company, it looks like they still are maybe okay to push here.
I know there's no coil, but now it's a 5v4. It's probably time to just chill.
Yep, forcing some TPs back, but...
They could kill the Tormentor if they wanted. I wonder if they didn't realize... I mean, even if they have... They still don't have the Beastmaster Shard. Maybe it's not worth the risk. I don't know.
Yep, now on their side of the map.
OG have done a really good job shutting down Analog this game. We haven't really talked about him much, and that's for a reason. Because haven't seen the Emperor so much, really. He's 1-7-8. Last game he had a rough start and made an insane comeback and just started taking over the game. Not the case this time. Coiling him every fight and just dealing with him. We've really had his number, and catching him on the split push as well. A couple times with that puck plus Murano or Hoodwink. All right, Heroic going to commit here. The Snakes at the very least.
Yeah, they want to force rotation. Instant Hex into the Terror Wave again, but no right click this time as Whisper gets off his BKB, but instantly roared inside his own arena. Also stunned up now by the Shackless Tomato. Can't really do much from the outskirts, but the stun onto K1. He's in a lot of trouble. He goes down to the Star Storm. K1 is dead along with Divine Llama, and the rest of Heroic now need to get out of dodge. This is without their Ember even alive. They engage 4 versus 5. Now they're punished. So many back and forths.
Was that Ari basically instant glimmering the Mars? That just completely...
That was really
saved him.
fast, yeah.
So he got glimmered before the Shackle came out after the Hex, and Schofield was too slow to use the Dust and get the Shackle off. So the Mars got to use his BKB and his Arena and everything. If they chain disable him there, the fight might have just been over. And now instead OG with a huge advantage.
Yep,
Push up the
buyback
high
number
ground.
1. And even if K1 buys back, I mean, he has Demon Zeal, but no meta. So full set of racks for OG in the mid lane, and now they're going to focus on bot.
PCM is hitting so hard too. He's just pushing Barracks' Puck here.
Puck has become a different beast in the last year or so, that's for sure.
That's 2 lanes. I mean, can they force the TB buyback by pressuring Megas here? They could also settle for Roche. I think it's arguably even better than taking the risk of something failing up top. So OG, that one moment outside of their base, it feels like for them the biggest part of this game has been won right outside their base.
Yeah, that's true.
It's gonna happen again here.
Oh, Heroic, they want to do something about this though. 4-man smoke.
This is a fast Roche.
Terrorblade up in 13 seconds, but looks like this will go down first in all likelihood. They're going to scout out a bit, as Roche will make his presence known.
Yeah. Quite a late roar there because of the Bloodthorn. Interesting.
That's true. I didn't know about that interaction. Now they're popping the smokes here, and Aegis will go to Whisper. He's been dying first in a lot of these fights, so probably the right choice, honestly.
Oh, with that logic, Heroic should have put it on Schofield.
How many deaths does he have this game?
Only 14.
Okay.
But he has the 0, so the dream is alive.
Oh,
zero
0
kills.
Okay.
Yeah. The Melka word is tingling.
It's tingling.
That's a word.
Okay.
Has it ever happened since?
The banner is top. No, I don't think so. We've been close. I mean, I'm sure maybe it has happened.
I can't remember a
tier
game
8
that I have cast where it happened, at least.
Yeah, in terms of games that you would cast, because you're such a prestigious caster, tier 1 only for you.
Yes.
Then no.
Indubitably.
So banner was top. So the fact that they already placed it is really, really interesting. And the fact that it's not middle or bottom.
They're putting it in the final lane that they have yet to push to empower that.
Yes,
because the bottom and mid will be pushing naturally. But they would have also made those creeps a lot stronger.
I feel, okay, I'm going to backseat here.
Okay.
I usually don't do this for pro players because they're really good. They have not figured out this banner yet, Synderen.
That's not backseating, isn't saying you're bad. It's telling them what to do.
I'm telling them to put it in any other lane than top.
Okay.
When you are up 2 barracks, you put it in the opposite. So you're pushing top, you put it bottom.
Okay.
It stretches them out. Those creeps are really hard to kill.
Right. I'm not saying you're wrong.
It's just so strange. And then the Gaben creeps, of course, are something to truly fear.
Yeah, we'll see if we get there. It's a very good chance of OG getting Megas within 5 minutes, and then you might see the biggest creeps you've ever seen in your life. Because the banner will not get broken in this game. So
yes, it's never been killed, I think.
Well, this game it definitely won't. There finally goes the Tormentor for Divine Llama.
Another Hawk for you. Now there's going to be drums and hawks constantly screeching whenever we click on Divine Llama. Octarine Core for Tomato. He's pretty much fully loaded in terms of itemization. It's all about just getting those doppelgangers over and over and over and just fighting from afar with the Spirit Lances as well. And Whisper, like we said, is the one with the Aegis. See if they're able to kite K1 again. He's going to be dispersed right now. Okay, looking for the opening. It's already at half HP. Has to be careful. Do they have the damage? He pops the BKB finally. Looking for the stutter, but that's a BKB Whisper. You can't use it on him. He will walk away now. Sharpshooter's there on K1 as well. Gets the Sunder off on a lowly teammate. So we'll finally use it in the end, and now the meta comes out. The roar came out, but Divine Llama has zero backup at all. There's a triple arrows for Seb. That's the state of the affairs right now for OG. The Eon Disc procs for Seb. And the Aegis consumed on Whisper. Let's see if they just wait out the meta or not. They just keep these pressured. The arrow will be dodged.
He still has
Arrows.
a 10-second meta through the Terror Wave.
True.
But yeah, it's obviously a very short amount of time this late in the game. Constant pressure from Tamada, just spamming out these lances.
Yeah, Moonlight Shadow just give a little bit extra cover so they can maybe make a jump if that's what they're looking for, but they're kind of out of their ultimates right now. Without Coil, without Arena. Just spamming out these arrows. Maybe if they get an arrow connection, that's when they want to go in. The K1, that meta is running really low. Oh,
Wow.
He actually does use Coil. Only connects on the one hero, though, so BZM will end up getting out. Schofield taking a considerable amount of damage as the arrows continue to fly.
Okay.
K1
Walking
gets
forward.
off the fear onto BZM, but he's able to get his phase shift on time and will blink out to safety. Divine Llama not able to find a roar, which is now up. And K1, that fear is running out. He is now in melee form. Not as scary, but he does have the demonic zeal. And K1 forced to use his BKB again, and OG looking to reset. Sunder comes through on illusion, so K1 is healthy again. But now he has used all his resources.
Yeah, they also don't have Tombstone save now.
Well, unless you walk next to it.
Oh, it's expiring.
Okay, yeah, that's true. And didn't take the death talent either for the Tombstone. And the illusions continue to just pound on this tower. Imagine if that banner was used in the bot lane. Those creeps would be absolutely destroying everything right now.
It feels like it's just a matter of time before OG finds some big arrow connection, right? They're going to keep throwing out Gleipnir arrows. They're going to keep poking with Peel illusions. They're going to keep pushing the tower. Like, this is such a high-pressure situation for Heroic where they need to find some sort of opening. They have the refresher on TB, so spells are available again. But really, really tough for him to find anything.
Ooh. And now we have a refresher on Whisper. K1 getting stun locked. There's arena number 1. Beastmaster already getting really low. Divine Llama gets bursted dead for 2 minutes. Whisper going on top of KJ and K1. That is just a disaster for Heroic. Not able to get anything off. And Ember left to his own devices. Triple kill for BZM as the GGs come out, and OG will stay alive. Split this series 1-1.
Yeah, they're going to guarantee themselves a tiebreaker with this game. Just what a marathon. Both games average playtime over an hour in this series. They finally get the job done there. Oh, that's got to be frustrating for Heroic. There were multiple times this game where it felt like they were in a good position, but just kind of dropped the ball. The top push early where they lose some of their momentum. They kind of recover it. They get another Aegis. They don't really get to use that one for much effect either. And OG just constantly poking at them in these fights until they break through the wall with the PL, with the arrows, with the puck, just chip damage non-stop until they reach the goal. And in that final fight, K1 pops the refresher, pops his meta, doesn't BKB, gets hexed and dies. And the fight's just instantly over. So OG, they clutch it out. They're now 7-7, and they're going to be in a minimum 2-way tie. I don't think 3-way is confirmed. I don't know that for a fact, though.
I'm sure the panel will talk about that.
Yeah, that's going to be broken down.
The fact that BZM goes 17-2 in such a chaotic game. I know it's Puck.
He played really well this game.
Such a brilliant performance from BZM. Plays
He's
out
an
of his
MVP
mind.
for me.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Seb is 8-4. I just realized that. How is that even possible?
No, Seb was owning too, honestly. Yeah. I think OG as a whole played this game very well, but...
Yep, so 1-1 OG. They'll continue on in tournament. Heroic drops out. Studio, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it is Heroic that doesn't drop just out of this series, but also out of DreamLeague, because they need another win if they wanted to find themselves in a tie. But now it is OG instead that will be inside. But we'll talk more about that in a little bit. We'll first break down this game, because for quite some time, and again, this was quite a long game again, but for quite some time, Purge, it was actually Heroic that was leading the charges.
Yeah, they were looking good for a while, but at some point in the mid-game, mostly off the back of Divine Llama having a really good early game, I thought. But then in the mid-game, it felt hard to play TB against the Mars Arena. That was an issue. So even if he's BKB'd, he's like, oh, my attacks are blocked. I have to walk two seconds before my attacks work in. That was an issue. Analog did not get to have a good game, unfortunately. It felt like BZM had his number, was constantly targeting him, silencing him, hitting him with the puck ulti to stop him from doing stuff. So it was like their two core heroes, other than Divine Llama, that were supposed to do stuff, were not able to do so. And then Schofield was like 0-8-6 or something. He was kind of like a cast my spells, instantly die, but they also had solutions for the Serpent Wards. So it just felt like their lineup didn't work in the long term.
There were a lot of good performances from OG that game. Like I personally, maybe this is like an offlane bias, but I would give the MVP to Whisper because I feel like the fights that they started to turn around the game on were the ones where he was very patient with the arena and then using it to like beautifully separate the fight and then like isolate one really important target and kill them. He was very patient on it. And they took like 3 of those fights. And then all of a sudden, you know, Tomato could look really good on the PL and, you know, PL versus the TB late game. This is the highest win rate hero in the game against the TB just because the way you play the fights is very long and drawn out. You don't go in there, which a PL likes to man fight, or the TB likes to man fight. The PL does the complete opposite of that. So it's like, I feel like through Whisper's comeback team fight execution, they were able to like actually do something in the game eventually.
Yeah, I agree with what you said about the PL especially. And I think it fits Tomato well because we're talking about him backstage and he's just a very, very safe player. And sometimes that doesn't work out. But for PL, that's like exactly what you want. You don't want him to do crazy stuff. You want him just to be alive always and casting doppelgang and sending your illusions in and prolonging the fight. So it really matched their playstyle as well that game.
And Puck does that as well. I mean, BZM was like in those fights, I don't think I could count the number of silences that he got off. It was like 7 silences per fight. And there was a few fights he was surviving at like 10% HP as well, just wasting the time of Heroic where they're chasing him because he's like close enough that you feel like you're baited to chase the puck, even though everybody knows you're not supposed to chase the puck. He just gets round after round after round of spells off. Also, he was jumping the back lines like constantly.
Yeah.
Like Heroic could not play the game because of this BZM puck.
It's very unfortunate because they were 1 game away. We can take a look at the scores. But Heroic was 1 game away from making it to a 3-way tie. Because of Gaming Gladiators losing a game to, I believe it was G2IG, they also are joining in the tie. Virtus Pro has joined them because they were able to beat out Azure in that final game. And therefore we got 3 teams fighting for 2 slots. And I believe because it's 3 teams fighting for 2 slots, it will be a potential infinite tiebreaker.
We always get these. This is a DreamLeague classic at this point. Liquid
it's
getting
basically best
eliminated.
of ones, round robin, as in everybody faces each other, and then if it's tied again, it goes again, and potentially. What?
But
It's
that
not
never
like
happens.
1v1
Though.
thing. It's not like 1v1 tiebreaker.
No.
No. Well, no.
I think on like the 3rd round or something, but we've never been pushed there. Not
I think
not
we've at least had 1 round over, but maybe not.
We had-
maybe not in the studio.
I think the last one we had 1 round over, and then we went to the online casters for
Oh yeah, we're like we did 1 round
because it was
Good
like
luck.
a 16-hour day for us, so we're just like, all right, take it away, guys. We're done with this.
Done with
I mean,
it.
it's sad for Heroic because they did have a really good start
Yeah,
to group
they did.
stage. I think they overperformed a little bit, the fact that they were close to tie-breaking against these excellent teams. But I think it's also a really good showing for OG. I'm happy for them that they are poised to get out of the group stage. I mean, 2 out of these 3 tiebreaker teams will make it up. One of them is going to be very sad, but I don't know, maybe OG makes it up.
I
and
will
keeps going.
say though, I mean, I don't feel like, because I mean we can see it here in the scores as well. 2 teams that are going home have a score of 6 and 8. One of the teams that's gonna go home has a score of 7-7. Imagine going 7-7 in the group stages and you don't make it through. It feels like this is one of the more even group stages we've had in a little while, because normally there is a clearer divide.
Yeah, even around the middle, like it's turned out in a way where the teams that actually did very respectably well are the ones that are in the tiebreakers.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate to one degree, where they're not getting their, EBT points that they could be getting. They're not going to the
They
second.
get a
group
little
stage.
bit, tiny bit.
They get a little bit, but then the good thing is, it's like, well, we're not shit. It's like this Heroic team comes in as the SA qualifier team. People are probably looking down on them. They're a new roster. And then all of a sudden, they're competing with teams like Gaming Gladiators, VP, who has actually performed fairly well recently, TI included. So it looks good for them, even though it might feel bad in the moment.
And I think for the series in particular that we just watched, Heroic is actually one of the teams that did qualify for ESL 1 Birmingham, so we will see them soon again. But on the other side, OG, that did make it through here, they do not have Birmingham on the horizon. So this tournament is just a little bit more important for them. And I think it's good for them to move forward, because they definitely had a lot of good moments. And speaking of good moments, I'm going to have a good moment right now with Ari, who is joining us for an interview. Hey, Ari, how you doing?
Hello, I'm doing good.
I gotta ask. I mean, are you gonna? There's a LAN in your home country. And you're not obviously not qualified, but are you gonna still go?
I don't know yet. We kind of take one tournament at a time, but maybe I'll show up for some kind of OG related thing.
That'll be very cool. That'll be very cool. Congratulations. I don't know if you know like the tiebreaker situation. Have you been brought up to speed with that?
Yeah, we're aware.
Okay. So we'll see you again tomorrow, regardless. Now I have a couple questions, and of course I got to talk about that first game because it was a little bit madness. And I know last Sunday, I think it was, you had an interview with T-Gov and ODPixel about how Tomato joining changed the shot calling situation a little bit. With before you and Seb shot calling mostly, and now with Tomato joining in, he basically shot calls when his hero starts getting strong, so later on in the game. And obviously it was a really long game. So I'm curious to hear from you how a game like that you don't have that often, like you can't practice that, right? Game like that, how did it go communication wise? Like how did you feel?
Honestly, I think the real game lasted 40 minutes, and the last half an hour was just like
hold.
We're just delaying it, hoping they make a mistake, but it's not really a game. I think for 40 minutes we were playing and we just made some team fight errors and a bit scared at moments, I'm gonna say, on like the heroes that we need to start fights and make stuff happen, which made the map quite hard. But like once we got to like 40-minute plus, I think we kind of knew we're not likely to win, but there's a chance if they make a mistake, so we're just trying to force it. Tomato and Seb, they both say quite a lot of things, I do too, about just trying to create the situation where they make the mistake and trying to be there to punish it when they do. But yeah, that was a weird game.
It was an interesting one to watch for sure. And to be fair, you guys did manage to, if you're saying game was over in a 40-ish minutes, you did last for another like 30 minutes to try and hope for the mistake that would bring you back. So that in itself is very well done, even if it didn't end up getting you the win. I also have a technical analyst that would like to ask you a very specific Dota question, if you wouldn't mind.
What's up, Ari? Excuse me. So the question I wanted to ask was, we noticed a trend with newer players such as yourself, Divai Lama, Mar ATF. A lot of you came up kind of like spamming one or two heroes, and then you kind of branched out over the course of your competitive career. And I just wanted to ask you a little bit about the process for learning a new hero, knowing when you need to learn a new hero, how that's been like acclimating yourself to the competitive scene. What's that been like for you?
Yeah, typically. So when I first became somewhat relevant in pub scene, it was just playing Marcy and Coddle only. I didn't play anything else. And I kind of got known for being a bit of a one or two trick of those heroes. And then by the time I joined like ITB, I'd expanded to maybe 5 or 6 +4 heroes. And then I think now I have a pretty big hero pool. I just don't need to play them all, because if I'm allowed to play the best ones, then you don't need to go past that. But I think typically you kind of realize you have to learn a new hero when, first of all, it feels like drafting against it is hard, or it would help if we could draft with it. Secondly, for me, I consider myself quite creative. I like to create the new builds, the new heroes that could be cool. Like I think I did it with Hoodwink for a while before it was popular. But also sometimes you see other people create something creative, something new, and you want to try it out as well. Maybe like TV +4, and Tara has kind of created that last year. So you kind of have to try things out, see what's cool, figure out if you like it. And if you do, then you kind of have to get better by practicing, by watching others, and of course, ideally have some of your own creativity as well.
Thank you.
Then I'll leave you with one more question. Out of the heroes that you feel like are in your pool right now, you say you don't need to play every hero right now. Which is one you wish you got to play, but you don't really get the chance to that much, or at all?
Magnus? This hero is so much fun.
You would like being able to have Magnus 4.
Yeah. I mean, I do think it's viable. I think it's good. Probably better on another role, so I won't get to play it that often. But it's really fun. I wish I could play it more.
I wish we could see you play. That sounds like a pretty fun one to have. But potentially, maybe it gets brought out if there's infinite loops of tiebreakers. Hope you're looking forward to that one. Sorry, I mean, obviously, 2 slots for 3 teams. Looking forward to see how you do tomorrow with the squad. Good luck with those games, of course, and talk to you another time.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. And obviously, I am hoping that he will go to Birmingham because it's a LAN in the UK. And we got to watch some top-tier Dota here. We get to watch top-tier Dota in Birmingham as well. And you could be watching top-tier Dota, not just from the comfort of your couch, but from the comfort and energy of an arena in Birmingham. That's right. Tickets went on sale. Make sure you check out esl.gg/BMH. And that is not a typo. BMH. Make sure you check that out. And yeah, maybe we'll see you there. That'll be lovely. Now, there's a lot more Dota to come, or at least there is more Dota to come, because Group A might be semi-settled, barring the tiebreaker. Group B, however, needs a lot more games to be played. So that will all continue after this break. ever wondered how long a day of Dota in a broadcast studio like this can take? How long will it take till the people you see on camera pass out from exhaustion, the band stops playing, the cameras fall over, nobody here left to man the studios, but the Dota games still can continue on? We have the potential to find that out tomorrow because it's tiebreaker day tomorrow. And we already know Group A has got some tiebreakers, potentially unlimited. Yay! We don't know yet what's Group B got cooking for us, and we are about to find out. And you're joining us on that journey, so welcome back. You're watching DreamLeague Season 22. Let's get started with Group B. So we need to talk about a lot of things. But first, before we do any Dota stuff, I want to talk to you about my people that I got sitting here in the lounge with me. You got Lacoste, you're my co-host. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
Doing great. I didn't know I was supposed to be here until 30 seconds ago, but yeah, I'll be ready. I'll pretend that I'm ready.
I was going to ask, what have you prepared as my co-host?
What did I prepare?
Bits and stuff. Ted knows. You've got always a lot of stuff prepared, so...
I have something prepared specifically.
Yeah, so what do you got?
I did prepare a little bit of a quiz for our panel members.
Oh, no.
Guys on the couch.
Do
it. The question is
I
going to
hated
be,
pub
can you
quizzes.
explain the tiebreaker situation to us?
Nope.
So basically, from what I just got in the last 20, 30 seconds of research that I was able to do, is 9 and 5. So if Aurora, Shopify, or Extreme Gaming manage to get one dub, that's going to be enough for them to be secured and go to the group stage number 2.
Okay. Oh, that's it?
That's it? That's the
That's it.
explanation?
I couldn't do any other research. Yeah.
Okay,
well,
that's good.
Team Secret needs to 2-0 Liquid.
Yes.
Yep.
Right? They
There we
need to be
go.
able to do that. Tundra need at least one win, but they are matched up against one win. So they'll probably get 2 wins. Right?
Yeah, I'm following. Continue.
Because they're already eliminated, and
Yeah.
so they're probably not going to try very hard. Same goes with Liquid against Secret. So very likely the bottom teams are going to get wins. So we're definitely going to be getting into some serious tiebreakers.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. We also, because I mentioned that there's already tiebreakers confirmed for Group A, we actually have a schedule for you guys so you can mentally prepare for the onslaught. This is the schedule starting, obviously, tomorrow. We're starting at the exact same time as we normally do, so that's noon. And then the second game will be VP versus the loser of the first match. In case anybody was curious, the loser will play first. So game in OG, if anybody loses, they go versus Virtus Pro first.
But this is only part 1 of potential tiebreakers.
Yeah.
There could be more.
Yes, and then but the schedule looks the same. The time just different.
Wait, so the loser goes first, so we might not have that third match? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because seeding, it's group stage. Seeding doesn't matter.
Sure.
As in you get seeded into the next groups.
So there could just be one game tomorrow.
No.
No.
It has to be 2 minimum.
Ted is not prepared at all. We very
He prepared
thoroughly
something
explained this
else.
situation.
No, you said, oh, that game's going first, and if that game blah, 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 then that means the others wouldn't matter. I heard that much.
Production, can we go back to that graphic,
Let me see the graphic
please?
again, please.
Okay, so the first match, whoever loses will play the next one against VP.
Yeah.
And if that same team loses that match as well,
We're done.
Then we're done.
Okay, that's enough.
So potentially.
But that's only for the Group A.
Yeah.
Yes, and then we're definitely going to get tiebreakers for Group B.
Yeah, we could take a look at the scores as well. There's a lot of people obviously who have the visual memory thing, and I appreciate just
Or no memory like
Or no.
myself.
Hello.
some people just need to see things. So here you see it, as Lacoste said, 1 win for Extreme, Shopify, or Aurora, and they are through. They're good. Yes, they are good. And the rest, who knows what can happen?
So Secret Tundra and Spirit could all essentially be tie-brokened. Is that
No,
that right?
tie unbroken. They're tied.
How are they tied? They have different scores.
At the moment.
What the hell are you guys saying? Are you guys speaking English?
What's
I'm not
going
sure
on?
if I
He said
understand.
tie unbroken.
No, I
But
said tie-broken.
yeah, but if the tie is broken, that means there's no tie.
Tie-braked. Tie-stuck.
I break.
Tied.
Yeah.
There we go. Tied.
Tied.
That's a great
We
word.
found a word
Tied.
for it. We'll use that. Hopefully it'll catch on. I actually have a question. This is not about tiebreakers. This is a Dota meta question.
Okay.
Obviously, I've got a great opportunity to ask you two chaps.
Look
Why are illusion heroes getting popular again? TB, Nagasar, stuff like that. What's the deal?
I mean, these three heroes have been popular ever since the map got bigger because it's very difficult to kill these heroes. You're just like, oh, I'm scouting things out. The only way pretty much to gank these heroes, because they are pushing the lane, is pretty much to use the smoke, and you might not even find the kill with some like TP rotation. Nagasar, one of the strongest laners in terms of position 1, and also the way she can set up the fights, one of the best, if not like the best hero to threaten Roshan kill. If you're fighting into Roshan where there's Nagasar, you're not getting that Aegis.
Indeed. Okay. Do you have anything to add?
No, not really. I think, well, I'll add in the fact that most of the time, anytime you ask why are these heroes being run in a B or C patch, it's probably because the S tier heroes from the original patch got nerfed down.
I see.
So.
Okay, thank you.
A lot of the other carries just got worse, and illusion heroes were always kind of good with this big map.
And it's also, like, right now, why they're popular in C-Patch is because Shivas got nerfed. Like, your offlaners are not buying into Shivas immediately. No one is getting that item. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to save 2,000 gold for a recipe, the most expensive recipe in the game. You just can't afford it. You see a lot of these avails being purchased early on, but you don't upgrade it to Shivas immediately.
Okay.
I think the map thing has a lot of credence because it was, like, they were strong at the start.
Yeah.
And, like, these Maelstrom, Mjolnirs, Gleipnirs are still good, which are naturally good against these illusion heroes anyway. So the fact that those are still meta, but the illusion heroes are still strong, says a lot about like what they can do in the game.
With illusion heroes being so strong, does the lesson that we learned from Brian about the Terrorblade illusion spawning, you know, around
Northwest, south, and east.
Northwest, south, and east, sure. Well, you know, in front or to the left, right, or behind, doesn't matter. But do you feel like we're gonna see someone play that intentionally, or is that too far-fetched? Because
absolutely, I'll tell you exactly who uses that mechanic. Okay, it's going to be the 4K player who studies a lot of Dota and thinks like, why am I not 6K? And they'll see that, and they'll see a mechanic thing, and they're like, that's the thing, you know? And then they're so fixated on that, they're like, watch this, I'm going to dodge this arrow, not realizing that they're tanking creeps for 5 seconds and just are out of position and die, but they block that arrow.
So you think as a mechanic, it's so marginal, who gives a shit?
Yes, I think so.
I know that I think there's some people watching right now thinking, you know, I knew this from the get-go. Why am I not professional players? All these idiots sitting here talking about Dota. I knew this. Why am I not sitting there?
Because it ain't about what you know. It's how you say it.
This is fair.
That
or
is
how you
entirely
use your
the
knowledge.
Yes.
If your brain is connected with the feet and arms, depending what you play with. There's a lot of players who look like they play with their feet.
We saw earlier, definitely, we had a feet cam up as well. It's like people playing.
Did we?
Yeah, we did. Actually, someone.
Did we have to subscribe?
No, you got the free shot. He was wearing
Free
a sock
content.
though. Maybe the sock off for, you know, behind the paywall. Who knows? Different, wrong topic. We have to continue with the actual Dota 2. And that means we're going over to our first series of the day for Group B, which is Extreme versus Shopify Rebellion. And we're going to find out which one of these two teams is going to lock themselves into Phase 2 of the group stages. So let's head over to our technical analyst for that series.
Yes, it's me, the technical analyst. I have prepared something for all of you today because I want to put some highlight on my boy, Mr. Saberlight, who has been doing a lot of work in the games of Shopify Rebellion. So he's playing against a lifestealer in this game, so even though he's top net worth, it is actually very hard for him to apply pressure in this specific area of the map. So I want to highlight that what he's doing right now, he wants to make sure to not be in Yatoro's lane, because Kanka can't really kill Nags and really apply pressure to him. So what he wants to do instead is make sure that he takes this top net worth that he has to apply pressure elsewhere on the map. So he's gonna go mid, again, he's top net worth, gets to go here, just gets a free kill on Mr. Miposhka, can speed it up a little bit, goes to mid, nice little swing onto Larl as well. So not only is he killing the enemies, but he's also helping Yopash to make sure that he's safe. 2 minutes later, in the same game, they go for a little smoke, you know, they just go around, and what I want to highlight here is, let's look at their tricore. This is the type of lineup where sometimes you're like, who should like really rotate to who? You have some Kanka, TA Weaver. It's a bit weird, because when you look at this play, how it unfolds, if Saberlight isn't actually already here, Yopaj will just feed straight up to Team Spirit when they bring their heroes here, right? They just TP in, try to help him, but he has straight Torrent, Bolt as well. And I want to highlight this X mark is still available at the very end of the fight, which gives them a bonus kill on Larl after it's all said and done, which means at the 9-minute mark, or barely 10-minute mark, simply because of his 2 moves, excuse me, they already have a 5k gold lead at 10 minutes. And this is only from his early movements as a Kunkka, which you don't really see from too many other players. So I hope that Extreme Gaming are ready for some bing bong, because if they're not, it might be a hard game for them.
Thank you very much, Kezu. Luckily, they only need to win 1 game each, even if they want to secure themselves a slot for the next group stages. Because both teams are 8 and 4 right now here, DreamLeague in Group B. And we're getting ready for game number 1, as I'm joined by Lacoste once again. We also have Effie on the table, and Kezu has joined us on this end as well. He just teleported like, poof, now you're here.
Too easy.
Yeah. Too easy.
I'm out of breath.
It's not that far, dude.
Don't let them know. It's actually very far. It's very far. I've been sprinting.
All right, Effie, how you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. Excited for some good old Dota 2.
Yeah, it will be some good old Dota 2, especially maybe kill-heavy Dota 2, because I'm going to jump straight into our US Air Force Wisdom Rune as we highlight Yopaj with the kill average of 9.5 kills, highest of any player at the tournament. I think, Lacoste, this player, one to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when he was playing for his previous teams, Boom and Neon, he was by far the best player in that team, those teams. And I feel that he was under a lot of teams' radar. It was just that this lineup for Shopify Rebellion, it's a bit unexpected, you know, after what they had for a really long time, being the North American squad technically, but now they brought in new players. They did replace the Southeast Asian player, of course, but yep, Yopaj. Everybody talking about the idol Yopaj, and finally, I think he's in a team where he can really show what he's made of, and I really like the fact that they are playing with the 2 supports around him, like they are focusing heavily on actually amplifying what he can do in the game. One of the reasons why we see him being on the top of the charts, breaking some records.
Yeah, I like that Lacoste brings seeing what he's made of, because I remember when Yopaj was playing on Boom a couple of years ago, and there was this Nigma Galaxy tournament in Dubai, and that was kind of Boom's debut with Yopaj on that roster, and they just completely crushed everybody. And they looked like they would be the dominant team of the year, but then when DPC came around, they just completely unraveled, and it was like, where did that magic go? And then, you know, the team shuffles happened, and Yopaj bounced from C team to C team, and we never actually got to see him channel that same energy that he brought to that tournament, where everybody was saying that he was in contention for best mid laner in the world at that time. It was really impressive. I remember he was like styling on everybody with his pucks and his kunkas.
I mean, what I can see from him is that he's playing very free, and I feel like both when you're the post 2 and 4, you need to be free in terms of like how you move on a map. And pairing that with what Lacoste mentioned, that the supports come mid and that like really play nicely around him, I think that is what is really elevating him like in these games. Because I see him go for plays in like 1v3 situations, killing them and getting out. And some players, they won't really have this feeling of freedom or confidence, and he's all of it.
Now, we have got, on the other side, Extreme Gaming. They've got, I will say, number 2 of the 1v1 championship that we had happening just 2 weeks ago. XM in the middle lane. He's going to be our player spotlight here. He's going to go up against Yopaj. XM might not have won that 1v1 mid-tournament, but Effie, this player is still definitely a very scary opponent for Yopaj.
Yeah, this player is one to watch, because he actually is one of the stronger mid laners in terms of mechanics, and it doesn't really feel that way with how XG play, because they always play for late game, but because he is so solid and so consistent from that mid lane, it allows them to enter the late game a lot of the times. And I remember during ESL Kuala Lumpur, back when he was playing on Azure Ray, who actually ended up winning that tournament, he surprised a lot of people, because Azure Ray was winning so many lanes when people didn't typically look at them as a lane heavy team, and he definitely has an interesting hero pool too.
Yeah,
he's a Razor, Viper, Necrophos guy. Like, he plays really gross mid heroes, and he's not afraid to experiment either. Yesterday versus OneWin, he even played Bounty Hunter mid versus Pangolier. So
he also played Pugna, which didn't look too good. He went like 0-11. But I would like to add to Effie's point, like this guy, what I feel like he does is he plays these mid heroes that tempo control the enemy mid hero. Like, they show some melee, he's gonna pick Bounty, Viper, OD. Like, this guy is really annoying, and not only is he good, but he like stops the enemy mid laner too, which I don't think many mid laners really do this right now in the meta. They all just play for themselves. They don't play to screw you over.
Yeah, absolutely. And I remember when we won Betboom Dacha tournament when he was playing against Nisha in a BO5, which never happened. But he can play Marcy, he can play Meepo, so stay away from those two. He looked very nervous. He's like, okay, I have to give up. But a very strong player, and they're very experimental as a whole team. Like you did mention some of these like bounty hunters coming up from the mid lane. I think the whole Chinese region at the moment, from position 4, Xinqiu, FY, and also Baboka, they are experimenting way too much, I would say, with some like position 4 TBs, like some like Nyx Assassin, stuff like that, where they go full greed, hoodwink, just like rushing Desolator and stuff. I think it's way too greedy for this meta.
But I don't see it as a problem if they can still win too. I think yesterday XG dabbled a little bit too much.
There was a clanks with Spirit Vessel yesterday.
I remember yesterday there's a little bit too much greed coming out of XG. But since I just want to bring up the famous line from XM during Kuala Lumpur that was so funny, was that when he got his Viper mid versus Lone Druid, I believe, was it?
Well, something like that.
Yeah, they won that game versus, I believe it was Gaming Gladiators, and they had, the Ace was stomping the game on Lone Druid. It was something like that, but they staged the best comeback ever. And then in the post-game interview, they asked him, talk to us about Viper, and then he just goes, well, of course they'd lose. They didn't ban my Viper. In China, they would have banned my Viper.
Yeah, if they were watching my games in China, they would have banned my Viper. That was something like that. Yeah,
it was really fun to watch.
Well, I do think the Chinese force, they are on some stuff for sure in terms of what they're trying. The one thing you need to make sure of is that you find the right balance. Because I've seen Baboka like queue up some butterfly on his post 4 TV, which, it wasn't really good. But there's other games where if you have the right balance of first you save your allies and then you scale, then it's fine. So that's what they have to kind of try to hit.
Yeah, we are in the draft, as you've been able to see already. Shopify, Radiant, Extreme, Dire, first pick to Extreme. They got themselves the Mars. We got a Bat Rider coming out from Shopify. And so far on the bans and things, I don't think there's too much to read. I would just keep my eye open to where things are headed for the mid lane. But I'm also very curious to hear what we want to see from this Bat Rider, because I know Kezu in a lot of high-level pubs, it's not just support, it's also played as a core. Where do you want to see it?
Probably support. I feel like it's only played core when you have a specialist, like some 3-3 or a Whisper in your team. I know that Saberlight can play it, but I feel like this hero just does so much from the support role. He's a good laner, he likes to stack, he can farm it, he has wave clear, he gives you 1+1 kill threat later in the game, so I'll be pretty chill if he's just a support.
You always have something when you have Bat Rider in the team. This is the pretty much second time that they are picking it. They did pick it against Team Spirit. A lot of the times this hero is just banned out straight up in the first phase because he provides you with too much. You have displacement tool, you have another displacement tool with lasso, so defending the high ground is always going to be a threat. Goes through a BKB, so anti-carry as well coming out from that position 4. I like that we had this shift. Bat Rider, a lot of the times, like a year ago, you would see Stormstormer just playing it from the mid lane, that it was shifted to the off lane, and I was like, yeah, we can still play it as position 4, and he's still going to do the things, but not just as fast. We can see Arteezy sleeping in the chair, but he's playing really good. That chance Arteezy, he's really owning.
The thing about Bat Rider versus Mars, though, is that I do feel like it can be a little bit difficult if you're playing support Bat, because Bat Rider just doesn't fly over arena anymore, so you'll see a lot of these support Bat Riders have to get BKB when maybe they want to build more utility. But on the other hand, that can be a very important tool versus Mars, because we've seen what someone like Amar from Falcons can do on this hero, and then he becomes a high priority in terms of a target that you have to lasso. You have to have vision of him and start the fight. So it can go both ways, and that Bat Rider can also find this Mars and grab him before he casts his arena, before he casts his spells.
Yeah, Bat Rider with the mid game just always comes like it's really important that he kind of gets the jump he wants. If he's like forced to jump into an arena, that's definitely not what they want to play for. So they kind of maybe even should look for heroes that help them with vision, like maybe a Luna down the road. It's good against Mars, you buy BKB. Because any type of hero that gives Bat Rider like an easier way into the fight, like an ET Spirit or like the Luna Vision, really can change this matchup in like a very, very drastic way.
I like the supports already on Shopify Rebellion, because these two heroes together, you have someone to hold them in place, so the Earth Splitter actually hits. The heroes die. Like, you can just burst them from 100 to 0 with these two heroes pretty much, and they're always good. And also, one of the reasons why Shopify Rebellion are so successful is they're securing Arteezy's lane, and one of the best heroes to do so, something that is very aggressive, something that is not afraid to go in and just trade, is Elder Titan.
And also the vision aspect that we were talking about, right? For Batrider to get these successful losses in team fights, you need to be able to see your high value target. And sometimes you're forced to take team fights in places that you didn't ward, you didn't deward. That's just how Dota happens. But ET can kind of offset that with his ancestral spirit.
Well, I like the response from Extreme Gaming. Not only am I just a fan of the team fight of Mars Phoenix, but you have a lot of purpose. You can just lane into the ET, right? The ET needs to slap you with his big ass briefcase. And you just fire spirit him, you chill, you have good team fights. So one of the nicer Phoenix picks that I've seen, at least from this stage.
Usually it's not Jinkyu's hero, so they might need to swap the lanes, put the DY to play this Phoenix in the off lane. And Wind Ranger, another potential position for, we already mentioned how greedy they can go, like just farm it up, get that Maelstrom ASAP, maybe get a Diffusal Blade if it's a good game for it, but also keeping things open for now.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm not a huge fan of support Wind Ranger. I do feel that it got better with the power shot changes, but sometimes it feels like you need more consistency coming out of your support, and just relying on Shackle as a spell can be too difficult. But you can take advantage of her versus matchups versus melee heroes, right?
Yeah.
You could even put her position, like you could put her versus this ET, and she should be able to just kite him, she should be able to power shot him. So in that kind of circumstance, it does look good. But otherwise, I would prefer to not necessarily flex it to the safe lane support position.
Yeah, I generally also like Wind Ranger more as a core. At least in this game, you, like Effie's mentioning, you have some, at least purpose. If you were to be a support, you can give some bonus damage into the arena. You have decent lane matchup against the ET. But looking at Shopify, I like that they're kind of like solidifying their team fight a bit more. You want to match like this Egg or Mars. I mean, generally you have two ways of approaching this. They have mass team fight. You match it, or you pick heroes that are very elusive. You go in and out. You pick your own fights. So this is kind of just showing that they will fight into Extreme Gaming's team fight in the mid game.
And you already said in your pre-game bit that you like seeing Saberlight on something like a Kunkka.
Absolutely.
So you got that one going as well.
Yeah, he's got the momentum from yesterday. His early game moves, they are very on point, not just in the game I showed, but in most of them.
And Arteezy, Terrorblade might do that trick with the illusion, block that spear that we talked about. Very important for this game. But jokes aside, I think Kunkka, very overall good pick, gives them another way of disengaging a team fight, makes them super tanky, another like potential setup after ET uses the Stomp, so you basically have, maybe like Earthshaker is up there, but if you want to disengage, ET probably one of the best heroes in the game. And now it also secures, do you think this TB is going to be some like position 5, position 4, Baboka style?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think it works too much versus what Extreme Gaming have, because I actually think Support TV has a place versus like Luna's and whatnot. Then it has so much value. But for now, you just want it as a strong carry, like you were mentioning, Lacoste, about how ET enables these strong carries. You want to put it on lane with the ET. It also functions as a pseudo-ranged hero every time meta is up. It's also a means to punish Mars on lane before he gets stronger, and it's a way to hit Egg, right? A TB with meta can just completely shred this Egg, given that there aren't any other heroes on top of him, and Shopify can cover him during that time.
Yeah, I do think that carry TB should be pretty good in this game. Like if I'm Shopify now, I feel like the only way this TB gets really dealt with in the fights is he has to get all in, right? It's some Mars, Spear, Arena, Egg, Sunray, Chrono, and just pull everything on top. So if I'm Shopify, I would love to try and get a hero into their draft that helps him stay alive when all of this stuff gets dropped on him. Like maybe you can put the Kunkka mid, and like pick a new offlaner that can build like an early pipe, maybe your 5 Ghost Mech, like some Tidehunter type hero. Like just try to match, I think, and have a team fight break. Because Extreme right now, they rely on staggering all their spells one by one, especially if Arteezy will be big in this game, which honestly, I think he will be no matter what.
There's still puck left in the pool, which is a bit surprising, I would say, considering the win rate of this hero. It's like the last time I checked, it was yesterday, it was up like 85%. Or something, but
it's very high. Yeah.
It's super high. Shopify Rebellion banning out these like heroes that can poke from a really long distance. OD and Lina, also one of XM's better heroes.
And Shopify are in a position where I do feel that they have to secure themselves a strong lead from the laning phase, because if you look at their team fight versus Extreme Gaming's, I mean, up until Kunkka gets his water park and gets stronger, the combo potential in XG is really quite scary. And also, Faceless Void is one of the better heroes later on in the game to get on top of this Terrorblade and just beat him in a 1v1. He also has a lot of tools to like disengage from him. Time dilation can be really good.
Yeah.
So if Shopify take a couple of bad fights versus XG's lineup, I can see the game potentially being very difficult for Shopify to play.
No, I fully agree. Like, Faceless Void, I think he's like the be-all, end-all carry in a way where if he has a free game, you're just going to lose to him. So now that you only have one pick to really deal with him, and I think you only have two ways. You make sure that when he casts his chrono, heroes don't die, or you give yourself like another engage where you stomp him in the lane, and you can always jump him first. But finding this jump first hero seems not the easiest.
Ooh, Extreme Gaming.
Another one.
They've been picking up Sniper like quite a lot. I think this is the 4th Sniper I've seen in the last week on 23, and it looked good a lot of the times. Like there was one time earlier in the group stage when they picked Sniper and Anti-Mage, and we thought it was a bit too greedy, but it was all about stalling the game, because look at the heroes that can get on top of Sniper. These are not the heroes, except maybe a Batrider, but they have a really good protection.
In danger, pick Storm Bulba. Let's go.
It might actually have to be. But the thing about Storm is how good is Storm fighting into these 5-man lineups? Okay, so they go for the Kunkka on Yopaj instead and the Saberlight El Clasico on the Night Stalker. I do think Night Stalker provides a lot of very important solutions that Shopify didn't have to Extreme Gaming's draft. First, it does give them a hero to get on top of the Sniper and on the backline, but it's really good versus Faceless Void as well, right? Because of that silence, it's so long in the early game, and Faceless Void doesn't want to get that BKB as his first item. It never feels good. But also this backline in Wind Ranger and Phoenix, they don't threaten this Night Stalker. This vision aspect coming out of Shopify is like a pretty genius pick, in my opinion.
It looks good. I'm a big fan of Night Stalker. Like everything is fine, except he doesn't like to play into Phoenix Egg. Like once he turns the night into day, you feel like, okay, what am I doing? But other than that, it feels like a really top-tier Night Stalker game. A lot of those long-duration silences, they needed something like that. It's not the hero that's gonna like focus heavily Faceless Void in the laning stage. You don't put too much pressure, but during the first like nighttime, you should be able to rotate the heroes to his lane. Let's say Kunkka rotates with X marks the spot. Void can't really deal with that.
It gives them the condition where they can like start the fight, right? You give the vision with Night Stalker, you try to go in with that. I do think their team fights are on a big timer. Like when they use the Night Stalker ult and jump in with Lasso, they need to, it has to hit.
Bam, bam.
Because if it doesn't, I think Extreme have an easier time of just taking the fight. So I would lean a little bit towards Extreme here.
Actually, I think I think that I would lean a little bit towards Shopify in this one because it feels like they're going to hit this window where they're going to take advantage of the low cooldowns that they have, whereas actually you're going to play around their big team fights. And if Saberlight can get the ball rolling, they have so much brawl potential from their heroes early on. So all eyes on Saberlight. If he can pull it off, I'm leaning 60-40 towards Shopify.
Brawl potential. I love me some brawl potential. That means we're going to have a great game in our hands in terms of action-packed Dota 2, and our commentary team will love that for sure. It's none other than Cap and SPG.
Thank you, production. Hot indeed. We're ready to go for potentially, well, I guess it is the last series for today before we head to tiebreakers tomorrow. We've got Extreme versus Shopify, and Extreme got their hands on the Sniper. The Sniper that they've been running quite a bit. They've run it 2 times at this tournament. They actually closed out and won their previous tournament with a Sniper in the final game, and it even does the Conda builds. Avery, do you like this? Do you like the Sniper that we've been seeing lately from Extreme?
Definitely some XM tech. I think either he's way ahead of everybody else or he's so far behind he thinks he's ahead of everybody else. It's one of the two.
I mean, if you're winning tournaments with it, surely that means you're ahead, right?
It looks good. They're using this hero different than everybody else has been using it, which I think catches people off guard because it means they're willing to pick it in situations that I think a lot of other teams look at it and go, what the hell, why would you Sniper there? We still have a counter pick. We still have some gap close that we can throw in the draft. Like, maybe the lane's not even that good for him. It doesn't matter. I think XM just likes to brawl with it. He likes the shrapnel points. He likes this Conda build. He'll go Ags Conda. He will just ramp into a spellcaster and not have to be dependent on being the primary physical damage dealer, which means this hero just kind of becomes, I don't know, like a mid-hoodwink or something. Like just some guy, you have spells and you run around the fight and you draw attention and, okay, maybe you die, but then guess what? Faceless Void and Mars get a better fight. So to me, it's an interesting way to utilize the hero, and so far it's been working. And the hero is always strong in fighting around mid in the runes. This hero pretty much doesn't lose lane to anything.
Yeah.
And that can be pretty nice if you're playing him as a spellcaster. When you're playing him as a right clicker, you want to win the lane. I think we saw it in that game where Liquid picked it as the sniper puck, and then the puck got dodged, and they put the Wind Ranger mid, and this physical damage sniper didn't get his lane matchup, and that game just fell apart. Oh, double courier snipe. Or one courier snipe.
Has been killed.
Let's the other one go because it's more important to deny the incoming regen.
Well, it was also Ame's courier, so.
Yeah, you think that's a fixation?
It's an S tier carry courier right there. He couldn't touch it. I'm interested to see what this offlane can do for Shopify this game. I think this is the most explosive lane for them in the game in terms of that 5 to 10 minute mark. When it hits nighttime, like what the hell is Phoenix Void doing up here, right? Unless you're willing to bring a crap ton of reinforcement up here, which Sniper doesn't want to do more than once, and your other two heroes may not be able to do it. I expect Ame to get kicked out, and I think Saberlight should have a very free game here with this last pick, Night Stalker. On top of that, Bat Rider, I think, has become the 4 position of the tournament. And if you're watching Forge dominate the first 20 minutes of Dota, it's this hero right here. So I expect the Olakor to have a good time with it. Again, you're up against the weakest lane in the game right now, to me, which is this Void Phoenix. Very defensive-oriented lane. You just want to get levels, you want to secure farm, but you're not doing much in an outright brawl unless you just mega outlane them.
So sets up the Night Stalker
anyway,
for success. He does get it in the end. His courier goes down. And this looks like an okay Night Stalker game going later, right? Like he's a pretty good answer to Faceless Void a lot of the time early on. He can gap close against Sniper. I'm a little bit concerned about the overall team fight, though, perhaps making it hard for Night Stalker to run in. I mean, the biggest thing is, right, that Supernova kills his nighttime, which, you know, if he pops his ultimate, he'll still be flying around, but he won't have the movement speed or attack speed buff. And also, like, the arena is just, like, it feels like Extreme have given themselves a really nice, like, 2 heroes where they're just like, we own this area of the team fight, and there's going to be a sniper sitting around it, and you can't really fight into that.
Fight for the Lotus, and it'll go to Kitrak. They're honestly doing very well in this lane. Doing well in all the lanes, but I tend to agree. The 5-on-5 becomes weird, and I do feel like part of this draft, if it goes ultra
Nice
late...
stomp. Spear back, though. RTZ is going to be able to catch up to him. Terrorblade's just a fast hero, man.
Damn. I mean, it is rare that you get that first blood kill with Elder Titan at the level 1 or 2. Yeah. It's really hard. And this is not an easy lane for the double melee. So honestly, Shopify stepping it up, putting on a laning clinic as we're used to seeing from the lane maestro himself, Artur Babayev.
How do you feel about watching Shopify lately? We haven't cast any of their games, but I know you've watched some of them. I mean, it's got to feel pretty good, right? Watching an NA team, you know, get back into form.
I mean, I'll say this. If there's one team that's caused me the most physical pain watching their games over the last 5 years, it's been this team.
Yeah.
But in the last few months, I feel like they've been one of the more fun teams to watch.
Yeah, certainly.
Their support duo is hyper aggressive. They can use their laning prowess to get out ahead. In the mid game, Yopaj will play a huge hero pool. He'll be cocky with it. He'll set the fights up aggressively. This team just comes out guns blazing, it feels like. And they play with confidence. They don't play with fear. And I think we go back to some of those old Shopify rosters. I feel like that was one of the weaknesses down the stretch sometimes. The games got kind of stalematy. It fell into this farm fest. There wasn't really somebody willing to just jump in and suicide. And on this team, it feels like everybody's willing to do that.
Yeah, it didn't feel like they always were kind of like sitting back being like, oh, guys, we're going to win eventually or something like that. And there was never that urgency to like make plays, make moves. And a lot of time it was painful, frankly, for a lot of Shopify fans to watch those games. But
number 2,
I think you're right. They are still popping off on laning phase, right? That was always Shopify's one of their greatest strengths, and I think these 2 supports have brought a lot. As you said, the aggression is still there, but they haven't lost anything when it comes to laning phase dominance.
And that's a good combination. I can just propel you into a really strong mid game, just win you games straight up. And right now, they're pulling ahead, and most of it is onto that Terrorblade, man. RTZ has gotten a lot out of what I would consider a pretty damn strong lane. Mars Wind Ranger. This is pretty much universally strong against almost anything. You just play the nukes right, especially against the Terrorblade, who can get abused by power shot if you just land a couple of spear power shots. But man, Kitrak played that lane well. He got good regen trades early, and now you have double rain drop up on that lane. You have wand charges Artor is very secure down here, which means Kitrak can look for the Kunkka roam, 6-minute power rune. I mean, this is just ideal, right? You leave the Terrorblade alone, he's not in threat of dying, and you can try and snowball this Kunkka, who's just about to hit 6, get this boat online. I mean, Sniper he is absolutely terrified right now.
As he should be. The Stomp's going to land onto him. Theolacor diving into the tower to help Yopaj go for the dive. He'll pull him back into the boat with the turret. Should be able to easily bring him down. We'll see if anybody dies in return, though. Jinkyu is here with the help of DY. He's going to dive in, hits a lot of heroes. The Flame Break does bounce him mid-dive, but it doesn't matter. He's got the kill on the Bat Rider, and he's got this damage over time that is overwhelming the other support as well. Kitrak will fall. DY, that is, I mean, they lose their sniper. That sucks for him, no doubt. But it got to feel really good if you're Phoenix getting kills. Early experience on Phoenix is so good.
He's almost level 5 off that. I mean, DD Rune from top did work in that exchange. And the whole time, Ame, he's been able to stand up here because they won that region battle earlier. Saberlight not able to kick him out during this first portion of the nighttime. So this is also the downside of that move because Ame, he's gotten a lot of time and space up here. I mean, honestly, both 5s in this game playing the early game really well between DY and Kitrak. And, I mean, I love to see it.
Terrorblade second in CS. Earlier when we were talking about how he was getting the most out of laning phases, it's because net worth. He's way farther ahead than everybody else, as you can see.
The
even
kills.
a step above the Kunkka right now.
And he's 1,000, more than 1,000 ahead of XXS here. So this is the biggest differential it's been opened up in. I mean, Shopify could try and use it, right? Terrorblade's a hero you can rotate to, push the tower. He's doing it on his own. I think Saberlight doesn't want to leave this Faceless Void alone, so I don't know if this is going to be a game where he just opts to go all the way bottom here, but you could see a Kunkka rotation down here for sure. And I'm almost surprised he didn't make it because his catapult was still alive. Like, Yopaj he's leaning, but he's just doing jungle. I think this was an opportunity. Depends how confident they were, though. Without the level 6 on the Terrorblade, you end up in a dive situation. You don't have Sunder.
Yeah.
It gets a little weird, like you don't want to throw your good game away, but it's good pressure regardless. Went for the early Falcon Blade as well, and I mean, this is the period where this Shopify lineup can heat up. Like, you have pressure that exists on this Kunkka and this Night Stalker lane. Your supports are strong early skirmishers. Extreme have to be ready. They have to be in the right place at the right time, predict the moves, react accordingly with both their supports.
This is definitely going to be a game that tests your support's game knowledge, right? Or just their read of the enemy movement around the map.
And this is Yopaj's move to the side lane. Did not get the X.
DY is here to slow down their attack speed. This will slow down the kill on Ame. Will it be enough? The rotation's coming in.
This is too
XM
slow.
is here. The silence is not going to help them, and now Ame is able to turn around and get the kill on Theolacor pretty easily, it looks like, as the Firefly helps do some damage to DY, but it'll still fall without a problem. So, we said, you posed it. This is going to be a test for Shopify, or excuse me, for Extreme in dealing with Shopify's aggression and counter-rotating. First part, they do pass.
Yeah, that's that one sniper TP you have. You're not going to have necessarily a second one if they want to make the move again. So Shopify can take that into consideration. But sometimes, I think this is a skill a lot of teams overlook, is just sometimes the move you have to make in Dota is not making a move. It's, what is the enemy going to do? And your move is countering that.
Yep.
And a lot of times that feels very counterintuitive because, like, oh, we're not doing anything. We're not being the ones assertive on the map. It feels defensive, feels passive. It feels like you're just kind of sitting there waiting for something to happen. But it's a very underrated skill, and it can win you games. And just stabilizing this early game, this 5 to 10 minute period, getting stabilized for Extreme, getting a couple big core pickoffs like this with your ults.
Yeah, DY, great example of that. Just sitting on the high ground, waiting for a rotation from somebody from Shopify. Saberlight gets himself killed as a result, trying to walk up that high ground. Jinkyu, he'll get caught in the mid lane though, so Shopify still exerting pressure. This is kind of be expected, is that like, they're going to be putting so much pressure on all these various lanes. Somebody is going to suffer on the side of Extreme.
But hey, it's a 5 to 10 nighttime period with the first last pick Night Stalker, who theoretically had a good lane matchup. He's the bottom network.
Yeah.
So if you're Extreme, I feel like you're not too sad about this period. I think your offlane could have got better, but it stemmed a lot of the aggression. You're looking at a 1K gold lead. You know, we were looking at some of those replays before this match. Shopify have had some crazy leads in this tournament by the 10-15 minute mark.
Yeah.
They've been up 4, 5, 6K gold. So this is a team you kind of have to expect to come out of the gate running. They're going to have aggression. They're going to dominate, or at least try to dominate lanes and snowball off that. This might be one of the leads that could have gotten to that point if one or two of those moves had worked, and then you're just looking at a dead tier 1. Ame has to jungle. You know, these things crumple very fast. Now they're going to use the arena. He's very
Supernova put to use, so he is definitely going to die here. He's already committed his skill point, so he doesn't have Sunder.
It's kind of a weird situation. He went for all the early EHP with the Falcon Blade, the Raindrop, the Wand, like a Strength Treads there, right? Don't save the point for the Sunder. I guess they don't want to just commit Power Ranger TP's bottom with multiple ults. Is the only way you take that fight.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Night Stalker in this situation, you don't hard win the lane against Faceless Void like you were supposed to. If you make one bad daytime rotation, you're useless for the next 3 minutes, right?
And he also doesn't want to lose the pressure on that tower.
Yeah.
When he had Kata up there, he gets it for free. Shopify's still able to defend this, so... You know, objective-wise, they didn't lose a lot off that, but it is time that Arthur has to walk back out from base. He was having a very free game. I mean, you got to remember, he was the one hitting XXS's tower, the 5-minute mark.
Yep.
So that gets turned around on him, and once more Extreme finding these big ultimate-oriented pickoffs. Another deep ward, that's a nice one. It's going to pay off later. It does not get scouted, I believe, and should be the Blade Mail for Yopaj here. So he's very strong. Level 10, Blade Mail double bracer, he's ready to go.
XM once again going to be doped by this Bat Rider. Pull him into the boat, burst down the sniper, got him pretty easily. Now they're going to try and run down some supports here as Saberlight cut across the map into this mid lane as well. Couldn't actually go for the Wind Ranger kill though.
In trouble?
He's going back for it, man. He's got that Void. Couldn't quite get in range. Either way, he has the, due to the use of the darkness, he can make sure they can take this mid tower. And so the pressure continues. Even if they didn't win that, like, hard win that laning phase part, they still have the pressure on towers. They can make the map small for an Extreme lineup that does need a lot of farm.
Just taking advantage of the fact Egg is on cooldown. If DY has Egg there, that's a very different exchange.
Sure.
It's a lot harder to make that dive. I think Saberlight probably dies, but Shopify knows is on cooldown. They take advantage of the play bottom. They get mid tower. This is exactly what their lineup's designed to do. Backstab opponents around objectives, get on the sniper instantly, make his life a living nightmare.
Just goes for it.
Insanely aggressive.
Can he get the bashes required to get the kill? It's not looking like it. He's actually going to use the time walk forward. Ame.
What?
He took way too many chances with this one.
Where was the bash, though?
I don't know. He didn't get a single bash in that.
He hit him like 11 times and got one. I saw one at the start. And he never bashed him again. I mean, that looks like a throw, but honestly, that... I don't know. I mean, give your lottery tickets to somebody else on the team. That was pathetic.
Well, that throws away Ame's position, which was not bad for the lane he had to match up against. So watch that one again.
He just doesn't bash him. What am I watching?
Rough times, rough times.
Egg in the river. Got forced out here off the bow combo, so they're going to trade out ults. Should get kit track here with
Assassinate, plus the damage over time, time dilation. Ame's
He's
like,
still not
I've got a bash somewhere in here. It's locked and loaded, surely.
Is he broken? Is his computer broken?
What a shackle shot. Does that save Ame? Flame break bumps him back. That might just be enough to pull him into kill distance again. They have the X coming up, the torrent as well. This is surely going to be enough. The killing blow delivered by Yopaj. Same goes with XM to Theo Lacour, but now puts him in an awkward position. Saberlight, he tries to charge in, but the two supports just beat him back, and now he's going to die to assassinate again. Remember, it refreshes after you get the kill, so he gets the one on Bat Rider. Now turns that onto the Night Stalker. Now he's going to be able to kill Yopaj with the same... Oh, he's out of mana. It may be off cooldown, but he doesn't have the mana for it. Oh, that's sad.
I still stand by. If you get a kill with, you know, Culling Blade or Assassinate, it should refund the mana. That's just in a good spirit of the game.
Sure.
He should have been rewarded there.
You should have been able, you should be able to have the opportunity to kill 5
Exactly. I want that Penta shot, but still a great fight for XM. And again, showing the power of this early game sniper with just tank ability between double Wraith Band, Dragonlance. Sure, you gap close him with the Night Stalker, but you get slowed by the fire spirits, you get slowed by this power shot going through, then there's a mini shackle.
Hey, don't forget the take game that's pushing you back the entire time.
And now they find Artur on a small camp, and he should be gone here.
Doesn't exactly land, but it does push back Extreme.
Okay, he's just going to walk it off.
Making a run for it, and Saberlight, it's nighttime again, so even without the darkness, he is powerful. Sniper's trying to help out, but it looks like they're just reading this as, okay, everybody's here, guys. Oh, they're still going to go for it. Blink forward by XXS, managed to get the pin onto Saberlight. Saberlight's just going to get pinned down by the Sniper, who will be able to collect that kill, and looks like they got Kid Shrek because of Ame with the Chronosphere.
Nice Chrono on the backup. Barely dodges that stomp as well. Almost slept Ame coming in from the side. But again, this Faceless Void finds some teamfight impact.
And again, the Night Stalker dies. I mean, this is a Night Stalker who's gonna fall way far behind. If you're not getting, if you're not getting kills without dying in the first 2 night times, you usually just kind of fall off.
This is not the trajectory he wanted for this game at all. He could easily be top net worth here if everything was going according to plan, and he's gonna have to play from behind a bit. And it's not a hero that functions that well from behind because you have to kind of go in and man fight other cores. Your spells aren't that impactful on their own. He's more about the net worth differential, and he also has to play into Phoenix here. So the longer that BKB gets delayed, those fire spirits are just debilitating him, man. DY has done a great job protecting the Sniper in these fights, and he's just going second item Ags, man. XM got no chill. Just gonna start sniping people.
DY, the silence. Oh, hit by the stomp instead. They have the X as well.
This is that nighttime period.
Full pick off.
Shopfire going to group up and get these pickoffs. It's just about how much Extreme can push the lanes out, especially with Chrono on cooldown. But as long as Ame's not dying, I don't know. Again, they just want to stalwart these nighttime periods. Go even, find some net worth for their Faceless Void. Once more, I think Yopaj has been the strongest hero on the map for the last 10 minutes, and I don't know if Shopify have gotten to use him how they wanted to. Now he has a shielder, and he's finishing a BKB here. I mean, he is going to be insanely strong. So you want to find the fight on the back of this Kunkka. Might be Extreme going into you.
Dire's bottom tower is
They have everything up. They do not have their Sniper Ags. He's close to it. A
That's
lot of missing net worth.
Yeah, because you've got 2,000 in your backpack. You got a bit of gold that's being saved up for the point booster. So you're just missing out on a lot of stats and big upgrade. But they still want to go for it. And getting the Night Stalker is the best option at all.
Especially during nighttime.
Yeah.
He's wasting a lot of Saberlight's power point here.
Yeah, that'll just put 1 minute left where he can try and make a move, and then we're back to daytime again.
They are still finding a lot of net worth on this bat, and as we talked about at the start, this hero is, to me, becoming the 4 position of the tournament. He's got Blink, he's got 4 staff, level 11 with the Ola core. He's huge. If he can find one of these cores at the start of the fight, or even the Phoenix, I don't think he'd be too sad about taking the Phoenix out first. Open up the team fight a lot. The Chrono, the Arena both get weaker without DY behind them. And yeah, BKB done for Yopaj. Haste-Rune in the back pocket. I mean, this is another objective collapse. Name of the game the entire time. Flank these objectives, get a team fight going on your terms.
Yeah, because with the TB, right, if you get the successful pickoff aggressively, it probably means the tower's going to die. Now we're going to see that here, potentially. Shinkyu, they pop the glyph. Wind Run's going to run out eventually here.
This is a little weird, but they will get it.
They'll get it eventually, as Extreme are not going to try and scramble. That is one thing, is that you do not want to try and react too hastily to some fight.
I mean, Artur's almost dead.
And he still has, Sunder, 5-second cooldown. The assassinate shot went for the Bat Rider. Looks like he didn't have vision of Artur.
That kick was not nearly as easy as I think they wanted it to be. No. But Artur does not die, so I guess no foul. But it did not result in a quick kill into tier 2 tower. And this is Chrono back up for Ame. Now he's bashing.
Okay. Get the lasso, pull him into RTZ, who was still low from that previous fight, so pretty efficient use of Thunder.
It was all just a setup.
Yeah.
I never should have doubted him. He purposefully made that gank take a long time so he could get low HP off the tower, so then when he went bottom and he knew the Mars was farming there, it guarantees that.
Yeah,
that
because he's
last
too strong to lose HP to neutral. So how else are you going to do it?
That's true, actually. Yeah. That's a 10-head play if I've ever seen one. And he's got Lightbringer, so he even has the extra regen. I mean, it would have been way too hard to lose that HP anyway else. That's the strength of the bat right now. I think the Olakor is very strong on the map. Other than getting shot in the back.
That's going to be a problem he's going to have to deal with quite a bit.
I'm not going to lie. Part of me feels like this sniper build is troll.
I believe in it, man.
I do too, but it's...
I think people underestimate how stat-heavy Sniper gets with this kind of build. The
Yeah, he's
Dragonlance Aghanim Scepter. He's got 2,000 HP.
I agree. And again, like they're using him as a almost frontline spellcaster.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me. Do you remember way back in the day, Navi used to play Sniper on a Vost? And he went a BKB build.
Oh yeah, but they played it 4.
What?
Yeah, a Vost 4.
Oh, okay, okay.
Gotcha with that one. Havost played Sniper?
Yeah. They played BKB Sniper.
I don't remember that. You remember Havost, Lifestealer, safe lane, heart first item?
Yeah.
At 13 minutes, and people were like, this guy's like, God. I watched that shit, I was like, I gotta get into this game.
This didn't look easy, man.
This is like, I gotta play carry.
Yeah, why didn't you play? Why did you play 5?
Illusion.
I mean, nobody plays 5, they just get relegated.
Oh. So wait, you saying you weren't good enough for the other roles?
No, I was too good. Everybody else looked bad. Relegated myself.
I see, I see.
Quick daytime Roche here. This is a heads-up play.
Yeah, but look at this positioning from Theo Lacour. Does he have this mapped out so early on?
Somebody pop this smoke on T-Way. This is like a very weird situation, but Shotfire definitely not contesting without NS hold. Should be guaranteed. Oh, is T-Way gonna leave?
Oh, Theo Lacour, is he gonna be able to blink it at the right time? He will not, and he's gonna get caught now.
Yeah, he knew somebody was there. That'll be an extra freebie. Aegis to Ame.
Oh, he had a kill streak too, so that kill was worth 800 gold.
Tower is under attack.
I mean, this is a very nice sequence for Extreme. This is kind of how you want to abuse Night Stalker. This is the weakness of the hero. His downtime is really down. So you got to extract as much as you can during that period. 2 other cores for Shotfire still farming the map really well. We're seeing the illusions run through to cut waves. But it might be Shotfire Rebellion on the back foot now here as this Aegis period. That's a tough one to fight into, man.
Yeah. I mean, now, frankly, you're when you fall behind on Night Stalker, your go-in mechanism is no longer good enough.
No.
Right? Because now he's just getting shot by the sniper, potentially on his way in. He's going to be assassinated.
And the big question is, what does Shopify Rebellion's lineup do about BKBs? Because we're about to have BKB on Void and BKB on Mars in the next 2 minutes here.
Yeah.
And they do not interact well with them.
No, they don't.
They have they have the lasso jump. If you can start the fight, take it that way, burst a target, okay. I can see you taking that team fight. But outside of that, this Void and Mars are going to be pretty much invincible to have the fight they won. On top of that, you already have Greaves done on Jin Q, who found his way to a lot more gold in the last 5 minutes. Wind Ranger is strong. And, I mean, the Conda's coming. It's a race to the BKBs. Saberlight does have his first. Man, you wish you could get a fight off that right now. But Ame is right there with you. Even Teolakor going for his own.
Nice reaction. So BKBs for everyone, but it's pretty clear that Shopify has a much harder time dealing with BKB than Extreme lineups, right? They got a bunch of BKB peers.
Unless they can start on them, yeah. I mean, they do have Earth Splitter. Something.
Yeah, they got the Lasso Earth Splitter combo, which kind of guarantees one hero death, right?
Yes. Pretty much. I mean, this support duo is really nice, right? Like, the way you win fights is...
under attack.
It sometimes just sets itself up.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Admiral is on board.
But right now, it's Extreme pushing you back. They have another smoke going to the triangle here, looking for anything. They know they're incredibly strong during this Aegis period. And even if these moves fail, they're still getting farm for Ame.
Nice play by RTZ, cutting the mid creep waves, so they can't actually put pressure on the mid tier 2.
Get that courier.
Follow the spirit. Let's get track somewhere around here, but Ame isn't going to debase himself chasing after a lowly 5 position.
I mean, Shopify has done a nice job dodging this Aegis. Really haven't given anything up. While the 5-5 is pretty strong for XG, and they're still finding farm on who they need to. I'm surprised at how much Yopaj has gotten in this game. Like, he is ginormous, man. 233 CS. He's got 3,000 HP. God damn.
Lasso into Torrent. Chain stun nicely with the boat and Earth Splitter on top. 100 to 0. That's exactly what we're talking about with the Lasso combo. They can kind of guarantee one hero is going to die if they hit that Lasso.
And there's nothing XG can do about it, other than you have the Chronosphere there to bail out that fight.
Right.
So Shopify can just keep playing for this over and over and over. They get the vision out. They can scout with Spirit. They can scout with Night Stalker. I don't think there's any reason to really take a fight without having that go off, either at the start or secondary to Saberlight going in.
You know, it'd be sick. Get an Axe on Phoenix to counter it.
That? Yeah. That would counter it.
Not something he's going for anytime soon. He's got Rod of Atos, and he's going to go for Shiva's very normal stuff, but...
I mean, what would actually happen is you dive into Egg him and you get hit by a random Torrent, and then you both die.
Yeah, that is true. You could dive into Torrent Storm. That's a dangerous proposition.
I mean, how much...
Firebird.
You know, that's a Top Gun moment for sure. How much do you believe in the heart of the wings?
Chasing after that bird. He's slippery, but they'll get him eventually.
He committed the ult for it. But once again, it's actually getting nothing out of this Aegis period, other than time, if they're content with that.
Would you be content with that?
I think so.
Right, you got Faceless Void.
Yeah.
Surely you're fine with any late game scenario.
I feel like whenever you have Faceless Void, you have to be, to some degree. Outside of the games where it is obvious Chronosphere is not reliable. Which, there are some situations that can happen.
Right, if the enemy has, like, a lot of saves or something like that.
I mean, Winter Wyvern changes this hero a lot. Sometimes even Shadow Demon can change it.
Yeah.
But
Not the case in this game, though.
No, not really. A little gust action, but we'll secure the rune. It's an aggressive rune to take right there. Still have 2 minutes of nighttime.
They're going to dive after him, try and punish him.
Dangerous
Ame is
to dive.
here, and he just straight up Chronospheres just the Night Stalker. That leaves an opening for the Bat Rider to go for the back line, try and pull in the sniper. The stop does hit a lot of heroes, but Ame's BKB is doing too much work. He cuts down 2 different heroes with the 3 versus 5. There's no way they can keep going. DY is actually chasing after this with the Assassinate Supernova combo. That was pretty slick. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough damage by itself to finish off RTC, but it was close.
And that long-range poke is nasty.
Yeah.
And I think we're already seeing the problem with the dive if the lasso isn't the one setting it up. I mean, someone's going to get chronoed, and then what is the counterplay?
Yeah, Ame seemed not worried at all. He was just like, I'm just going to chrono this guy, and the fight's going to be fine.
He knew he had 30 bashes saved up from earlier.
That's true.
That helps as well. And now all of a sudden you're in this type of game, which is starting to feel like a Faceless Void game. You know, you have all this strength between this Terrorblade Kunkka. Like, what can you do with it? It's all dependent on this one jump.
So, yeah, it's very dependent on that one jump, and then I feel like also simultaneously, you kind of need a longer drawn-out fight, right? Where the BKBs wear thin, and then your Kunkka actually starts able to have an impact with his Aghanims and his Shard, you know, like get the Torrent Storm and Tidal Wave to start disabling these heroes. But in that moment where the BKB is popped on a couple of these heroes, you just don't really have much that the Kunkka does for you.
I mean, alternative is you can just get more jump in a way, or you can just get better angles. If he wants to solo Chrono Night Stalker, if you're killing the sniper at the same time, you can trade out cores, right? And then maybe you're confident taking the carry-on-carry man fight after that because you have an ET Spirit somewhere.
Yeah. I don't know, man. They're like, Theo LaCour jumped the sniper in that last fight, and we didn't even see, like, Arena or Supernova on top of it.
No, he just melted.
Yeah.
And this sniper has his condo right now. So these Ags shots hurt, man.
A lot of damage, and I mean, look at his build. He's got 2,600 HP, but he also went for the Defiant Shell, so he's got an extra 7 armor, 7 all attributes.
This guy's got 2,600 HP with 35 armor.
Yeah, like how do you actually kill this guy quickly?
I mean, you don't. It has to be Terrorblade basically hitting him.
Which probably guarantees you're going to get a hit by a couple of Assassinates in the team fight. And all of that, I mean, it just sounds like to me they have to get the jump on Ame.
Yeah, I think so.
That seems like Shopify's only win condition.
That's what I say. All these Faceless Void games come down to a certain point. You got to jump the Void. And I feel like in the games where you got to jump the Void, the Void knows that. So as long as I don't get jumped, guys. High ground
Spoke
warp
up into, okay, they already get the initiation, but the BKB, really fast reaction from XXS, and that is just perfect. Hits the arena, forces out the BKBs from Shopify, and Ame's chilling. He jumps in, doesn't immediately see the Chronosphere, but he's like, fine, you used your BKBs, I've still got mine.
You got to remember, this sniper has night vision too. So if you're not jumping him, he can just run in with his 3,000 HP or whatever.
Yeah.
And you're not getting a vision advantage. XG did not pull the trigger on too many ults there. They still have the egg, they still have the chrono. If Ame didn't get hit by a torrent on that leap in, I think 2 heroes are getting chrono there. Very tough lineup to run into, and that's pretty much all you have.
And it keeps getting tougher every single time Roshan is taken. Nice fast moves from Extreme. They're going to TP up to top lane here, not give Shopify too much room to maneuver. The rest of the team will go through the gate, and they'll kind of try to sandwich this area. Shopify know that, though. They back away.
Yeah, this game is in XG's control right now. They're going to clear out the
find
map.
him. Yule's spear back.
And they're just moving really well. They haven't given up any bad fights or deaths that have resulted in a free Roshan going Shopify's way or something of that orientation. And once more, Yopaj having a perfect game, 5-0-4. But he hasn't gotten his impact at the right time and place to progress the game for his team, right? And that's a big thing. Also should mention this Wind Ranger is powering up, man. Like Jingqiu went back for the Maelstrom. This guy's about to solo kill some Terrorblade on the back end of a fight. No joke, so it's just more problems popping up right now.
Oh, even more area control with the Gale Force as well.
Yeah. He's had that, and he's a problem. Very hard hero to kill. The Greaves is a really nice aura to have in this game, especially versus the ET if it ever occurs, but they're mostly physical between the Night Stalker and the Terrorblade. And then if you don't kill him, he might just kill you. This hero does a serious amount of damage.
They have so many shards that they take the enemy Tormentor and it goes to the carry. So Ame now has the reverse time walk, even harder to catch him. Saberlight has to use his BKB as he's trying to cut waves deep on the enemy side of the map.
I like he speared him there, you know. Send a message.
Yeah. Let him know.
Yeah, I don't know what the message is. He sent it. And Diolcor continuing to look for pickoffs, but I mean, he's not found one in a long time. Is this the pickoff? The 3,000 HP sniper.
Can they do enough damage? Double damage on Yopaj makes it a little bit easier. And okay, that's enough. He didn't even really need to go for the hit. Yopaj just dipped after throwing his combo.
That did so much.
Yeah, how did that do so much damage, man?
God damn.
The hell? I mean,
Batrider cooking.
He landed a lot of torrents, felt like. But.
Yeah, but Batrider doing 1,300 there? That seems high to me, but I guess, yeah. He's level 17 now.
Well, that certainly gives me a lot more hope for Shopify in this question of, like, how do they take these team fights? I mean, if you could do that to a sniper, I honestly didn't think just the two of them could combo down a sniper that easily.
Well, looked pretty good. I mean,
now he's got the Bloodstones, so even larger torrents.
I mean, is there a world Kunkka just carries these late game fights with how big he is?
I refuse to believe that against the Faceless Void.
Yeah, but if something goes wrong, right?
Sure,
This chrono hits an ET and nothing, or like the Phoenix dies in a lasso before the fight. Grenade now for the sniper, but I don't know if that changes much for him.
He still has an 8-second BKB on Ame. He's had to use his BKB once in this game. Because where I was going with this is that, like, well, even once he gets down to a 6-second BKB, like, eventually he's going to start getting, like, Refresher. You're going to get to that point on Faceless Void where you've got 2 Chronos and 2 BKBs.
And now he has the Lincolns, too. So he really only has to save this BKB for the Night Stalker Silence, which is what you predominantly want it for here.
Yeah. Still, I mean, Arteezy is close in net worth. He is really not that far behind. He's got Scotty, Manta, BKB. He's going to be going for a Silver Edge.
Silver Edge?
Yeah. So I think this is just a positioning thing, right? Like, you kind of need to be able to fully take advantage of the jump that you get, right?
And you break the Mars. Like, this used to be the Terrorblade build burst Mars. But this item is not what it used to be in terms of damage output.
Yeah, no longer having the crit buildup, right?
Yeah, it feels real bad. There's a reason we're not seeing it. I feel like, I don't want to say it's a dead late game damage item, but it's not nearly what it used to be in. Oh, a little Courier Snipe, that's a Refresher Orb. That's a pretty nice pickup. But meanwhile, you're getting sieged. And you're getting pulled in.
BKB goes off, dodging the spear.
That's a
Through his Torrent, but that feels pretty bad. Torrent Storm now on cooldown, didn't really get much done.
Silver Edge done for Artor. You still have this Aegis though. And it is
8
up for
seconds?
Yeah, only 8 seconds actually. So if you get a lasso in the next 5 seconds here.
Okay, they jump for Shinkyu, who was trying to take down the building by himself. He does get popped. Saberlight able to follow up that initiation on XXX, who got hit by the Torrent, and they are rushing through these heroes now.
Oh,
The
he did get out of
Chronosphere, it couldn't actually save the Phoenix. No Supernova means this team fight is going to be hard for Extreme. A nice use of the Sunder from Arteezy allows the Night Stalker to stay in the fight, stay on top of Ame. What a nice heads-up play from Arteezy.
Sick team fight from Shopfire Rebellion here. They bring everything together at the exact point when they need it to. As that Aegis runs out, they get the lasso, lock in the fight before XG can decide if they want to retreat or not. And that's that ET Spirit amping the magic damage on the go, just shredded through him. Nice flame break to make sure that his Phoenix stays in the chrono. It gets bumped back at the end. He would have had that up their sleeve regardless. And I mean, there's no egg there. Arthur was like, oh, that was
no egg.
Pretty easy.
I think the biggest blunder there was XXS, right? He gets himself stomped by the ET Spirit before he pops BKB.
Yeah, a lot of little things went right for Shopify and wrong for XG there.
Yeah.
But Shopify happy to take advantage of it.
That arena is so important to limit the Terrorblade's damage, right? Like, you need the arena walls to keep that ranged Terrorblade from being able to throw damage at these initiations.
I mean, Wind Ranger got popped off the Lasso Spirit combination, and then Mars Phoenix got nothing off.
Yeah.
So you're basically looking at a 2v5, and you're not going to win a 2v5 at the enemy base while there's an ET Spirit running around. So ET Spirit is really nice with their late game lineup. The Bat Rider plus the Kunkka magic damage, the Spirit's just running around. If you don't get your BKBs off, you're gone.
It's funny how crazy a swing it is. As you said, like, if something goes wrong,
yeah, it's
then
over.
Shopify, you're just able to wipe the team fight really fast.
And that's why I was talking about this Kunkka. He's still ginormous, man. And he's had 0 deaths. He even got, an extra 10% off this robe for magic resistance reduction. You're throwing an ET Spirit in there. These magic nukes are basically doing pure damage into this lineup unless you're BKB'd. There's no pipe. There's no glimmers.
Yeah,
it's all armor oriented. I think Yopaj is absolutely king of these fights. If something goes a little wrong for XG, right?
Yeah.
If these Chrono Egg arenas don't go off or they don't counter-initiate the bat jump in a good spot, this Kunkka's going to roll in. He's just going to roll you over. No doubt about it. There isn't really an answer to it.
XM's build up. He has gone Shadowblade next, and he's going to go back for a Lincoln's.
But does any of that really change the paradigm of the fight?
No, I think that is one thing about this build is that it is very much a mid-game build.
Yeah.
Right? And where you go from that, Ags Conda, after that, like, it doesn't seem very clear.
I mean, I would assume you just amp it up with, like, a Daedalus or something. And he's going for survivability, but I don't know if him surviving changes much. I feel like it's a win more thing in the fight. We'll see. Maybe he'll just surprise me and carry it again. I do want to say, I love watching XM play. I think this guy is one of the more creative players we've seen out of China in a lot of the years.
Yeah.
and he's one of the weirder players we've seen in Dota in the last years for me. His hero pool is wacky. His builds are weird. He's willing to try the stuff nobody else is willing to in like high stakes matches. You know, he's just sitting there. He's just chill.
Yeah, I mean, I really would have thought at this point you would start transitioning to more right-click builds. But even his 20 talent, he went for the shrapnel DPS, right?
I feel like XM is that guy in like your party stack who's like, I'm gonna try this game, you know?
Yeah.
Except he's doing it on a top tier team in a world-class tournament.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I want to play Conda Ag Sniper this game. Okay. Is it good with our lineup? I don't know. You guys figure that out. Well, they're gonna find him, and that is the ideal. He's gone.
Perfect initiation. Oh, even better if they get the Supernova. Alpha to get caught in the Chronosphere, just the Night Stalker. That Night Stalker is very dead.
Yeah, he almost got 2.
Gem on the ground, so even better for Extreme in some ways. Gleipnir, actually.
I mean, I don't know if XG can chase, though.
Yeah,
you have to respect the Kunkka here.
I can't believe Xinq's stick around like he is.
They're gonna think of this is bold.
Whoa, what are we doing? Are we going in or are we going out? Which, make up your mind.
Both, apparently. The problem is there's another lasso up in 20. This is the strength of Batrider. If you keep playing this single pickoff game, you don't mind trading cores because you can just do it again. Your threat's up, whereas they have to wait a very long time.
Yeah, everybody gets these, like, you get that one pickoff. That's a crazy part about the Batrider pickoff is, like, these death timers get longer and longer, and his cooldown gets shorter and shorter.
Power of the hero. And I mean, we're talking about Roshan's this game. Refresher Shard Rosh. You put a refresher on this Kunkka, he's going to be out of control. We should also mention this Swift Blink on our tour right now. Really important item in this game if you can get on the back lines. He's just on the front line. I mean, what is happening here?
Yeah, he's just got hello.
He broke him.
Yeah, just broke the Mars and killed him right away. What a positioning here. Xinq tries to hit that shackle, not going to work. Theo Lacour is going to chase down the Phoenix, no problem there. Ame's in an awkward position. With no Chronosphere, he's not nearly the same kind of threat. They're just ignoring him for now, leaving him behind the middle of all these heroes. Tries to jump forward, doesn't hit the Batrider.
Needs help.
He does. Xinq is trying to run some interference for him to be able to retreat, and that works.
That is not even online. They're playing this aggressive. Now they're just going to go back to Rosh.
That was pretty sick.
God damn, Shopify Rebellion firing on all cylinders here. As Artur just plays that tree line to perfection. Knows there's no flying vision, I guess. And he will reap the reward. So I assume you give the Aegis to the Terrorblade because you're going to siege, and this Refresher Shard could go to a lot of people. Aegis to the Night Stalker. I guess you finish the Refresher on Yopaj, so Artur gets the Refresher Shard. So he doesn't need the Aegis because he has double BKB, double Swift Blink, double Sunder.
Okay.
Which is pretty ridiculous here, right? Unless he gets chronoed, he is not dying, and he's killing everybody else.
Nice wrap from behind. Saberlight sets up Arteezy, and they'll get the kill.
The gem.
Wind Ranger get the gem back into their hands again.
This game has swung completely.
It's been a while since we've seen a arena egg combo or a Chronosphere egg combo. I mean, I guess we kind of saw it on that Night Stalker, but not really a big team fight one.
And big support item coming in for Shopify. On top of that, Roshan, they took away the Refresher Shard from Ame, but now they have a Pipe and a Wind Waker between the Bat and the ET.
Oh, you threw that Assassinate, but you should have been worried about the Batrider who gets the pullback onto the Phoenix, who's still silenced.
Where's the Chrono? He couldn't get it. Now he slept. Are they going to turn on this?
Maybe. He still has his BKB, so they got to be careful, but they also got to be a little bit confident. I mean, no Supernova off of that Chronosphere, so it's not the worst thing in the world.
Dude, that was almost looking like a 4 or 5 man Chrono again. But once more, these ults are not lining up for XG as Shopify just keep catching them off guard, putting them in awkward positions. And now these cores are getting big. Saberlight is continuing to scale in this game, become a late game carry of his own. I think the itemization for Shopify has just been on point this game. Every item is coming together right now. And an amp damage rune for the Kunkka. In case you needed some more damage, he will provide it.
Yeah, I kind of forget sometimes about the... that was that kill at the Sniper. It's because he had amp damage. So he hit him with all of these spells that got buffed up 25%. I forget about that that change that happened.
And when you have ET Spirit flying through, it's just even more insane.
Yeah.
We should mention level 25 was unlocked for Ame, so he does have backtrack available as long as he doesn't get broken, and refresher finish for XXS. So some late game of their own coming in.
Maybe that's another reason RTZ win for this Silver Edge, right?
Yeah, it is good versus Void.
You can break that talent.
I mean, so far his build has worked out really nicely in the fights for him. He can position deep with the Silver Edge. He has a Swift Blink to further gap close if he needs to, potentially dodge a Chrono or something. He can Swift Blink in and kill an egg if it ever exists, which would force the Chrono onto him. It's a lot of interesting things he can do with it, and just let his 2 other cores play the front line. So you're never going to see this Terrorblade, which is a problem for XG. Ame cannot Chrono everybody in this game. And if your lineup is not killing somebody else outside the Chrono, I mean, what are you doing? Your 3 cores are not matching up here in the ultra late.
Yeah, we thought that was going to be, Jin Q was building up damage, the sniper was still scaling, but again, it's just like, what do you do past the Kanta? Our Wind Ranger has kind of gotten to Gleipnir, but nothing past that has been looking at Hurricane Pike for the longest time.
I mean, nobody can run in the fight either. Unless you take Yopaj out. The Wind Ranger can't go in and just start focus firing somebody. You can't swoop in an egg. You can't walk up with sniper and start hitting people.
It still poses a problem. I mean, Shopify, they've done a really good job making these fights chaotic, but I think it's easier, right, when you're outside of the base. But hitting high ground makes things a lot simpler for Extreme.
Yeah, you're looking for the lasso jump, but you're worried about buybacks here. You're worried about trading kills or ults into buybacks, and you lose a lot of map control or a gem or something. Definitely a bit spooky.
Theolacor has the Wind Waker, by the way, so there's a potential for save inside of Chronosphere.
Yeah, the Wind Waker is huge on him. I would not be surprised to see XG try and get one if they can later on.
It also means he can like lasso, and the assassinate response isn't as good.
True. This is an interesting maneuver here. Did secure the vision. Shopify gave it up.
Had this successful scan. I mean, they very clearly know Extreme is up here.
Again, how do you start the fight? Are you willing to just go in and chrono somebody? I mean, this Aegis is still up on the Night Stalker.
20 seconds. They might try and run in and force it.
Yeah, I would. I mean, if I'm Saberlight, I'm just going in, right?
Theolacor gets that initiation. Ame jumping forward, looking for it, doesn't find anything right away. Meanwhile, the egg is going to go off, but Shopify have managed to get themselves out of here. Now they hit the Chronosphere. It doesn't actually grab the Night Stalker. They're just going to focus on this Kunkka, but at the same time, they do manage to burst him down. That was just enough damage. Saberlight now going to fly for the hills. Look at that Torrent Storm, though. Half health on Ame.
Damage, man.
Finished off Jin Q.
Go back in DD room.
Still going in here, but look at Artur. He picked up a DD and it's just immediately on top of the sniper, rips him to shreds. Ame's heading for the hills, but Saberlight's after him. You can't outrun this Night Stalker. He's going to catch up to you. Gets him on the silence. Now tries to go for the TP. Immediately denied. Ame will fall. What a great fight for Shopify Rebellion, as they're now going to be able to head to a high ground confidently. Get some buybacks out of Extreme.
DD Rune at the right place at the right time. He's going to have a little smirk about that. He paid for that Rune to appear as... Yeah, I mean, they just forced it at the right time with the Aegis. Creates a weird situation. Ame finds the right target in that Kunkka. You get him down, but then 2 buybacks out of Shopify. Retake the fight. You're going to force buybacks out of Extreme, but have you overextended here in a base fight?
Yeah, trapped inside the arena. It is not a safe place.
So more buybacks traded. If Artur gets out, which he does, once more, this build has just looked beautiful in this game. They get 3, and they get Ame and XMs there. They just can't find the Terrorblade, man.
So 2 for 4 is the buyback trade-off from these last 2 engagements to the favor of Shopify. They don't have buyback on Yopaj. They don't have buyback on Theolacor. But the only person who does have buyback on Extreme is XXS.
Oh, that's the big item here, right? Refresher for the Void. You need more Chronos in this game. There's no way around it.
Yeah.
There's too many threats. You're going to have to Chrono and kill either Night Stalker or Kunkka, and then with the second one, find this Terrorblade.
I mean, Kunkka is definitely the best target right now with no buyback on him.
100%. But you have to keep in mind this Wind Waker, right?
Yeah.
All of these fights have started with the Bat Rider going in first, which means this Blink Wind Waker is not as reliable on the Chronosphere. If you go Chrono Shopify right now, I mean, it's the easiest Blink Wind Waker of Theolacor's life.
Yeah.
And then what are you doing? Are you refreshing to kill the same guy you already chronoed once?
In which case, you're stuck at the same problem, which is you're only killing one person.
Yes,
Chronos.
and that's not good enough anymore.
Trying to pull him in.
Yeah, this is a ballsy push.
Yeah, trying to get that buyback out of another hero. Saberlight, 20 seconds left on him.
You gotta know this next Roshan is equally important as well.
Yeah.
I don't want to throw away these fights or map control.
It is going to be Radiant side Roshan. So that is big advantage for Shopify, who are already up 17K and have the buybacks in their favor. Arteezy looking at a refresher after he blew through his refresher shard earlier. And Shinkyu finally got an item. It feels like it's been 20 minutes, but he got a Hurricane Pike now. Not that that's going to help too much with the damage. Trying to hunt down Ame. Ame does have that Lincoln to remember.
Yeah, he also doesn't have buyback. That is a juicy target to be looking at. There's a lot of pressure on Theo Lacour in this game. There's been a lot of pressure on him the entire time, but these fights really come down to what his decision-making process looks like. Does he find the aggressive go, try and bring a good core target back that doesn't have buyback? Does he play defensive, let the chrono happen, play for the Wind Waker save? And there's different routes you can take. I mean, do you get both? And this ET Spirit, equally important. I don't think Kitrak's positioning is difficult. I mean, you're going to stay way in the back, right? But
yeah,
you make sure the Spirit is in there during the Torrent Storm, during the Bat Lasso. It's so much extra damage. This hero has a level 20 talent that actually helps you now with extra aura radius. What a concept. They gave this hero an actual talent for for once. Refresher for Artor. Oh boy, we are approaching that 60 minutes if this game goes long as well. But this Terrorblade he is absolutely kidded, man.
25 talents all over the place. 30-second Sunder cooldown off. Got the Ghost Ship fleet.
Oh man,
Dark
Shield
Defension
Rune.
cooldown.
That's a huge rune when you're playing into resistances, or resistance reductions.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And you're looking at the daytime, so you kind of got one shot to force this NS ult out. If nothing happens, then you're actually happy, but Saberlight, he's going to pop it here. And now you have to get something out of this ult, because it's daytime interval.
Now they're sitting up on the high ground here. Jump forward, Theo Lacour gonna go for Ame, but remember, he has that shield rune. They also get away from the Supernova, though, so it's not that bad. Dodges the Assassinate. Really, he actually got a lot out of Extreme there. Even a BKB from XXS as he was afraid of getting stomped in that position.
This NS ult's running out. And that's the biggest factor right now, because it's about to hit daytime. 10 seconds left. No refresher on this NS. They're forcing the issue.
Jumping in. Looking for his opportunity. Gets silenced for now. Doesn't have the BKB.
He
pops
refreshed.
Okay, he's just going to go for it. He says, this Night Stalker, we're going to take him out of here. But he does have buyback. They committed a lot to be able to get that one guy. And he's back into the fight now.
They forced the refresher BKB out of Artor as well on that upper side of the fight.
Oh, XXS goes for it off the Assassinate, but he jumps in pretty far without his team. They're going to try and scramble to follow that one. They hit the shackle shot. Beautiful
Terror
coverage
wave.
and Q, but the Terror Wave, it pushes them away. Yopaj now able to get off his BKB, gets the other side of the arena. XM heading for the hills, trying to stay away from this Terrorblade right now, but he's getting grabbed. Lasso, pull him into Arteezy. Arteezy will finish him off. Now he turns to the Mars, looks to finish him off, but the Aeon Disc goes off, so instead he turns to DY, looks for the easier target, blows up the Phoenix, back to XXS now. No, Arteezy's going to start backing away.
Where is
Playing
Ame?
off of Yopaj, slowing it down, keep it away from Ame. Ame, who jumps over to the side, realizes he has to come back to help out his team because Arteezy's going to kill everybody else if he doesn't manage to stop him. Shackle shot, trying to help out. A lot of damage coming out of this Wind Ranger, and he's able to cut him down. It happened. The Wind Ranger was able to bring down the enemy carry.
Shinkyu, God, he full duration shackle on this Kunkka. Focus fires him down, gets a second focus fire off in this fight. Look at the damage numbers here. 6,200 for the Wind Ranger. He is the real carry. That Hurricane Pike did some work. He even got level 25 in the middle of that fight. Takes focus fire, kill, advances. And that's why that second one came up as fast as it did here. Yeah, he's taking a drink of water there. Jinkyu knows he did some serious work, as they got so many buybacks out of that exchange off what looked like an awkward start for XG, because Ame, he refreshed for a BKB so he could chrono under the NS silence.
Yeah.
He did not get a first chrono off. So
With
that
a
was,
darkness that was expiring and a hero that could buy back.
Yes, that was just about as low value a double chrono that didn't exist that you were going to get in that situation.
Uh-huh.
Still, they get the Terrorblade buyback here. Exchange it for a Mars buyback. There is only one buyback up in this game, and it is Kit Tracks right now.
Fighting for vision, fighting for initiation. They get the jump onto the Wind
there's the
Ranger. It's a
Terror
great
Wave.
jump through Terror Wave on top of it. Once again, Ame pops his BKB. What is he looking for? He doesn't have a Chronosphere, not for another 10 seconds. This is awkward. He is getting way far away from his team right now. He's time walking to the corner of the map.
They didn't see him?
They didn't see him. XXS, fortunately, he is able to get away thanks to his BKB, but Jin-Q is on cooldown for 100 seconds. This pretty much guarantees Roshan for Shopify.
Does have the buyback cooldown. Does he have the gold? He does, actually. So 20 seconds, he'll have buyback if XG want to try and get here, but I guess Ame TPing out, it's impossible, and that's a nice heads-up play by Shopify Rebellion, using the advantage. They find the jump, no Chronosphere being able to be committed there.
I think
Secures them a Roshan.
That's twice now, right? It was that one play where Arteezy got really aggressive on the Roshan on Radiant side. It's twice now where they've read, like, okay, Chronosphere's on cooldown, Meta may be on cooldown, but we're stronger.
Yes,
if they
you
don't
have to
have
go.
Chrono, we should just fight it.
And it's all that Terror Wave. These Terror Waves have decimated the backlines of XG. And Artur's just going to leave it all for the team here. Ags for the back.
Lasso and Aegis for him too. Leave the cheese behind.
I mean, this man's backpacking a Wind Waker. Like, what is happening right now? Nobody wanted any of this? Okay.
I imagine probably Saberlight takes like cheese or something.
I think Batrider Ags was definitely the best of the three they had in terms
he
of
gave
raw
him the
impact.
gem. That's what happened. Okay.
Yeah, there's just a lot to pass around here. So Cheese goes to Saberlight, and it's going to be this Aegis Ags Batrider now with his level 25 talent as well. And we are approaching 60 minutes. These buybacks, also something to keep in mind, as Ame has his, but he's missing the gold.
We almost have level 30 on Ame. So you're going to get the extra large Chronosphere. 2 of those bad boys.
Oh, he went Butterfly. He went back for Butterfly here.
Oh,
there's no evasion, Pierce.
That is a cool play at this point in the game where, yeah, Arteezy has a whole lot of items and none of them are MKB.
No, there's no Bloodthorn either on anybody in this lineup.
Yeah.
This is a big deal.
That's just a great game read. Pop the Darkness, play for this high ground.
Keep in mind, with Artur, he went back for this disassembled Aeon Disc. So if he gets chronoed, he's popping that. No Dispel on the Void. There's no Nullifier or anything. Should be a guaranteed survival almost. You're gonna force the re-chrono, but that's pretty much what you're hoping to do in these situations. Or at least get Wind Waker for one, Aeon Disc the other. Might even survive too. But he is the one with the longest buyback cooldown right now. And it goes back to your original question in this game, which is, if you are Shopify Rebellion, how do you go high ground? I mean, are you just praying Theolacor gets a clutch double lasso?
Yeah, that lasso, you're not going to get the sniper. He's too far back there. It has to be some sort of lasso that catches Mars plus Wind Ranger, but then you're opening yourself to get like Supernova, Chronosphered.
I mean, the Aeon Discs are out on Extreme as well. Like, there's an Aeon Disc on XXS. He's not the easiest target to get into a lasso. There's a second Lincoln Sphere on XM, matching the one on Ame.
We're just going to have a shit ton of Aeon Discs across the board, and it's going to be messy.
I mean, both teams... The thing is, both teams do not want to enter a 5-on-5 situation without their key buybacks. That's really what this game is coming down to. I mean, that is the way you counter Chronosphere. You just have lives to throw into it. Worst case scenario. And like we saw in that Roshan fight bottom, a lot of that fight was Ame and Jin-Q killing the Night Stalker, and it was Artur and Yopaj killing the rest of Extreme.
Yeah.
But these carries were ignoring each other. I don't think either carry really wants to go on the other. Like, I think if Ame finds Arteezy, he's going to chrono him, and he'll take that. But you are freeing up the fight for this Kunkka, who in some ways has been the one really destroying them over the long term. Hex done for Yopaj as well. I mean, can you find that jump if he wants to slot it in 60 minutes? So Shopify Rebellion are going to have 60-minute advantage here as well with the map.
Yeah, Extreme, a little bit surprised that nobody is out on the map right now to farm.
Look at this heads-up play. They knew they were going to think about going for like the 1 or 2 camps you can get. And they were actually right.
He pole vaulted himself over there too. Ooh. It almost worked for Shopify.
That was a sick idea by Theolacore. They were too early.
Yeah.
They were too good for their own good. There'll be some neutral items going Extreme's way. Actually, they got none apparently.
Yeah, I mean, they're fighting over the small camps. You got to get to the Ancients if you really want to guarantee some tier 5s.
Man, Ame's RNG this game. Questionable.
Yeah, he farmed to what, 7 creeps?
He'll have to discuss this with Iatoro after the match. For now, he's stuck with what he gets, which is nothing. And it's a smoke. Daytime smoke from Extreme. They don't want to give up these neutral items advantage.
Assassinate goes off. BKB forced on Saberlight.
Pirate Hat Night Stalker right there.
Pirate Hat Terrorblade now.
Double Pirate Hat. They're still holding on to 2 Ninja Gears, which sometimes you just opt for anyway.
They're just going to build up a massive net worth advantage unless Extreme can start getting some Pirate Hats of their own.
Yeah, this game is getting wacky. But Extreme are still looking for neutral items. All right, they get a mirror. Oh my, that is a
Mirror Shield,
disgustingly good one this
Void.
game.
Ooh.
That is disgustingly good. Because I believe that procs before Lincoln's.
I think you're right about that.
And I remember testing this. And so I'm pretty sure if Ame gets hit by the second lasso off a primary target, it will mirror shield it. Is that how it works? I actually have no idea.
I think secondary...
It doesn't proc the secondary?
Yeah, I think secondary lasso always cuts through.
Okay,
I don't think you
never
can
mind.
block it.
But you definitely don't want to lasso him anymore. I do think it procs first.
As clean water.
All right, gonna get some Ancients here. Got one.
Dire are scanning.
And buyback is coming up for our TZ Terrorblade, so almost everybody in the game is going to have buybacks available.
Full 30, dude.
And now we have the MKB. So you went back for Butterfly, but our TZ's Terrorblade has more than enough net worth to, to fix his item build if needed.
Pirate Hat will do that. He's cooking Giant's Ring Bat Rider. Okay, now we're talking.
Who's the real Batman now?
Yeah, we got a man in this game. Oh, he's a big boy. He's a big boy. Look at that bat. God damn. I like how we're not showing the bat. And then he took it out.
He took it out. He wants his smokes. He wants his ninja gear.
I'm not gonna lie. I actually think that item is one of the worst tier 5s now. Other
Giant
than
Ring?
yeah, other than it gives you the MS. But I think a lot of other tier 5s are the utility, the gold, like whatever it is usually just better.
Yeah.
Giant's Ring Wind Ranger. I mean, sure. I feel like Giant's Ring is the item you take when nothing else looks as good. As XXS just walking into our tower gets broken.
Okay, they do have the Supernova right on top. The Terror Wave's not going to be able to do
Chrono.
much while on the side. They hit the Chronosphere once again, focusing down this Night Stalker. Saberlight's dead, but of course we have plenty of buyback, so this is just
Oh,
the
that
small
spear.
part. Hits the Spear Arena combo. XXS can go for a second Spear onto Terrorblade, but he had the Aeon Disc, so he pops that one. But he needs to be able to find a Sunder option here.
Second
a second Aeon Disc going off, a second BKB, and Jin Q can't finish him off. XXS still trying to chase after him, but he realizes damage deals have walked away. Theolacore, and second, another Aeon Disc going off in the middle of the fight.
Again.
Up and down, up and down. Now a boat. It lands on top of him. Ame is going up and down. He went off of Mr. Kuka's wild ride, and he finally gets off. Time walks back and forth, back on his Saberlight. A potential dive back with a double spear coming out from XXS. Stop the damage dealers. Finish off the Night Stalker. That's a hero that cannot come back into this fight, but they do have a couple more. A buyback onto Terrorblade. They're finished off now. Kidrak as well. They've gotten so many heroes out of this. Extreme now with a massive advantage over Shopify.
That's a dieback for Saberlight here. A buyback on the Terrorblade. And so much of that was Ame just sitting there, man fighting this Night Stalker for so long before the fight focused on him. Sunray, MVP for sure. That Sunray did so much damn work in that engagement. In fact, this Phoenix had near the highest damage as well. And XM just gets to sit back there and pew-pew his way to victory. 6 assassinates. That is disgusting.
I mean, to be fair, Shin-Q did the least damage at 3,000, but that's because probably 80% of his damage was on Aeon Disc.
double A on disc into another BKB Shadow Blade away.
Yeah.
Just to survive this Wind Ranger. And that Chronosphere hit the Night Stalker. I don't even know if he got I don't think there even was a second one. I think he used it again for just BKBs. So much of that fight happened on the bottom half. It was just Ame and Saberlight hitting each other for the entire time as Arteezy tries to survive. And a lot of that was XXS hitting basically an arena double spear on Artur that forced out the first Aeon that allowed the focus fire to go to work. And a clutch egg from DY at the start of that, right? Because I think XXS is in trouble if he doesn't get bailed out there with the NS being able to potentially commit.
XXS also hit that double spear.
Yes, that was
at
huge.
the end of the engagement too. That helped protect Ame. I mean, just really sick stuff from the 3 and 4.
And now they have buyback advantage. 3 buybacks on cooldown here for Shopify Rebellion. And they found Yopaj.
They got the pick on Yopaj, so make that another buyback that's going to be forced.
When will he use it is the question. I mean, if you're not going to insta-pop it here.
Hey, you almost had to wait for the Night Stalker. It might mean they give up Megas.
The downside of waiting for your NS is that Chronosphere is coming up in 20 seconds and that Refresher in 60. And you're not going to have a base.
Terrorblade is behind. Look at Arteezy's positioning here.
I mean, you take the 4-on-5 here. And if you want to take the 4-on-5,
I mean, you have to do it now, right?
You have to go right away.
You take it now or you don't take it at all.
He is in prime flank.
He could hit a sick terror wave here. Thealacor looks for his opening. Immediately gets on top of the sniper. Tries to hit that lasso. The terror wave breaks it. XM is able to get away. They don't have the vision. Now Arteezy's on the run, but he's been trapped by the Gleipnir. Speared to the trees. They have too much follow-up for him. He gets popped by the sniper. He's done it out. No buyback there means Shopify. They have no way to be able to stop this. Extreme gonna just work their way through the buildings and close out game 1.
A beautiful flank, but not enough in the tank here as, I mean, we'll see what Saberlight Yopaj can do.
I mean, they got to push him into the fountain with the tidal wave. That's your only option. They do manage to get it, but he got off the BKB time walk, and the Chronosphere goes to work. Now a lead into the Night Stalker. They had a small little hope and prayer that they would somehow tidal wave Ame and kill him with the help of the fountain.
I mean, that was more than a prayer. He almost died there. He doesn't get a couple more backtracks. What a hyped game, honestly. That was an incredibly impressive pullback from that mid game from Shopify Rebellion going up against what looked like it was just going to be a free third Roshan going XG's way, that they conquered the first 2, which would have just been a death sentence with a refresher shard for that lineup, but they pull it back. I think Arteezy had a sick Terrorblade game this game. Like, his itemization paid off. He had the right items at the right time. Incredible positioning in those fights. That's just a really tough game when you go this ultra late versus the Chronospheres that Ame has. You were pulling back from such a weak early game on your Night Stalker as well. You have to remember, if Saberlight had any more momentum in that first 10 or 15 minutes, I think Shopify Rebellion, they cruised through that game.
Yeah.
But you had a equal start, which was good enough for XG to force this into a late game scenario. And the Divine Rapier on XM at the end, we didn't get to mention it, but those Conda Ag shots were hurting.
It took Terrorblade's half his HP just gone in an assassinate.
So that was your scaling, and that was the necessary scale that they needed. But damn, what a sick game from both teams. Like a lot of back and forth, sick team fight plays from everybody.
Very exciting first game to this series. We'll see how much they care about the second game, though, because I'm sure there's some updates about Group B. We'll head back to the panel.
Ooh, you want to talk about updates in Group B? I can tell you straight up that it is set, sorted, done, dusted. We know exactly who's going through. We know exactly who is not. Both of the teams playing at the moment are passing to phase 2 of the group stages, but I want to talk about this game because we were promised a brawl, and this game delivered Lacoste. We had everything we wanted in this game.
Pretty much, this game is just peak Dota. You know, you have 2 of these legendary carries, Ame against Arteezy, battling it out, selling the items. multiple times, one guy trying to stay ahead of the other one, and just beautiful Dota overall. I think like we could start at the start, you know, with some of these like earlier items, because usually we don't see those items, like some Road of Atos on Phoenix, which kind of ruined Night Stalker. That was pretty much the whole plan. He runs in. Saberlight, he didn't get to play Dota. Every single time he was pretty much chronoed in the front lines. But yeah, I think we gotta give credit to XM as well, because he was playing this sniper that people on Reddit, you know, a lot of question these days whether this is a legit build or it's a meme build. I think this is pretty legit, because what's happening here? He's sipping on some Capri Sun. Yeah, it looks like he's playing Pagna. Don't know what that is about, but yeah, cool one. XM, definitely, like, his positioning was top tier. They try to go with this Night Stalker as the last pick. He looked good for the first, I would say, like 5-6 minutes of the game, and then a couple of overextensions. Suddenly, you're always gonna be the lowest net worth core in the game.
Yeah, that was a crazy game. That was incredibly high-skilled from both teams, and I have to say I'm really impressed with Shopify and how they were able to pull back from when it looked like XG were just taking over and leading the game off of the back of their really good high ground defense push. So I want to give them my kudos. I think that was incredibly played by them. It just becomes a losing battle when you're going into the ultra late game with tier 5 items and you're playing against double chronos, double arenas, double force boots on 2 support heroes that you're trying to catch. Or I think it was actually Phoenix and Sniper who had double force boots, and for Shopify to take the fights in the ultra late game, so many conditions had to be met. And it had to be like these double lassos. They had to break through all the defensive capabilities of Phoenix coming out towards the end. And it was definitely a really tall order. But I do want to attribute XG's success to this game for being able to go even in lanes with Shopify. A lot of teams who play against Shopify kind of mess up in the laning stage. And it feels like you're playing from behind, and it's really hard to play into the momentum that they got. But no, they held their owns on lane. They offset the early pressure from Night Stalker very well, and maybe it got a little bit scary for them at times, but they pulled through.
Yeah, it was definitely, there was a lot of brawling going on, a lot of cool team fights, and at some point, like, oh my god, Shopify has this, right? Because it looked like they did, but then we knew that Extreme Gaming had big team fight potential, and they only need to throw in one extra arena or something like that, Lacoste, and then they are able to take it back. I think in the end, if we were to talk about when it does go super late game, we kind of knew Extreme had the upper hand.
Pretty much, you have Sniper, so your high ground defense is always going to be pretty much there, and you also have Faceless Void, who was level 30, so 2 big chronos. Also, he was holding on to Mirror Shield with Lincoln Sphere, with Refresher, so that's basically 4 Lincoln Sphere. You're not gonna get through that ever, pretty much. But I like the fact that they played it so like well in the late game. This is also the first time at DreamLeague that they gave Mars to XXS. This has been one of his most successful heroes. He's banned in every single game when Extreme Gaming is playing for a good reason. If you go back to Betboom Dacha, he only basically played 4 heroes: Magnus, Centaur, Mars, and Primal Beast. So you know that you can target him pretty much, but giving him Mars, I think this is a big no-no for me. I think he just shines on this hero, and so many times you'll see him clutch in every single team fight, like spearbacks, arenas to block some of the damage. Also TB going in, using his bulwark to redirect the damage. So he's on the point.
He was on point for sure. I will also make a comment on the chances of missing, or not missing, but not having a bash happen on Faceless Void. A certain amount of times in a row, I thought Ame was the most unlucky person somewhere at the start of the game. But that was ages ago by this point. I'm also curious to hear what Kezu has to say about the match like this.
Yeah, so we have a 60-minute game. I want to highlight a few of the things that the Theolicore and Shopify Rebellion did very well, because I actually thought that they were doing a pretty good job at, first of all, coming back into this game. So, you know, stats, they don't always really tell the whole story. So we're going to have to look at some of the clips where Theolicore kind of showcasing why Bad Rider is like one of the probably the best support of the tournament right now, because he just kept starting these fights over and over. He kept giving them all these pickups, and even here is, I would say, initially when they first came back in this game, Extreme tried to go for like this little bit of a cheeky high ground maybe, but I would say they just got outplayed by Shopify. They had this great initiation from Theolicore, and then we just have like more teamfights going on. Again, you have the instant lasso. I'm not really sure what happened to XXS here. Maybe his BKB was still on cooldown. Not fully sure. But this is just like all these fights where they just keep striking back. But the longer the game goes, you just play into like this Faceless Void, double arena, you have some double eggs coming out, and even the tier 5 items that I think Effie or Lacoste were talking about, you have some double force boost, you get some mirror shield on the Faceless Void. It just keeps creeping up of the things that you need to do so many things right on Shopify to eventually win, even though you're ahead, and then eventually you just get, I feel like after the 10th time you get vibe checked, you're gonna fail once, and then the game is just, it's done so.
Yeah, I also think that, I mean, you compare the two position 4s, but can we really call ThinQ position 4
No.
doing 6,200 damage in one of the fights?
Yeah, like,
and he got his ult off twice.
These post 4s, they're just on something. They get to scale quite a lot. I mean, it is a 60-minute game, so
Yeah,
of course they will
sure.
start to deal some damage. But this fight, I don't even exactly know what happened to Ame. I don't know if there's some bulwark going on or if he procced backtrack like 800 times or his mirror shield like popped on nice stuff. But this is the moment where Shopify basically, they lost the game.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you can't really blame them because all they need to do is win this one fight at the very end where they kill Ame. But sometimes, you know, you don't clutch it out enough, or they get lucky, or a mixture of both. And suddenly against this lineup, boom, game over.
You say they only need to win one fight. At the same time, any 5v5 fight on paper should be won by Extreme because
Yes.
purely by their team fight composition. So they also have to hope that Extreme kind of missed positions here and there to get an easy pick off on a crucial member.
It's really hard, and I feel like in a lot of fights they even did it like really well. Like Saberlight goes in, he gives them all the vision, they like try to kite out an egg, force BKBs and like go back and forth. But yeah, I would just say that every single time they take a fight, they have to perform at like 120%. Whereas Extreme Gaming, if they just play well, they'll win the fight. So every single time that Shopify won, I feel like they overperformed. And yeah, eventually, it's just not going to work anymore.
It did not work for them this time around. We'll see what happens in the next game, of course. That is, by the way, 3 games in a row where we went the full distance of 60 minutes. So I think we need a little bit of a breather, and we're going to get that with our social media reporter, Pyrian Flax.
You're not going to join me over here,
Oh,
Sheep?
I will. Yes, I will. But then I have to... Oh, yeah, well, come on.
There you go. How are you
Hey,
doing?
I'm good. How are
doing?
you?
Not bad.
What you got for us?
Well, I've been looking at both Reddit and Twitter.
Oh,
today,
no. Are you
so
okay?
I've recovered. Sorry, X. Thank you, Kezu.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So, first of all, we've got a post on the Dota 2 subreddit here. Actually, this might actually be from Learn Dota, which is one of my favorite subreddits. How do you deal with a support player who is fishing for an alibi to stop doing their job so they can become a farmer? Relevant to this tournament, because Baboka tend to do that kind of stuff,
We
I
saw
feel.
ZinQ do it too, a little bit.
Yeah, I think if you're playing with friends, you can convince them that what
Yeah.
they should be doing is taking pleasure in dumpstering the opponent's lane. That, to me, is the true victory in Dota, is when
Yes.
you make them so sad they have to leave the lane.
Yeah.
That feels really good.
What's your best excuse for example, taking the majority of the kills so you can buy some more greedy items?
Well, I just play Witch Doctor, and then it's not my fault. It's just Maledict. You know, it's just the way it goes. I couldn't help it.
There you go.
Yeah,
Name
that's why
any
he's-
spell, that's your
why he's the
alibi
best
right there.
support. He's the best support. Couldn't help it. We have another thing on, this is actually on the Dota 2 subreddit. How long can you play Dota in one sitting? And I open this up to the floor. If Kezu, how many games of Dota can you play in a row?
A lot.
Define a lot.
If I need to, 15.
15?
I mean, after 10, your brain gets
What's
turned
your
off.
win
but
rate for those 15 games?
Probably not very good, but I can do it.
15 games.
Lacoste.
What if they were all an hour long?
He's an amateur.
Apparently,
15
Lacoste has
games?
bigger numbers.
Lacoste, how many games in a row? Average. Like, what are you sitting down? You're thinking, yeah, I'll play 15 games.
Yeah, these are rookie numbers in this racket. You know, back in the days, like even when I have nothing to do, I can still play, like, I would say
400.
No, like 16, 18 games a day.
16 to 18.
20. Easy.
Wow, 16 instead of 15. This guy's
Easy.
good.
God almighty. I play like 3 and my
Gotcha.
brain is melted. Sheeps, what's your like max?
I think I do like 12. But then I'm done. I was like, but also I do tend. I have now got a new rule for myself. If I have 3 losses, and unless there are like really different
When we
circumstances,
have 3 losses.
if I have 3 losses in a row or 3 losses, then I
You call
will. Yeah. I believe we have to go to a break, but I
We
believe.
do have to go to a break.
But I do want. You said you have maybe one more.
Don't worry about it. No, we got to go to a break.
gotta go to a break.
Sheeps, do you want me to throw to the break?
Do you want to throw to a break?
I don't mind.
Have you done that before?
Have I done that before?
Wait, are you okay?
Let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll have the second half of Shopify against XG. Don't go away. See you in a bit.
You're so good.
Thank you.
You broke this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now the emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You're the better part of me. One that I can always cling to. Was blind but now I see. You made a way for all we've been through. I'm right where I belong. So thankful you're beside me.
Yeah, we need to be really fast because we're in the draft for game number 2, Shopify versus Extreme, and this game means absolutely nothing, which means we might get to see some fun stuff. Now, there's two ways these teams can take it. Either they can treat it seriously because obviously they're still in a big tournament and you can very well treat this as a very serious scrim, or they can put out the pudges and stuff like that. Because when you're in a situation like this, you're playing a game that you know doesn't matter for standings or for anything. Standings, well, it matters for standings, but they don't matter because it's all going into another group stage, round robin, everybody faces each other. But what do you do? Which way do you go?
I feel like you could have fun, but the problem is someone's going to mention it, and then you have at least always one guy who's just way too serious, who's going to be like, no, guys, we need to practice. Let's take it serious. So this is what's happening right now. So
That
both
would be
teams
me, by the way.
Yes,
Who
both
is that
teams-
guy?
Who's that guy exactly? Who's the guy?
Oh, it's not Saberlight.
It's not.
Saberlight's definitely not that guy. He's way too memey.
Okay, for Shopify, let me see.
It's Bulba.
It's just Bulba, I think, yeah.
For Extreme Gaming, definitely Jin Q, because he always likes to play professional Dota. You know, he's one of those guys that never goes into enemy base and kills 15 couriers, doesn't even lane.
That's true. He would be the last one to suggest such a ridiculous thing.
In fact, he can't even fathom it. How dare
That's
you
true.
accuse him of such a thing, ironically?
Stupid Lacoste.
No, I think they're just happy to play Dota, honestly. For them, it's just a learning opportunity. We're so fresh into the patch. And because of how close and how high skill the first game was, I think it's an exciting game, too, for both of these teams.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you have, what, like 10 minutes between the games? You just played a 65-minute game.
Yeah.
You didn't cool off completely. You still want to go in. And Dragonite for Shopify Rebellion, in the second banning phase, they will remove these heroes who can instantly kill the illusions.
Yeah.
Lion with the shard, same goes for Pugna. So illusions die instantly. We saw other offlaners try to itemize for it, building Dagon, building hexes, so you can kill those illusions. Sometimes the slow siege is very annoying when you play against Dragonite.
We've seen the Darkseer concept, too, right? Of just making
Yeah.
your own Dragonite illusions. That could be interesting.
Shadow Demon as well.
Yeah, but that hero got taken out.
I like the responses so far from Extreme. I think Undying has looked like a good hero against DK. Like, DK stays in the fight very long, but then Tombstone kind of becomes very annoying for you. Also, the damage amp. The casters have been put to sleep after the game, somehow. But also the Primal Beast, you have like a lot of damage against DK, you break him later. You also have a Dispel talent at 15, which is great against Bat. So for now, I like the setup from both teams.
And Extreme Gaming, by picking this Undying, you know, they're just going to do their XG thing where they are just trying to enable Ame.
Yep.
Hit him with that late game carry that needs something like an Undying to protect it. Also, actually, Primal Beast is a great hero for protecting a carry as well because of how early he can rotate in and stop ganks. He could just TP in if heroes are getting dove, rotate in level 5 is if he's being played from mid. Once he gets level 6, he can just twin gate through the side lanes if that's where he's being placed.
A good response from Shopify, having both Crystal Maiden and Dragonite as a potential laners against Primal Beast. Primal Beast doesn't get to play Dota. Like, he goes in, pulverize, you get stopped by Crystal Maiden's Frostbite, Dragon Tail stun, you pretty much lose the whole duration. So wherever this Primal Beast is gonna go, I feel like you're not gonna get too much out of it. So a lot of creep skipping might happen, something that we do see from like other Chinese squads when they can't really play from the off lane, this Primal Beast, so they just creep skip, pull the lane back and just get the farm that way.
And there's the hyper carry.
There it is.
I told you guys.
Let's go, Jin-Q.
I said Pudge from the very get-go, and that means I analyzed this, obviously.
That's why you should continue.
Yeah,
You're
no.
gonna be on point.
Yeah.
I mean, Jin-Q heard you. He gets
Yeah,
it.
and it's he's the best player for the hero. It's gonna be treated very seriously, and obviously it's gonna do well. Also,
Yeah, I
poor
mean-
Crystal Maiden, she's very slow.
Seconds remaining.
One of my favorite heroes to kill as Pudge. Like, she doesn't move. Like, you see her somewhere in the trees, you're like, okay, she's pretty dead. She can't move, can't dodge the hook.
You guys,
That's next year.
we smile and we joke about Pudge, but Pudge is actually a good hero.
Pudge is a good hero,
He's a really good hero. Maybe he got a little bit tweaked with the item changes and whatnot in this patch, but he is solid. I mean, this shard from Pudge, alongside the grab ally from Undying on his tombstone, like the double shards from these supports, are going to be really important when you're playing long fights versus something like a Bat Rider
I need
and
to
a DK.
check if you can eat the guy that is lassoed with the Pudge shard.
Yes, you can.
You can.
Why don't
But you should check. You should
I'm
check.
putting it to the test right now.
All right, check it.
So they can put multiple people
They can
inside
eat
the
him
tombstone,
and then eat him with
and
the
then
tomb.
go inside the tombstone.
Yes.
That's pretty cool. Doesn't do anything.
You
but
need
But
a
it's
li-
cool.
You need a life stealer as well.
And the guy, somebody needs radiance, so they're burning them.
Yeah, but then you can have the life stealer that infests in the guy that's gonna get lassoed. Pudge eats the guy, then there's 3 people. Pudge goes into the tombstone.
Very likely to happen, yeah.
Yeah.
But I want to talk a little bit about the illusion question in both of these drafts, right? Because you have this TB, which was an interesting approach to playing versus DK because of how strong Reflection has gotten. It's not as good as having a Shadow Demon illusion of a DK, but you're still doing a lot of damage output that way. Then Shopify, when they see this TB, they go for a Darkseer of their own, and Darkseer has always been a traditional counter to Terrorblade because you make illusions of Terrorblade that just kill his entire team, and you just Ion Shell him on lane. This hero does not do that well versus high magic damage. So who on XG is going to buy the Dagon or what have you that's going to burst these Terrorblade illusions?
Let me take you back in time. 2007, 2008,
That's a
Dota
long
1.
time, mate.
It is long time. Darkshare puts a wall down. Your allies go through the wall. You create the illusions. How OP was that?
Very overpowered.
Yeah,
But
that's
they
why it's no longer in the game.
Yeah.
You could just keep going through the wall. When they kill the illusions, you go back.
Well, sounds like a good hero. Ooh, a lone druid.
Okay.
I like this bear with the Surge and the Iron Shell on Darkseer because Darkseer is already going to have a pretty solid lane. We can see that just based off of the matchup. He should be able to hit his mid-game timing. And once this bear is running at you with its phase boots and diffusal or when he has Harpoon, maybe that's when Darkseer is ready to play. But he's also Iron Shelled and Surged.
Yeah.
That is a really terrifying timing to play against if you're XG.
What about some good old Monkey King? Monkey King now properly works
They
against
finally fixed
Lone
it?
Druid. Finally, after like 6 years. We do have it in the game. Good matchup against Dragonite. If they want to put Dragonite in the mid lane, maybe.
I would be
Just theory crafting here.
I would be a little afraid unless you put it on Jin-Q and he goes courier sniping. I personally would not really want to play the Monkey Man. I mean, one more reason why I liked... Ooh. Yeah, I would have never called that one. Because we're going to talk about Lone Druid. I like that hero against Primal, because you kind of tempo control that. So you have mid Huskar. I'm pretty sure you just put something else mid. No, you don't. All right. They just want to take the fat L in the mid lane with DK versus Huskar. I thought maybe there's some swapperoo you can do with the Lone Druid.
Yeah, I thought they're going to lane
I mean,
Lone
they
Druid
could
mid.
still, but then they would have
True.
people on different
Maybe
lanes.
they're
which-
masking it until the very end.
Yeah, but they
Artur
could
back
just
to
put
mid.
Artur mid.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. Like they're hiding it by not having Yopaj played alone.
Yeah.
Until the very last moment.
Yeah, not sure if Yopaj can play Dragonite safely. Just kidding. It's like
Hypothetical scenario. Let's
Okay.
say that this Huskar kind of misses a beat or two and doesn't hit that strong Huskar timing that you get out of last pick. What do you do about the illusion problem on Shopify side? They're going to have the DK illusions or the TB illusions that they're making of the enemy TB. Like, does XG have enough to fight into
Jin-Q
that?
buys a Dagon. There you go. You don't seem convinced, but
Yeah. This game to me just looks like, okay, will Huskar hit his timings? Will they be able to play around him well? And if they do, should be fine. But I feel like if they really do misstep a little bit, then they're going to get overwhelmed by Shopify's late game.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of these extra stuff, extra units, extra illusions. So it's going to be pretty chaotic. So they need to figure it out. Somebody will need to get, some Shivas, some big AoE items to deal with those illusions.
Do you feel, Kazu, that maybe Extreme was like a little bit of fun
I
and
think so.
Shopify was like, nah,
No.
we're just gonna win?
I got my eyes on Xingqiu. I think
Okay.
even with the fun, he's going to hook the CM a few times. He's
Yeah.
going to go mid, and he's going to explode the game.
All right, all eyes on ZQ for Extreme Gaming. Then let's find out what's gonna happen in our final game of the day. We're heading over to Cap and SPG.
After an intense back and forth game one that went past 60 minutes, we now get a fun little dead rubber match. This game doesn't matter at all, so I imagine the players know that and are just gonna have a good time with it. We got a Xingqiu Pudge, Avery.
Yeah, it's like Extreme asked everybody what they wanted to play, and then Ame was like, terribly.
30 seconds to battle.
I will carry this game, even if you try and stop me.
Let me show Arteezy how it's done.
Yeah, this looks like one of my pub lineups. But there is some reasoning behind the madness, right? Like, these picks are maybe not what they would play in a grand final game 5, but there is some logic behind all of them. They have the Undying to try and counteract the melee heroes that Shopify are trying to present with the Darkseer lineup. Ame's going to die here, giving away a First Blood that...
What's the logic behind that?
Oh, actually, Fairy Fire. What? The logic behind the First Blood?
Yeah.
He was laughing. Whenever Ame laughs, he dies.
What? Okay. Never heard that one before.
Also, they have the ultimate Crystal Maiden counter.
Literally anything that
No,
has
Pudge.
damage that kills her? Oh.
Okay, what is Pudge?
She's too slow to
what does-
dodge the
yes,
hook?
that's actually that's legit the counter. That is why they picked it. You see Crystal Maiden, you pick Pudge. You cannot dodge hook. If you click hook on the center of the unit within max range, she cannot dodge it. She dies 100% of the time.
And then later on, if you hook her and somehow she survives through being dismembered, she frostbites you, but she still can't get out of range of rot.
Yeah. It's a
'cause
terrible
she's
match.
too slow.
It is legitimately one of the worst matches for me. The two that always come to my mind are Rubik and Pudge.
Yeah.
Even back on my old teams in NA, people used to see Maiden pick Pudge.
Dyer's
It's just
courier
free.
has been killed.
You just get fed on. And this could be a scary Pudge game if he gets some extra stacks, gets a shard up, you never know. So I have faith in Extreme's idea behind the heroes, but I definitely think Shopify's brilliant lineup has a bit more, the smaller synergies going on. They have triple melee hero with the Bear plus Darkseer, DK going in. They have the Batrider Darkseer lane. They have a Maiden Lone Druid lane. Everything's just kind of like nice and tidy for them here. But the chaos is what Extreme Gaming can bring to the table between Pudge and Huskar. And this is technically a almost 5 melee hero lineup. Huskar's, he's basically a melee hero.
Sure.
And Terrorblade is melee hero half the time. So
It
it's
almost
like
feels like they should have the Darkseer.
yeah, in a way. So far, Yopaj doing well, but this matchup will kick off between that 3 and 5.
Radiant's
And
bottom
then the pain will
tower is under
ensue
attack.
as the waves get pulled top and waves get pulled bottom. Everybody's been pulling some waves. Orb of Venom ready for Xingqiu. He's ready to hook this Crystal Maiden. Watch him. Oh my! He did not click on the hero. That was
He
his
did
mistake.
not.
He assumed that was a normal 300 MS hero. That's why he's laughing about it. He's like, oh yeah, I forgot that this hero actually can't dodge my spell. I outplayed myself.
You don't need to try and throw the hook where she's going
No,
to be.
you just click her. You just click her.
Just throw it at her.
Yeah. He'll get it the second time around. I have no doubt. Now, you could always block the hooks with the Bear if Artur really wanted to protect his little maiden.
It would be the nice thing to do.
That would be.
Yopaj is killing it.
Yeah, he's owning.
15-5 compared to 11-2. I know this matchup is supposed to get harder.
Well,
As,
he went
3, 4, 5.
He went disarm over spear, level 1, so it does make the ramp up slower into when you start to really punish him. Neopod's taking advantage of it for sure, but this lane will become impossible between the 3 and 5. Yeah, no way around it. Nice double decay. And lane getting shoved in top, so this is where Kittrack can get hooked under the tower, but the bear is actually doing a lot of work here. Artur is definitely thinking about these hooks. Diola core.
An attempted dive under the tower goes wrong.
Yeah, that was not even close. I don't. That was not even remotely close to working, but EY happy to clean it up and force a teleport to the tower out of Saberlight. Man, he's missing a lot of resources. We'll get some of them refilled with the TP, but so far the lane's looking fairly solid for Extreme. Once again, they're matching Shopify Rebellion strength of the tournament and going toe-to-toe and coming out a little ahead, especially as Darkseer is struggling on the early waves. As XM almost dies to his own blood grenade.
Blood grenade!
It's not enough.
Final hit is not going to be enough.
He had Fairy Fire the whole time, so. That was close. This lane's starting to ramp up. We're seeing the CS differential swing back towards the Huskar as well.
What do you
Opening
even
up a
do?
network
It's Dragonite. Like, you can't rotate yet.
Oh, just wait till Pudge smokes mid and hooks him, then he's really going to be sad. Why don't
That
we
is,
see
of course, after he gets the hook on Crystal Bane, which we're all waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, Jinq showing some mercy here, right? He doesn't want to make his life too hard.
Maybe he just doesn't know Pudge as well as you do.
No, I think he probably knows it way better than I do.
Are you sure? He's only gold tier.
This is a TP where he doesn't really have the mana. That was an awful TP.
Are you sure? He knows Pudge better than
well,
you.
TP doesn't have mana for hook. He's just down here now.
He's hanging out.
Here he comes. He has the hook mana again.
He had a clarity going.
Will he hit this? Cap, you have to answer right now. He's got to hit it. Oh! All right, he's real sad now. I'll tell you one thing. When you go
TP to a lane, you throw a hook. Now you're fucking
this is when your carry reports you, and then you lose behavior score. Useless support Pudge and miss all hook in all chat. Uninstall game, please, thanks.
And the Huskar gets ganked while all of those shenanigans were going on. So, goes from bad to worse for Extreme Gaming. All because of Jinq.
Yeah, Jinq is really griefing every lane in this game at this point. Does get the clarity, though, so he's going to refill here. I mean, when you go the Orb of Venom early, it actually sucks if you don't get the first or 2 hooks, because it's a lot of extra gold that's not into resources or regen, and then if you get the hook, the Orb of Venom kind of secures it, but you got to land it. So he's still looking for his first one here. Looking for the Darkseer. Is he going to hit a Cap? You have to answer right now.
This time, yes.
Like Blood Grenade, that's cheap.
Yeah, Blood Grenade.
Yeah, that doesn't count. I mean, he should do that, but
Radiant's courier has been killed.
how does Ame Courier die so much?
Structures are fortified.
Yeah, that does happen a lot to him. Oh, they're ganking the Huskar again. Relentless. I mean,
level
this
5.
is what you do to make a Dragon Knight happy in a Huskar matchup.
You got the DD2, and I mean, they're just going to get everything here plus a Tombstone. Well, I mean, this is what you're supposed to do versus Hero, by the way. This is why it was really frustrating when I watched a lot of the Huskar matches from the last few years. It's like, oh!
Is that going to be
He body
good
blocked
enough?
him. Hit him with the Orb of Venom. Now he's getting body blocked.
Yopaj actually turned around to hit a couple times. That was dangerous. He's still going to go for it. Refire to finish him off.
Now what can
He
you do,
just
you know?
got like 1,000 golds in 60 seconds.
Sometimes you hook life, and sometimes life hooks you. That's the way she goes.
He's top net worth.
Yeah, he's having a great game. So what I was going to say is, Huskar is one of the most susceptible heroes getting ganked, and all of his game is kind of thrown off a bit.
Yeah.
And then your mid laner has a great game, which is not what the last pick Huskar is designed to do. I feel like we watched so many of those last pick Huskar games, and he never got ganked once. They just left him on an island. Like, think of all those LGD games where Zhao 8 put NTS in the one-on-one mid versus Huskar, and then just left him isolated there versus Quinn for like 12 minutes. And they were like, wow, this lane's really bad, you know? Like, I feel like people underestimate how worth it is to gank him, even if it costs you a little bit somewhere else, right? Which there's always a trade-off in competitive, but I feel as though the trade-off versus this hero is almost always worth it.
Yeah, because most Huskar lineups define their entire lineup,
Yes.
their entire strategy, right?
Yeah, most of the time. Not always. And I know sometimes that gank is difficult. Sometimes you get outvisioned, whatever. But I do feel like people underestimated the impact of it. And you can end up in games like this where suddenly, you know, this Huskar pick, he can still do Huskar things in this game. It's not like the game is over for XM, but it's just not going to be a game that just implodes because you left a guy alone versus Huskar and he got solo killed twice and denied every rune and his tower's dead. And now Yopaj is rolling. Second power rune going his way. Second DK form. And the tri-lane's back.
Drops the tombstone so they can farm that as well. Very nice of him.
Yeah, thank you, DY. Well, the check's in the mail. Appreciate
Yopaj
it.
just getting so much gold off of all this.
Radiant's middle
He's so
tower
fast.
is under attack.
Oh, he's going to get another one?
Oh, wrong way.
I mean, he's fast.
He's much faster than XM, that's for sure. Small little pushback, and that deters Yopaj from chasing.
So Arcane Rune DK form, though, so he's another one in 40 seconds.
Yeah, and he almost has Blink Dagger, too, so he's going to finish up that Blink Dagger, and he'll have another Dragon form to use with it.
All right, this early game went a little haywire for XG here as Shopfire Rebellion take advantage of it. And, I mean, they have really good heroes to capitalize in the side lanes in terms of solo XP while this tri-lane mid's happening. But Jin Q, he's going to make something of this Pudge if it kills the man.
It just might. There are two supports behind this Dragon.
Getting ready to land a big one, juicy one on Yopaj here.
4K check. What is Kitrag doing? Checking for vision, it seems. Oh.
Did he try and hook him? I wasn't watching. It's on cooldown. He must have.
The biggest counter to Crystal Maiden in the game.
I don't know, man. Kitrax
hasn't hooked him
I'll
once.
tell you one thing. Kitrax's putting on a mobility clinic right now in the first 10 minutes of this game. These side steps are just world class right
Are
now.
they?
Oh, big Sunder for Ame.
If XXS could just get on top of him, they will claim Saberlight's life.
Ame with the Sunder out. There we
Oh,
go.
we got him. He didn't even mean to hit him on that one.
Accidentally hit him, but he'll take it.
Accidentally hits the Crystal Maiden.
And now he has 6.
Dismembers underneath the tombstone. Great stuff. And they have XXS coming in from behind after getting that kill on the Dark Sphere. So
Radiant structure.
it all comes up Extreme Gaming.
And he hooks a zombie. Wait, what?
I think he hit the zombie. He didn't hit the neutral.
I thought you can't hook zombies anymore.
No, you definitely can.
Well, he hooked the zombie.
100% can. It's a hard counter.
So he was trying to hook his teammate, but Maiden somehow guarantees that you eventually will get hooked by this. And that's double the flesh heaps for Jin Q here. He is now living the life. Number 3, actually, and the one from earlier. He's back.
He's back, baby.
He's got arcane boots now.
Missed another hook on Crystal Maiden, though.
No, that was a zoning hook.
The zoning hook.
You
What
just don't
was he zoning him from?
Zoning him from the D ward, of course.
Uh-huh.
You just don't understand the nuances of the
Radiant's
Pudge.
bottom tower is under attack.
I've heard you call Flush, Pudge
What were you
some other
We
names.
don't bring those names up. See if Jin Q can gain some more momentum here as XM's recovering. XXS reaps the benefit of that TP bottom and get the big Darkseer kill. He's top of the board.
Radiant's bottom
Everything evened out.
Radiant's bottom
Big dismember.
tower has fallen.
And Ame's just playing a normal game here. This is another ranked Q for him. Big saving hook there. DY would have been dead for sure.
Yeah, but
he did not have that Pudge behind him. He's going back in.
100 HP Undying.
He's like, hook me again,
1800
brother.
HP.
Hook me again.
He's like, it's still on cooldown.
Where's my hook?
What are you doing? Why are you up there? I just saved you.
What was
it? Do it again. Yopaj dive in the tier 2 to put some damage on Jin Q, but flesh heap.
I don't know if anybody in this game really knows what's happening. But I see Jin Q is just laughing, so they must be enjoying themselves.
I mean, he is playing the Pudge.
He's also gotten a farm mid lane for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
XM just jungling. Ame just jungling. Now DY also, all right, he's decaying some golems. He's really feeling himself.
Bounty.
across the map they go. Shopify just holding this part. XM will pop out of the jungle. Or Shopify going to try and do something about him? They could. Blink stun into a lasso.
They don't know where the Pudge is, Austin.
It's true.
How can you make any play when you don't see this man on the map? It's impossible. Like, here, you can't do anything. You could get hooked right now.
Is under attack.
SVG is a Pudge enthusiast.
Yeah, just me.
Radiant's
Definitely
middle
nobody
tower
else
is
in the
under
world
attack.
loves watching this hero. The most played hero of all time. The most honest hero in some ways, if you think about it. This is a high ground tomb. I don't know if you wanted this fight.
It's a low ground freezing field, but it seems to be good enough to kill the Undying. But XM is here to reap the rewards, and Q lands the hook for the +1.
Ami likes what he sees in that fight. Oh, yeah. The flesh grows as the stacks continue to pile up here for Xin-Q, number 4.
He grows larger and larger.
I mean, Shopify Rebellion don't know what to do in this game. Every move they make has just been beautifully counterplayed. I would love to hear the XG comms in this one.
Yeah. I feel like it's just DY and Jin-Q having a good time. While the rest of Extreme are trying to play a real Dota game.
I don't know if DY's having a good time. I'm not gonna lie, dude.
I mean, he's having a good time in
He
like
looks
a
so
support, I don't
serious.
care if I die sort of
He
way,
looks so serious. This man is one of the most stonewalled players of all time.
You said that earlier about somebody else.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Did I? I don't listen to myself, so.
Dire's
I
top
know.
tower
I have
is
to.
under attack.
TP top. Smoke. Coming out. Big smoke. Blink for XXS, so he
I
can
mean,
beat
Artee's
anything off.
just been peacefully farming away in this top lane this entire time, and the smoke is going to get ruined by Theo Lacour.
Or is it?
I mean, it does. They do not get on top of Arteezy like they wanted.
Bam.
Kill the Batrider instead. Wait a minute, the other two cores.
Yeah, what's going on over here?
Ame
Core
went through
flank.
the gate, got in from behind, and catches Arteezy with the help of XM, who looks like he's going to get burned out by his own illusion.
He hooked us on me
right
again.
middle of the freezing field.
This is the weirdest team fight I've seen in a long time, but it's working out for Shopify, I guess.
I mean, it's all due to the great synergy of Undying Pudge support
That's right.
duo.
That zombie took one for the team.
Literally like the worst, one of the worst synergies in the game. Drop Tombstone entirely negate Pudge's one ability.
Well, you just wait for the zombie to die.
Radiant structures are fortified.
What?
And then if the zombie doesn't die, the zombie's killing him. Oh!
That's a lot of noise for not a lot of action.
He's gonna get the main here. Look, his Vane's too slow, man.
Oh, Frostbite though. Xin-Q was trying to hit the hook. He got him on the Crystal Maiden, but the
And
bear.
they're all
What
dead.
about the bear? Great hook. This really does look like one of your pubs.
Yeah, this looks like a party stack. 3-man decay though, that's pretty nice.
This is one of those. This is one of our party queue games, and Fear is playing Terrorblade here. It's just like, what is going on?
Yeah, it's just
Why are you guys feeding so much?
Ame's sweating right now. Oh god, Toro's watching me. Oh god, I gotta carry this game.
Toro, help me.
I gotta look good.
Top tower is under attack.
Team, what's happening? Tier 2 going down 17 minutes. I mean, this is a push
Power
lineup.
of Lone Druid Dragon Knight.
This is a lineup that can punish some chaos.
Oh!
No, that was. What are you doing?
I'm doing an impression
No.
of you.
No, let me leave that to me first of all. In second, that was not a. That was not a hook. He has a blink, by the way. That's why you didn't even see him there.
That was the same level as Hook is from before.
This man's got a blink, and they're smoking back up. Nothing will deter Xingqiu in this game from getting the flesh he deserves. And there's a little maiden. You can't run.
Uh-oh.
What the hell just
Stacking
happened?
channeling spells, but that's okay.
Yeah, that looked bad, but that is number 6. My man. He's cooking out here. Retake his outpost. Get a D ward for DY. Just like that.
Cooking up some meat.
They're back.
How early can Lone Druid do Roshan?
I mean, pretty early if you want to, but it's not necessarily super fast. They could do it here. But again, it's not that efficient. First Rosh isn't that useful. I guess if they want to power the second one into an early spawn, go high ground early or something, we could see some shenanigans happen. So far, they're just cruising, man. They believe in their scale. They got past the Huskar early game. The Bat Riders picking up the 4th core slot, and they do not seem phased by this Pudge's impact.
Yeah, XM's been pretty quiet here. His builds is interesting. Armlet, Eternal Shroud, Heaven's Halberd. Is this the Huskar build?
I think most players would opt for a BKB over a Shroud, but again, like I said, this guy just does his own thing, you know.
Huh.
He is undeterred. He makes his own meta.
Okay.
21-minute Wisdom Rune coming out soon.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Get a couple pickoffs, you can posture aggressively. Nice high ground ward that they can play around, but the Ulcor knows they're here, and Ame
Xingqiu
needs a hook.
Save Ame! No, no!
Oh! He actually got, I thought he was last one for sure. That
thought he was going to get caught as well.
All right. Big man got some ooze.
Does he?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
AD rune in the river.
AD rune.
Let's see if our Tor decides to pick it up. Let's
The
send in the
first
bear.
time I've heard somebody call it that.
DY was just trying to jungle a couple creeps.
That's a bad sign. When you're
Team has been a struggle.
level 4 decay jungling.
He's still taunting though, so he's having a good time, I guess. That'll be his 9th death. He is 50% of Shopfire Rebellion's kills right now.
Well, that's kind of a good sign, in a way.
Yeah, it's not the worst. Another tier 2. Melted as Bear. And Shiva's is done for Saberlight. So it's been done for a little bit, but that's your big fighting item here. You're ready to rumble any of these 5-on-5s. Your biggest threat is the Tombstone remaining up. But if the Tombstone dies, so like a drum charge on the Maiden plus some other right clicks going through, then I think you're pretty happy with the longer fight. Especially if you can find pickoffs like this to start it with, and well, that is BKB.
Yeah, got the BKB out of him. Turn back around, do some damage to Yopaj, waiting for his team to be in, but
Big
the
hook
bear is coming. The bear is coming.
Blink hook the bear. Whew. Mercy. Mercy was shown.
You always say that.
Mjolnir done.
Yeah, that is going to be super scary. Shivas, and then you're going to have this Mjolnir bear with static charge on
It's a
it.
lot of frontline utility.
Dire are scanning.
You hit that bear with the burning spears, and it has static charge on it. It's just going to be zapping out lightning nonstop.
Ooh, could be-
Yopaj sitting on the front lines, outblinks XXS.
But he
The
can't
hook
outblink.
lands. Fate. Did he want to land the hook, though? XM does get his life break on Yopaj, but he is searched away. No problem there. Bear coming in from behind, tearing into XM. XM has the Heaven's Halberd, though. Missed hook onto the real
So that was
bear.
purposeful. That was purposeful.
It was zoning hook once again.
Zoning hook. Artor got zoned out of the fight. Now he has to walk all the way back in. Oh,
Nice
that's a back.
wall vacuum. Beautiful stuff
God
from Saberlight.
damn.
Extreme Gaming, there's no doubt.
Still alive, though.
Yeah, it's slow death, but there's no way they're winning the fight. They'll eventually go down.
XXS charging charge. He's like, I think I'm going to cancel that on second thought.
Yeah, now he no longer has a charge to get out.
Yeah, Saberlight he's taking this game over, taking that fight over.
And you've got a high amount of attack speed on a bear. They could very easily take a lane of
I
bear
think
if
this is
Extreme isn't careful.
This should be a Rax.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They're going to absolutely melt the buildings here. And
Radiant structures are fortified.
oh, they have a glyph, but
Dire's top tower
don't know. Can you fight without the tombstone? That's a big question. I mean, this whole lineup is centered around the hook. You hook them in, and then you drop the tombstone. And then even if there's a back wall, maybe you're just standing your ground. Now that was another zoning hook. See, that was a.
Well, what was he zoning him from this time? He's
just
giving up trying to come up with excuses for.
Look, you can't hit a hook you don't throw. Cap. Meanwhile, Ame, he's still in farming, so.
Ame does do that.
Radiant
Once he gets the Scotty, it'll help debilitate the bear that's running at them a little bit, but.
You know what's the answer to Darkseer in this game, though? Undying's just awful against Darkseer. You just get backed in the wall with Flesh Golem, and then you're just stuck in there, and the fight's all centered around this, but you don't want to leave the fight because you dropped a tombstone somewhere, and it just gets real weird. But I feel like this anchored type of engagement, it just favors Saberlight right now because you know XG are going to clump in the fight. Like, someone's getting hooked, and then they're all going on this hook guy, or they're defending a tombstone. You're getting a 3+ man wall every time.
I like the fact that Saberlight invested into the shard. I think that Darkseer shard is
not bad, yeah.
Very underrated.
I think when you're ahead, it's pretty good. When you're behind, it's
sure,
pretty terrible. Well, see how much the Shroud build does from here.
Yeah, he'll get a lot of magic resistance with 5 heroes beating on him.
You should have left well enough alone.
Oh, another big pickoff.
And another time to hit high ground. Gotta wait for the creep wave, though.
Is Shopify Rebellion on a timer in this game?
I'd say a little bit, but another fantastic zoning hook from Shin-Kyu. Now he's gonna be lassoed. Pulled into the bear. Boy, he dies fast.
Yeah, he got messed up. There's a tombstone down.
Look at XXS, forced to use BKB. He turns around, grabs the bear. They're going to try and focus that bear down. It's not going down easy. And once again, Saberlight managed to get the grab of the vacuum onto the Terrorblade, get a TP illusion. That kind of keeps Ame out of the fight. So they can focus down DY. Now the buildings, not much Ame can do about it.
Need a big hook into the Huskar respawn. Look at the bear.
Get the bear, resummon, and okay, it's just enough to be able to get the building and maybe get out.
Maybe go back in.
Maybe hook somebody.
Dragon Tail, delete things off, but he has the shard on the... Okay, that doesn't last very long. Pop like a pinata, and out comes XM. Attempted grab, immediately stopped by the Orchid. No problem there, and a beautiful vacuum once again from Saberlight. They just make it way too easy. Forced to use the Thunder, but he's pretty tanky. Saberlight looks like he might die eventually. Maybe he won't actually die. They actually kill Ame before Saberlight goes down. And Extreme Gaming, well, you want to call it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to call it.
Well, for a game that didn't mean anything, I guess they had fun. But that Pudge pick did not look too hot, I must be honest. It was a struggle.
You sure you don't know more about Pudge?
A swift push by Shopify Rebellion. They got the try out their Lone Druid, so I think there was some value in that game for sure for them.
Sure.
Maybe not a hero they would have picked in like a super high type match rate, but they got to try it out. Team continues to look pretty good, even though that was, kind of a goony match.
I mean, it would be pretty interesting to see Shopify Rebellion with this Lone Druid more in the future, just because of their aggressive playstyle that we've been talking about, right? They play a lot faster as a team than they ever have, and I feel like Lone Druid takes advantage of that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. This is a team that's not afraid to play some of these zoo heroes still, like the Lycan for Saberlight, the Lone Druid for Artor here, and they'll go high ground very early. A team that, even on those older lineups that were slower, they weren't afraid to go high ground early.
Sure.
So if you match that with the early aggression and lane dominance, it can be like a really scary pocket strat you have to pull out later on in the tournament, and surprise, you got Lone Druid, we're going high ground at 20 minutes, right? So I kind of like that they pulled it out here, showed that threat. Now you're going to be thinking about it down the road. And, Extreme, they showed their Pudge threat. People are going to be thinking about that down the road, too.
I don't think anybody's going to be thinking about that.
And I think both teams gained a lot.
Well, what does the panel think about Shin-Kyu's Pudge?
Oh, well. I think they had fun. I don't know if it's ready for the big stages yet.
All the smiles on camera, that's what Dota is all about, having fun after you qualify pretty much. We did expect something like that could potentially happen. he was trying his best. I'm not sure if I like this Orb of Venom too much. It was some other position for Chinese player that I saw buy it. Not a big fan of it. Maybe now it's slightly better considering the cost has been reduced by 25 and 7.35 C. But yeah, some of the on Orb of Venom. But yeah, some of these zoning hooks did look great. So rest of the Shopify Rebellion could not enter that territory for a few seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Need some work.
It's actually, I think I've seen every pudge goes Orb of Venom now. I feel like that's the meta. It's been the meta for a couple months. They just buy Orb of Venom and then after they hook you, they right click you a few times. Like,
I think that's why Blood Grenade exists, because you don't have to buy it. You can buy something else. You have enough slow.
why not
Blood
both? The
Grenade.
cost?
Huh? Why not both? I mean, you could get it. It's just that kind of looks weird in your inventory if you have Orb of Venom. I'm a big on cosmetics in terms of how they look, like color coordination in your inventory. It has to be there.
Oh,
that's why they lost.
Yeah.
Great analysis. That's how we got these two on the couch. No, this game did indeed. It meant nothing for the standings because both teams move on, and seeding doesn't matter because the next stage is a group stage as well, and everybody faces each other. So you could definitely tell which team really wanted to make sure that this game was a little bit more serious. We can talk to one of the serious guys over here. This is the seriousest guy that I know. In Dota 2, definitely. Hey, Saberlight, how are you doing? I know you really, you put in your best effort for that game, right?
Yes, we didn't want to lose. We're a serious team and a bunch of serious players, so, we're just taking it serious.
I appreciate that. I do want to know, though, because did you kind of feel like Extreme obviously wasn't taking it as serious? And then on your side, who's the person that says, guys, whether we qualified or not, we really, this is still going to be treated seriously?
Well, I mean, since we're winning so many games, it's like Theo is on an owning streak, so he was like carrying this game single-handedly. Basically, I was kind of checked out. I'm kind of ill today, so I was just farming some camps, and he did all the moves, and he's better than all the entire Chinese team, so I'll take it.
All right. Well, I got two questions also that are somewhat serious, not specifically about this series, but obviously Shopify was not at ES1 Kuala Lumpur and not at BB Dasha. So I'm wondering how that affected the team, and it seems like it affected it in a positive way. How can you talk about that?
Yeah, I think not being at these two lands is a bit annoying, but at the same time. We had a lot of space and time to grow and to practice. I was at Kuala Lumpur, so I stole all the liquid strats, and that's why we're qualified and they're not. We even stole their facility.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and then not going to Dacha, that one's a bit unfortunate, but at least we had like some time to chill out between the quals and all the Dota. Because as you can see, like it's just there's like so many tournaments, so you have to like pick and choose which one you play. Because for example, like speaking of Liquid, they got top 2 at the last one, and then they're playing the DreamLeague from their home. So obviously that will have some impact on how you play, and you can't play 100% every single tournament. So us not playing Dacha means that we can put our 100% to this one and the next one.
Yeah, and it absolutely is showing. I'm also curious to hear, because you were, of course, on Shopify at TI and a bit before TI as well, of course. And now this is 3 people have changed in your team since then. Obviously, I know the team dynamic in-game changed, but do you feel like there is a different just vibe all around? And how could you describe that for us?
Yeah, it's a slightly different vibe. Our Tora and Bulba are still like basically the heart of the team, and they do most of the prep and like drafts and stuff like that. But now we got like young, ambitious, hungry players who are a lot of good vibes. So yeah, the vibes are impeccable.
Glad to hear it. And I don't know if you want to talk about this, but would you want to talk about the new ink? Because I don't think I've seen that.
Oh. I'm glad you like it, Shiver. It's I got a tattoo. It was at the start of the year.
Yeah.
It's like it's just I don't know. It's cool. I always
cool.
wanted to get a tattoo, and then eventually I got it. And it's like a new season, new me. And then, you know, here I am destroying DreamLeague, kinda. So,
Hey, it's working.
So far, it's working.
Yeah, no, it looks good. I do also have Kezu would like to ask some questions. Those are going to be, you know, way more serious as Kezu is, of course.
Of course.
Another serious person. That's what I like.
What up, Saber Champ? I have a question about game one. Obviously, it had a pretty nasty lineup when it came to like the later scaling of the game. Do you feel like your early mid-game had to be better to win, or do you feel like with the position that the game was in, you guys had to just be more clutch towards the end of the game, or what do you feel like it boiled down if you could like really just put like one pointer about the game?
I think my game was not as like that good, game one. So I think if I'm like getting more kills and stuff, then the game is much easier and we can end it during the mid game. And then late game is just like, it's just team fighting. You know, if we manage to kill this Void or burst some guy before they get their spells off, we win. If we don't, then they win, and that's life.
Yeah, you guys got pretty unlucky against the Void later on. But so what do you feel like made it not as easy for your early game to like transition nicely into the mid game? Would you say that's more like how they played the map and some vision of their team fight spells, or did you feel more like you guys didn't, like you weren't really set up for success in the early game?
I think I didn't get like some good ultimate, like Dark Ascension kills, stuff like that. And also, believe it or not, but Ame outlasted me in lane, and then my game is just shit afterwards. So kind of I got skill diff happens, you know.
Skill diff, what can you do? All right, thank you for answering.
All right, Saber, we're going to let you go. Thank you so much for taking the time to answer our questions. And of course, good luck in the next stage of group stages. And we'll see you for the best of threes.
Thank you, and bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And yeah, that was it for now for Group B, because Group B, there's no tiebreakers whatsoever. That's just sorted. It's done and dusted. That's why that last game didn't matter. We could take a look at the standings. We can start with Group A if you wish, but no, actually, let's start with Group B. I wanted to do that. I didn't know the technology was possible, but I like this. This is what we want, Effie. Just clear, group stage is done. Done.
Yeah, I mean, I think this group stage unfolded quite decisively, and the thing is, when teams top the groups in such a way and the groups feel lopsided the way that this group did, often these teams who top the groups 1 and 2, they'll go into the next phase of the tournament and not do as well. So I wonder if it's putting a target on your back preemptively in this kind of case. But yeah, this one is relatively simple. We have the top cemented in XG, Shopify, Aurora, and Team Spirit. Nothing really surprising here. Maybe some fans wouldn't have thought that Aurora would make it to the top 4 of group stages.
I didn't.
Two big surprises for me, I would say. After seeing them play at Bedboom Dacha, covering a lot of their games, I didn't think they're going to make it. But with the different mid laner, Lorinov, he is really playing out of his mind at the moment. Sometimes it's all you need, you know, just a bit of a fresh blood, different playstyle coming up from the mid lane. And Shopify, I didn't know what to think about the team because, as we said, they didn't qualify to any of these tournaments, and they're looking good. I'm just afraid that I've seen Shopify so many times do really well in the groups and then just crumble. I hope it's not the case here. I'm not getting those vibes.
It's the new roster, though, Lacoste. It's not the same Shopify.
It is.
There are a couple of new players on there, so we can't really hold them to the same paradigm that the old Shopify set for us.
I agree, and you heard Sableye talk about it. There's this new fresh blood, and they're hungry, and I think you could tell that from the squad. I think this might be exactly what they needed in order to do well. They're on the right track. Also, there's another group stage after this, so you know they're good. Another group stage should be good for them. Playoffs won't happen until like a week and 2 days. Wow, math, great.
Oh, you did it fast.
I have to remember what day of the week it was. It's all good. It's Wednesday today. That's right. Which, by the way, I know. Birmingham tickets are on sale. That's great. And you should definitely get your hands on some tickets. However, if you wanted to go for the plus tickets, you're too late. They're completely sold out. But have no fear, the arena is getting expanded, or at least they're looking into expanding the arena to allow for more plus tickets and also more regular tickets. So keep that in mind. And if you want to secure yourself a luxury experience for ESL One Birmingham, you can get select or even premium tickets still that are available if you want to witness some of these teams live. Some of the teams that got eliminated today will be making an appearance in ESL One Birmingham. So definitely want to witness. It's going to be, hopefully, as fantastic as the last ES1 Birmingham 5 years ago. I know. Isn't that mad, Lacoste?
Way too long.
5 years!
Way too long, most definitely. But, you know, we are bringing some of these memories back. Previous TI, you know, we had it in US, so in Seattle. And we also did have some of the TI1 reminiscence going on during the first group stage. So that's nice. And, you know, Dota's going back to UK again. So.
Yeah.
Everything I've learned about Birmingham has been from the Peaky Blinders, so
yes,
the standards for excitement are very high. I'm not disappointed.
Well, it's a little bit of a different era at the moment, so maybe a little bit tiny different, but no, it has wonderful places, Birmingham does. So make sure to check that out. Now, I know you're wondering, yeah, but what about Group A? You didn't mention those. That's because we're not done yet, okay? We're not done yet with Group A. There's ties to be solved. We got 3 teams in the middle pack, VP, Gaming Gladiators, and OG. They're all 7-7. We got potential, Lacoste, potential for the infinity and beyond.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen.
Oh.
I want to see Virtus Pro go through this first group stage because they're always so close to greatness, but they can never achieve it. By greatness for them should be, you know, getting out of the group stage and causing some upsets. Very strong team, and we can see the schedule: Gaming Gladiators against OG, and then Virtus Pro against the team that loses, as we explained already. So we might only have 2 games, but it could also be infinite.
I mean, we saw Virtus Pro just get top 6 at the last TI, right? And they're not really a team that people think about when they think about contenders, but they are a dark horse team. They can't be underestimated. But honestly, so are OG. I mean, Gaming Gladiators not doing well was a bit of a surprise, but we have seen them suffer before at the start of patches, so that's not too far away from history. But this version of OG does look really promising. So if either VP or OG or both pull through tomorrow, I would not be upset.
Well,
to see it.
one of the 2 guarantees pulls through. That's the way math works.
Well, there's 3 teams, right?
Yeah, but one of the ones will
That is
guarantee
true.
goes
Only
through.
one will make it. You know, if either
2
of them
will make it.
Oh, then both can do it, Cheever.
Yes. So which one? I'm going to ask the question because you're flip flopping so much.
Which one do I want?
No, well, there's one team that does not make it. Which team is it?
I want to say Gaiman just because I'm kind of bored and I want to see OG and VP play some more. So I'm going to...
They've won a lot.
They've won a lot, but I somehow feel like they'll pull through at the nth hour.
Yeah, they need to let the other kids play on PlayStation 5, you know, as a younger brother. You know, there was always this older brother causing problems, unplugging my joystick so I couldn't play controller. But yeah, I think from what I've seen so far, I think it might be OG who will not make it.
Oh.
Even though they are playing much better, I just feel like, you know, it depends. Like it's a one day you're playing.
It's a best of one.
It's a BO1, so anything can happen. But I feel like OG is not going to get out
I predict
of the groups.
It'll loop once.
Okay.
It'll loop once tomorrow, and then during the second loop that it'll be decisive. Like 2 teams just stand out as better.
But it can't. Apparently, it can only be 1 loop. How does that work? I don't know.
How do the loops work?
Oh, the nose tuddle. Nose tuddle. That's how you say it. It's not nose tuddle. It's nose tuddle because it's an O. Nose tuddle. That's his name, no?
What is
It's like some mathematician. I don't know.
Hey, it's some doctor from like 1800s that invented a couple of these formulas, and yeah, we have to stick with it because it still works to this day.
So there cannot be infinite loops, is what I'm saying.
That sucks.
That does suck.
That makes my prediction accurate, though. Potentially.
Thanks.
1 loop.
Well, it cannot.
I remember, I think it might be the longest one we had during DPC 2022 or 2023. Western Europe, we had like 3 or 4 rounds.
I know it had to
tiebreakers.
continue the morning after.
Yes, we had to like sleep and wake up 2-3 hours later, basically, to continue with the Western Europe. Good old times.
Yeah, it was Entity, OG, and some other team, right?
Yeah.
Was OG in
maybe
the
Tundra.
It could be Tundra.
There was
Tundra wasn't
Tundra
a lot
in the
of
loop.
them.
It might have not been OG because that could have been the year
No,
that
OG was definitely part of it.
Okay,
OG
it was those 3.
Entity,
It was
yeah.
those 3. Yeah, I think it went to 3 loops.
Yeah. It's going to be fun to see who comes out on top tomorrow. Obviously, there's a lot on the line because there's prize money to be had. There are points to be had. And there's a whole group stage to be had, which you cannot underestimate the experience you get from playing officials in a group stage like we got coming up on Friday. But that tiebreakers all kind of start tomorrow. Now, we're going to start at the normal time, so you don't need to change anything about your alarms. It's going to be noon here in Western Europe, 12 noon. Is it PM?
Just say noon, it's fine.
I don't know if that counts as PM or AM. I don't do that. So it's gonna be 12. 12. Make sure you tune back in there. We'll be back for more Dream League Season 22. See you tomorrow.
And she never says no.